And welcome to Too Many Movies, the podcast where we discuss DVDs, Blu-rays, and even the occasional VHS tape. I'm your host, Tal, and with me here today, Bamason. Welcome back.
Hello.
And today we're talking about a bunch of 2024 films. Today is the 2024 Retrospecticus. Bamason, first off, before we get into any specifics, how was 2024 in terms of movies, in your opinion?
In my opinion, that's objectively correct.
Yes.
No one else's. Anyone else who has an opinion, fuck you.
Yeah.
2024 was okay, honestly. It was kind of underwhelming. A lot more disappointments than good ones, but the really good ones are definitely worth talking about.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I thought this year was kind of like not the worst things I've ever seen. I think even the lowest scored movies I have here, I don't like and I hate, but also they're not the worst things I've ever seen. But I would say more towards in the middle. There's just a whole bunch of movies where I was told to get excited for them, and I was just utterly disappointed by. I was disappointed a lot, because here's the thing. I go into movies wanting to like them. Shocker, I know. But man, I was really tested this year, where every time I was like, ugh, I'm trying to like this and I just can't. You know?
It's the year of the 6 out of 10s, the 3 stars.
I wish. No, that's fair. There are some, like, those are the movies I'm okay with, where, yeah, they weren't amazing. I still think they are good, but I'm talking about even more disappointing than that. There was some real
actual stinkers.
Yeah. But yeah, look, that doesn't take away from the good stuff. I'm not a total negative Nancy over here. I did like a fair amount of movies and stuff from this year, which we'll get to. But yeah, in terms of actual films, I was relatively disappointed with this year. I think
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah, the last time this happened was like 2021. To be fair, I went out of my way to watch a shit ton of movies in 2021, and I was utterly disappointed. There are far more worse movies from 2021 than there were in 2024, but the amount of disappointments, I would say, rivals that of 2021 in my perspective. Obviously everybody's going to have a different reaction with any given year of film, you know?
Yeah, I think it also depends on genre preference and like what you wanted to see this year.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, there's probably some people's favorite movie from 2024 that is in my bottom 10.
We're gonna shit all over it.
Yeah. So if you hear me talk shit about a movie you like, fuck you. No, look, it's gonna happen, and that's totally fine. This isn't an attack on anybody. This is just purely my perspective, what I got out of these specific films this year. I'll say that. And look, I haven't seen every single movie from 2024. I just put the cutoff at where I felt like it. And honestly, I'm sure there's plenty of movies out there that I still have yet to see. You know, the past 2 years in a row we've done these retrospective years, I've then discovered my favorite movie from that year after we've done the retrospective. You know, because 2022, what was my favorite of that year? I think it was The Northman. I still love that movie, but now it's Hundreds of Beavers. Then there's 2023. My favorite movie of that year was Across the Spider-Verse. Now it's The Holdovers, because I didn't see these movies until afterwards. So you know what? Spoiler alert, Monkey Man was my movie of the year this year. Who knows? Maybe I'll watch a 2024 film later on and I'll be like, no, that's my favorite of the year. You know, not to say that...
Maybe you'll...
No, go ahead.
Maybe you'll watch fucking Back to Black and say that's my movie of the year.
Hey, it's possible. You never know. So, anyway, all this setup, why don't we actually get into it now? Let's start at the bottom, like we did last year, where we just went through everything in my list. So
goody.
We'll start at the very bottom, the worst of the worst. And
I'm seeing it right now. Oh goody.
yeah, so the worst movie I watched this year, according to my list, is Megamind versus the Doom Syndicate, which that's fair. I was not one of those people that was shocked by its badness. I saw the trailer, and I really only saw it because I felt I had to as an editor of James.
I I think the funny thing is it's been like almost a year and I still haven't watched it.
Oh well,
I really don't plan to.
it's yeah, no, it's not a shocking. It's not a shockingly bad movie. Like, it's bad. It's meant for toddlers and babies, but not the kind of stuff that's made for toddlers and babies by people who think toddlers and babies can appreciate good stuff. They think, oh, it's for kids. They won't give a shit. So let's just slap something together for them. And
Let's turn Megamind into Coco Melon.
yeah, essentially, that's what this movie is. And it's bad. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not shocked that it's bad.
I mean, it was a straight to Peacock original, right?
Yeah, straight to
The,
Peacock.
the only other straight to Peacock original that's worth mentioning is Ted, and that was good.
Yeah, well, that's what I hear is people went to Peacock to shit on this, but then also they found Ted and they're like, oh, hey, this is actually pretty good.
No, yeah, it was.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. I'm shocked that despite all the cult praise that the original Megamind has gotten, that DreamWorks thought it was a good idea. Like, when they thought to bring back Megamind, they brought him back as a kids movie and like a show for preschoolers. That's bizarre to me because
I think they
no, you go ahead.
I think they had the TV division animate this movie, right?
Yeah,
It wasn't the mainline studio.
right. Well, because it was a backdoor pilot for a show that they were doing. But that's my point. Like, they made it for a show for little kids, which is fine. But like, Megamind is popular amongst the kids who grew up with it, who are now adults. Like, people our age love Megamind, but they made something that wouldn't appeal to us at all. So I don't get that. Like, I guess it's supposed to be it's Megamind for a new generation, but like, we just have that. It's called Megamind.
This isn't your grandpa's Megamind.
Yeah, it's your grandchild's Megamind.
And I don't think your grandchild will appreciate this Megamind either.
No, I have not seen a single person say this movie is fun or good. So
yeah,
it's at my bottom for a reason. Yeah. Anything else we have to say about it?
I mean, what else is there to say that the internet hasn't already said for us?
Yeah, go watch James's videos on it. I mean, if you're watching this, you've probably already have seen them. Let's be real.
Chances are, yeah.
So, all right, moving on to the next ranked movie / thing I have here is one of those stupid Disney Plus Simpsons shorts. I'm basically doing this as tradition now, just watching these. I don't have to keep watching them, but it's basically tradition at this point. So it's.
Do you still have your Disney Plus subscription to watch these?
I do. It's one of those package deals where I get Disney Plus, Hulu, and Max all for like one price. So it's something, man. I don't buy it. I watch Disney Plus to watch stuff like Andor and stuff that's actually good. So only Andor, but I guess this comes attached to it. Yeah, May the 12th be with you.
That's such an awful title. Jesus.
Yeah, it's an awful title. I get it. It's supposed to be it's a Mother's Day special, but with Star Wars. Yeah, it's bad. That's not good. One of the worst of these Simpsons shorts, I don't know, because it's kind of hard to judge those. They're just all equally as bad in my eyes. This one was particularly bad for me because I don't know, I just can't stand hearing Julie Kavner's Marge in the modern age. It sounds whack. Even if it's not hurting her voice, it sounds like it is. And
she's been doing this for almost 30 years.
Yeah, over 30 years at this point.
Over 30 years. Yeah, she's been give her voice a break, man.
Again though, even if it's not actually hurting her voice, I don't know if it is. It just sounds bad. It's a bad sounding voice. It is not the Marge we grew up with. It sounds bad.
No, this is Flarge.
Fucking whenever in the Oni Plays Game Grumps crossover, when they were doing the Marge voice and it sounded all demonic, that sounds better than like the "I need you to go out and buy eggs for Bart." Like, that sounds infinitely better than whatever Julie Kavner's doing now. It's that bad.
Oh man.
But yeah,
30 plus years.
Yeah, but yeah, also the Star Wars jokes in this one are just not funny. I mean, because it's modern Simpsons. It's not funny.
It's also just Disney.
Yeah,
like, come on.
Yeah. Disney does not know how to work with Simpsons or Star Wars for that matter.
They don't know how to do fucking meta.
No.
In the current day.
Yeah. So this is also bad. Well, let's move on.
Yeah.
To Madam Web.
Madam Web.
The Morbius 2024, according to people who don't understand why Morbius was funny, but whatever. There
are aspects of Madam Web that are still funny.
Yeah, I guess from like a meta perspective of, this is just an embarrassing film. And yeah, I can appreciate that, but I don't know. It was just such a slog to get through. I did not find it fun. Unlike Morbius, which I thought was really fun. I've gone over this. I think Morbius is still funny to this day, whereas Madam Web is just painful to sit through. It's broken. It's pretty obvious why this is bad as it is, when you watch
it's bad. It's basically bad by design. Like, this was shot and made like right after Morbius like came out, and all the Morbius sweep memes came and went.
Apparently this was filmed like in a town near me, or parts of it were filmed in a town near me, and I had no idea. And I was shocked to find that out. I'm like reading up on like on the Wikipedia, like, it shot scenes in this town in Massachusetts. I'm like, wait a minute, that's right next door to me. What? what is happening here? So I'm sorry that I'm tangentially near where Madam Web was filmed. I guess that's my apology to you people.
This calls to go to a diner and just stand on the table and dance.
Yeah. I think that was the scene they filmed it near my town. Yeah, like you said, it was broken from the very beginning. It's a movie studio digging at the complete bottom of the barrel for any sort of comic book characters to make a movie out of. And they try to make it take place in the same universe as Morbius and as Venom, but also not, because I don't think they make any reference to Morbius or Venom in this one.
The funny thing is, none of the Sony movies ever acknowledge each other, other than I think there was a line in Morbius where it was just like, we haven't had anything this good since that thing in San Francisco.
Yeah, well,
that's the only overlap.
Well, they do have a moment in Morbius when Morbius goes, "I am Venom," which I guess I
thought that was cut.
No, that was in the movie. That was in the movie.
I remember that in the trailers.
Yeah,
but
it's in the trailer. Well, so I have to go into this. So in the trailer, he does the "I am Venom," and then he goes, "No, I'm just kidding. It's me, Dr. Michael Morbius." But he doesn't do that in the movie. It's weirdly cut where he says, "I am Venom," and then he goes, "Get out of here." So the guy still thinks he's Venom, I guess. It's bizarre. It's a bizarre moment, but again,
how does he know Venom's name? Like, Venom isn't really like in that universe. Venom isn't like a widespread name.
I don't know. That's a good point. Yeah, is Venom even famous in his own universe? Man,
these fucking movies and their inconsistent logic.
Yeah, it's no wonder they stopped making them, except for Venom movies, because those are the only ones that make money.
I really hope this isn't the end of the Sony Spider-Man movies, because as bad as they are, they're still just like, they're the only ones of their kind, I guess.
Yeah.
They're like bad enough to they're really bad, don't get me wrong, but like they're bad enough to the point where they stick in your mind.
Yeah. Yeah, and when they're bad, you're not insulted by them. Like, I hate this movie, but I feel like if an MCU movie is bad, I'm more insulted by that because at
No,
least
yeah, because
at some point that was good.
that's just like the MCU now is just, I don't know, passive viewing, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to watch at times. Whereas here, I mean, you go into Madam Web expecting it to be bad. You give it a chance, of course, but when it ends up bad, you're like, well, what the fuck was I expecting? You know?
I mean, I paid for it.
I watched it on April Fool's Day. When I could have been watching the masterpiece April Fool's Day movie, Morbius, but you know, the joke is on me.
Yeah, the joke is just totally on you.
Yeah. So, Madam Web,
And
1 out of 10. I'll still drink Pepsi, I guess.
Pepsi Cola, and in the future they have powers.
I guess
they destroy me.
Yeah, Pepsi powers.
Oh no, I got squished by the sign.
Drat, I've been foiled by the power of Pepsi.
It's like the Monty Python foot.
Yeah. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, anything else to say about Madam Web?
He was in the Amazon when he was researching spiders with my mom right before she died.
Oh yeah, the line that got cut for some reason. I mean, it's a bad line, so I guess that's why they cut it. But then
I think that was just made specifically for the trailers.
Yeah, of course it was. Yeah, and then they just cut it out. Oh, cringe.
Cringe. They just can't. They can't keep getting away with it.
No, they can't. Speaking of can't keep getting away with it, Zack Snyder can't keep getting away with making all these fucking awful movies because he made Rebel Moon Part 2, The Scar Giver.
I didn't even bother with this one, dude.
Yeah, you didn't miss much. It's bad. You know, it's I get what he was trying to do. I see the basics of a movie, but also he just doesn't understand why Star Wars is as good as it is, or I haven't seen it, but I assume he's taking inspiration from Seven Samurai with this concept.
I think he's taking inspiration from like Denis Villeneuve and Dune and whatnot.
That too, yeah, yeah.
Like this, everything I see of this movie either looks like Star Wars or like a really made for TV Dune.
Yeah, but even then, the made for TV Dune that I've watched is much better looking than this, and that's 20 years old.
Bruh.
Unironically though, Dune miniseries, watch it, everybody. It's really good. But yeah, no, this was bad. You know what's really bad about these Rebel Moon movies? I can't remember things about it. Like, I'm trying desperately to remember anything about Scargiver. I forgot it was called the Scargiver, to be honest. Like, I
thought it was called the Scaregiver for the longest time.
These are that forgettable. Like, at least with other Zack Snyder movies, I remember how bad 300 is and how bad BVS is, but I can't for the life of me remember anything about this movie. It is so forgettable.
Dude, like, it's if it was released on physical media, you'd find it at like bottom of the barrel, like CVS.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Not even at like a video store, just like a CVS.
Not even Walmart, just CVS.
Your grandma would give it to you for Christmas, thinking because you asked for Dune, and she thought she got confused.
What's that? You said Rebel Moon? Here you go, Sonny. I got you in for Christmas.
No, I said Dune, not Rebel Moon.
I said Dune, you old bag. Give me Dune.
You're going to the fucking home.
Oh, that's the 7th time this month.
Oh, man. He just has a pile of Rebel Moon DVDs.
Grandma, stop going to that CVS.
You keep asking me for Dune. I didn't give you Rebel Moon.
I thought it was the same thing. Oh god, that is so funny. Unironically though, actually, if this was on physical media and you could only get it from a CVS, I'd probably consider owning it because that is hilarious. But because
just for the joke.
Yeah, just for the joke of it. But because it's on Netflix and we'll never see a disc release, it's completely pointless. I have no reason to ever even think about these movies again.
It's disposable.
Yeah.
Like I can't think of a better word other than disposable.
Disposable. I hear, are they gonna make another one? Because I thought it was just supposed to be a two-parter, but then I'm pretty sure it ends on a we have more sequels in us kind of way.
Oh my god, seriously?
I don't know. They might not, because who the fuck really gives a shit about Rebel Moon? You know,
nobody gives a shit about Rebel Toon.
Rebel Toon. I thought it was Dune. Shut up, Grandma.
Go drink your prune juice.
Go drink my Dune juice. My Rebel Moon juice. Prune juice.
It's just the peach tea from BVS.
Here you go, Sonny. Grandma, this is piss.
This is Jesse Eisenberg's piss.
So, all right, let's move on. Rebel prune juice. Another Netflix original, quote unquote.
Oh, goody.
Damsel.
That damn Damsel.
Damsel, back at it again with that Netflix originality.
Yeah.
All right. So I only watched this because you watched it because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna watch whatever Bamason watched, and then I got to this and I stopped entirely. So that's why I didn't watch. You can blame this movie for why I haven't seen Back in Black yet.
Back to Black.
To Black. That's sorry.
You uncultured swine.
So I watched it because you watched it. Now you watched it because.
I worked on it a little.
A little.
I can't really say too much about it. Like making a trailer for a movie that's super just this is another kind of disposable movie.
Oh yeah.
Making a trailer for a movie that's like so disposable is so hard.
Yeah. I can figure.
You have to psych yourself up to make it look like the most exciting thing you've ever seen, and it's just you can't.
No, you can't.
I don't have much to say on that front.
It's recently there was that story about how Netflix makes their movies in a way where the characters have to be explaining what they're doing because Netflix execs know that people aren't going to be paying attention. So they have to make it as obvious as possible. And yeah, when you watch a movie like this, that makes so much sense that they made movies like this where they actively try to get you to not pay attention to them because they are that empty and boring and stupid.
They know it's background noise.
Yeah, it is such background noise. I can't stand this movie. It is so annoying and obnoxious. You know, first
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, first of all, it's already obnoxious because it's one of those, fantasy movies, but the main princess character isn't your typical princess. It's like, okay, we've seen that so many times.
The damsel in distress.
Yeah, we've seen that so many times that in and of itself is a trope. And if you, ironically, if you made her a damsel in distress, that would be going against the grain. So, like, it's obnoxious now. It's so stupid. But
I think the only thing that I remember from the movie is that Millie Bobby Brown gets thrown into a hole, and I thought that was funny.
Yeah, they sacrifice her. It's bizarre. They sacrifice her because then it keeps then the dragon kills all the princesses they sacrifice. But it's like, okay, that's weird because wouldn't people find out? Because you're sacrificing, rulers of kingdoms. So wouldn't other kingdoms come looking for these princesses being like, hey, whatever happened to that princess? Where'd she go? It's like,
what princess?
Yeah,
There's
what
no princess here?
Yeah, you fucking idiot. And then it's one of those like, oh, don't judge a book by its cover because the dragon actually wasn't all that bad. It's like
it was man. It was man.
Man. Duh. Fucking
Yes,
nostalgia.
man.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah, the dragon's not too bad, but of course the humans are irredeemably evil. It's like, for fuck's sake, like you can't even get your story straight.
Lorax,
Yeah. So
like not even the good Lorax. I mean, like the fucking the one from 2012.
Yeah, fucking O'Hare looking at that. None of them even look like O'Hare, but they act like, yeah, the irredeemable assholes. It's there's that. Well, then there's that Nick Robinson character who's kind of not.
Dude, I completely forgot he was in that movie.
Yeah, no, he has like the really bad wig, and he's just there as the prince, and he has no character. Like, I guess
he just burns to death at the end.
Yeah, I guess they make him the sympathetic one, where he's like, I learned my lesson, but he still burns up in a blaze of fire. It's so stupid.
Oh man, I'm looking. It's funny you bring up O'Hare because I'm looking at the poster like on the list right now.
Yeah,
and Millie Bobby Brown has like the
yeah.
hairdo, and she looks like O'Hare in the poster.
Look, this movie would be 10 times better if O'Hare was the main character and not Millie Bobby Brown.
O'Hare gets like tossed into the hole.
I say, let it die. Oh god, it wouldn't be good, but it would be far more bearable.
A million times more entertaining.
Yeah, it would be interesting, exactly. So,
like, I'd be paying attention to it.
Yeah. All right. Anything else to say about Damsel?
Not a damn thing.
Yeah, it's a very distressing movie.
All
right. Tarot. The next movie. Tarot. Again, another one of those movies I watched because you watched it. I think Ketchup watched it too. Yeah, a couple of people I follow watched it.
I think the only thing worth mentioning about this movie is two things. One, the creature design. I really like the creature design in this movie, mostly because the guy who designed them, Trevor, I think his name is Trevor Henderson. He made stuff. You know, Siren Head.
Yeah, I've seen Siren Head.
Yeah, he designed Siren Head, and he also worked on this movie. And I was just like, these creature designs, like, as flawed as really bad as the movie is, these creature designs are really good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against any ideas in this movie per se, as long as they're executed well. But that's the issue, is execution matters.
And then the second thing worth mentioning about this movie is that the poster on Letterboxd is the Matrix.
Yeah, for some reason, because we have Patreon, we can change posters on Letterboxd. And one of the posters you can change this movie for is just making it the Matrix poster, like straight up, just the classic Matrix poster.
Like, there's no added joke to it.
No.
It's just the Matrix.
Which is bizarre to me. You know, Letterboxd, get your shit together. This is allowed, but fucking the Enchanted Helicopter one isn't allowed. Fuck's sake.
Like, come on,
dude.
Get your priorities intact.
Yeah. Look, I'm okay with the Matrix poster being included, but then that means, okay, the Enchanted Helicopter poster has to be put back up, because fuck you. It's
either all of them are okay or none are okay.
Exactly.
I think I know why the Matrix poster is like still up, because there's no like visual comedy in it. So like, it's just a regular poster.
Yeah, but it's just for the wrong movie. But yeah, it is so funny because on several occasions I've been fooled myself when I click on your, like, I'll be clicking on your films, and I'll see like, wait, he gave The Matrix a 1 star, and then I click on it and it's actually Tarot. It's a good gag though. I couldn't though. I was thinking of changing it to the Matrix poster, but I did find this really cool poster of the skeleton. It's his death. I thought that was cool.
Skeleton dude.
Yeah, skeleton dude. I guess the only other thing I have to say about this movie is they go to, so it takes place in Boston, and they go to they go to an Orange Line stop, like a subway stop, and it looked really clean. And I've been on Boston subways. They are never that clean. I don't know how they made it look that nice, but I guess they did.
Well, that's how you know that the movie's a work of fiction.
Exactly. And then I guess the CEO of Sex himself is in it, Jacob Batalon, the
Yeah.
Ned from Spider-Man. So
I'm just gonna refer to him as the CEO of Sex.
I mean, it's far funnier that way. So yeah.
Yeah.
But other than that, bad movie. Did not like.
Yeah, I fell asleep.
We have another Simpsons short. Notice how they're at the bottom of this list because they're not very good.
Suspicious.
Yeah, so the most wonderful time of the year, but it's referring to Halloween. It's basically Sideshow Bob singing about how great Halloween is, and then a bunch of Disney villains and Simpsons villains join in and sing with him, I guess. Again, it's bad, but the one thing I give credit for with this one is that at least Kelsey Grammer is still singing as Sideshow Bob, and I mean, Kelsey Grammer is great. He makes Sideshow Bob one of my favorite characters on The Simpsons. Like, Sideshow Bob would not be what we know Sideshow Bob is without Kelsey Grammer. You know,
so I always think of the bit where he's like stepping on all those rakes.
That is the most famous Sideshow Bob gag. Yeah. It's so hard to recreate that sound. He does it flawlessly. It's so good. So
he's got the bass in his voice.
Yeah, it's so good. I mean, Kelsey Grammer does have a really good voice, but also it's just it works so well. But yeah, that is the one thing this special has is Kelsey Grammer's Sideshow Bob. Other than that, it's bad. It's bad.
All right. Moving on.
Moving on to Saving Bikini Bottom, the Sandy Cheeks movie.
Oh no.
So we don't have to talk about this one for too long because I have talked about it on the podcast. But it's like Megamind, Doom Syndicate, where you're just like, I mean, of course it's bad. You know, you watch it and you're just like left. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a shockingly bad movie. I mean, in ways it is, because especially anything surrounding Wanda Sykes' character, I was actually pretty disgustedly shocked by. But the rest of the movie,
wasn't there like an inflation scene with Sandy or some shit?
Oh yeah. Me and Matt were talking about it on our episode about how fucking there's some real weird fetish shit in this movie where you have the inflation scene, you have the fucking Wanda Sykes character being obsessed with fish, you have SpongeBob tickling random strangers' feet while in a pool.
Oh god. Dan Schneider left like fucking 15 years ago.
But we still feel his presence even to this day.
No one's ever really gone.
Yeah, it's a bad movie. I remember because one of the most significant things about it was it leaked online about a year ago, and people watched it and were just like, "Wow, this is actually the worst piece of shit ever." And
this is hot garbage.
Yeah, I didn't watch it because I was like, well, it's not finished yet, so I want to give it some benefit of the doubt. I'm sure I knew it was going to be like awful because it's a Netflix original SpongeBob movie. Like that shit sounds so ass, you know? But I didn't watch it until it was fully finished. So then it came out like some weekend in August. And I was like, you know what? Let me sit down. Let me give it a chance. And it completely spat in my face. It was bad. It was
betrayal.
Sandy or SpongeBob betrayed us. Yeah, it's bad. It's one of those.
You might as well say this movie sucked.
Oh yeah, like a giant cock sucking of taxi cabs. Which that is my poster on Letterboxd. I'm glad they haven't taken that one down. Letterboxd, do not take that one down. I need the cursed Sandy image as my poster. I know they would never allow it as like the backdrop. That would be too far. But
the backdrop would just be like, oh god, that would. I don't want to see that. I would just look at the movie casually.
I would lose so many followers if that was my backdrop. It would be totally worth it, but I would lose a significant amount of followers.
No, you just put it as like you replace Dark Crystal as your favorite movie, and then that's just like above your profile.
Ooh, I would do that. I would do that if I could. I mean, I haven't checked the backdrops yet. Can I? I'm checking. No, nothing unpopular. And let me check all, because sometimes they have them hidden in all. Nope, can't do it. Okay, everybody's safe now.
For now.
My followers list is safe for now. So yeah, Sandy Cheeks movie, awful.
Total cheeks.
Total cheeks, exactly. Okay. Moving on to A Quiet Place Day 1. Except it doesn't take place on day 1. It takes place on, several days after day 1, but whatever.
Like day 2, day 3, around that range.
Which, look, I don't want to take credit for that. Someone else did point that out, but I still think that is really funny. That is a really funny observation, that it's called day 1. And then it takes place during other days. Yeah. User James, one of the top reviews, he came up with that, or maybe he didn't come up with it, but he has one of the top reviews on it on Letterboxd, so he has some street cred. Yeah, I really didn't like this one. I mean, look, I'm not a fan of the Quiet Place movies to begin with, but yeah, even I was like, wow, this is bad,
I was kind of optimistic hearing about like the guy who did Pig was directing it, and that John Krasinski, as far as I was aware, wasn't going to be involved.
Yeah, he did like produce it, and then I guess he did do the story, but yeah, he wasn't directing it.
Yeah, and like I guess it wasn't as bad as like A Quiet Place Part 2, like that, but. I am like struggling to remember anything about the movie other than Lupita Nyong'o wanted pizza really badly.
That was awful. Like, she's putting so many people in danger, or she's putting herself in danger for a specific kind of pizza, and it's like, okay, that's a joke and a parody, because yeah, look, in real life, New Yorkers, I know a ton of New Yorkers, they are notoriously snobby when it comes to where they get their pizza. So yes. But also, this is a movie, a horror movie at that I'm supposed to take seriously. So you put that kind of storyline in a comedy, in a horror comedy, not...
This is a scary movie thing.
Yeah. Yeah. If anything, it would probably be in a scary movie sequel if they were still making scary movies today, I
think they are. They announced it, like, right?
Yeah, I think I did hear they were making like another scary movie. I don't know what that entails, but maybe they'll make something. But yeah, I don't know which I prefer, Quiet Place Part 2 or this one. I mean, they're both equally boring and empty to me. I think
A Quiet Place Part 2 has far more logistic inconsistencies.
Sure, yeah.
Like the part where Cillian Murphy runs through a field fucking yelling and screaming after he sees the monsters. Is he stupid?
Yeah. There's a lot of... I mean, look, Quiet Place to begin with is just kind of a flawed concept. I mean, it's neat if you were to make it into a short film, and you try not to explain everything. But these movies go out of their way to explain everything, and they're directed fine, I guess, but the concepts underneath the surface are just so stupid that it's hard to take seriously.
I think my main pet peeve, like aside from the writing, is that they have way too much music in them. Like, I know it's a movie, it's got to have a score of some kind, but I really wish it took advantage of like the stay quiet concept in the sound design, because there's only a few times, like mostly in the first movie, where you really feel that silence. Like, I remember seeing the first movie in a theater, and I had a big bucket of popcorn, and I did not touch any of it, like during some of the more tense scenes.
That's awesome.
And then as the movies went on, they started adding a lot more music in the soundtrack, and it just became, it wasn't special anymore.
No, yeah. I mean, that's the thing with these Quiet Place movies. You'd think, because the concept is about being quiet, and you have literally a character who is deaf in the movie, the sound design would be amazing. And it's not, like the music especially is obnoxious. Yeah. But even just like, they also have the jump scare stings, which don't exist in the universe of the movie. So you'd think they would just kind of not do that. But it's a horror movie. They gotta have the jump scare stings.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
Like really take advantage of the silence, dude.
Yeah, exactly. You'd think out of all horror movies, this would be the ones to do that, and they don't take advantage of that. Especially this one. Yeah, it's nothing special. Just look, makes me hungry for pizza, but
that poster's cool.
Oh yeah,
like with the
I
like the skyline with the
the sound waves,
the waveform.
Yeah, that's a really good poster. That's the thing. Some of these posters I chose for even movies I hate, I'm like, no, it's a good poster. Hey, credit where credit is due.
Yeah,
make me believe the movie is good, even though I know deep down it's not. So, anything else to say about Quiet Place Day 1, 2, and 3?
What was the cat's name again? Frodo?
Was it? I think you said
I think it was Frodo.
Yeah, you said Frodo's a damn good name for a cat, but it still doesn't beat Dave the Magical Cheese Wizard.
It doesn't.
Who the fuck is Dave the Magical Cheese Wizard?
Dave the Magic. I'm just gonna. It's the name of some cat on an adoption site.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was like, I don't get the joke. I thought it was a funny joke, even though I didn't get it. I'm just like, help a brother out with some context. Okay, Dave the Magical Cheese Wizard.
There it is.
Anyway,
I would love to see a horror movie where a cat is just Dave the Magical Cheese Wizard.
You could do it. It's possible. All right, moving on to Civil War. Let's go, baby. Civil War. Give us nothing. Yeah. So,
man.
Yeah, this one I was very disappointed by because I heard this one was pretty good. I did hear the apolitical attempts it takes, like the fact that it doesn't really have anything to say about politics specifically. It's more so about the horrors of war journalism and how kind of exploitative that is. Like, I had heard all of that before watching it, and then actually watching it in practice, I'm like, okay, yeah, no, this really doesn't work.
It's just a conceptually empty movie.
Yes, absolutely.
All it does is its themes could be summed up in 3 words. War, spectatorship, bad.
Fucking good job, man. You said what nobody else was willing to say.
I agree with that.
I agree with that, yeah. Well, here's the thing, is okay, you're acting as if, war movies haven't dealt with this before, photojournalism. These are aspects that war movies have dealt with. Full Metal Jacket and Apocalypse Now, that's not the main thing that they've dealt with, but they've done that off to the side, and they've done that far better than this movie that is focusing on that aspect. It's
no, it's if you want a movie that really discusses spectatorship as a good theme, watch fucking Nope. Nope does a really good job at discussing spectatorship and how bad it can be.
Yeah, how exploitative it can be, and how that can lead to dangerous dangers. Yeah. But it's true. No, yes, Nope, it does that far better than this movie does. Because here's the thing: Civil War loved advertising itself as being like this. Oh, America, but it's at war with itself. And then the most you get of that in the movie is, Texas and California joined forces and they're trying to kill the president. It's like, okay.
President Ron Swanson. Okay, first of all, anybody with even half a brain that lives in America, you hear the words Texas and California joined forces, you're like, no, they didn't. Elaborate.
No, the fuck they did not. No, the fuck they did not. I guess maybe that's the point. It's supposed to be one of the most liberal states is joining forces with one of the most conservative states. And yes, Texas and California are the 2 states that have the biggest populations in the country. That's entirely correct as well. But then elaborate on that. It's like Texas and California joining forces. What did this president do? I don't know anything about the president that they show in the movie, so I don't feel anything.
He's only in the opening scene, and then he gets killed at the end. That's the only times he's in the movie.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this guy, and I get it. That's not what the movie's focusing on. It's focusing on, photojournalism during war is bad. but okay, it doesn't really take a side on that. It just kind of shows, the characters taking pictures of horrific events. And again, it gets that across in the first 5 minutes. There's like a scene where they're in New York City and there's a battle or a riot happening, and they're just taking pictures of people and not doing anything to help the people. They're just taking pictures of them to then show other people, oh, isn't this horrible? It's like, yeah, I agree. That's exploitative. That's pretty shitty. But then that's the whole movie, is just these characters are going to Washington, D.C., and they're just driving through war-torn America, coming across people and just doing nothing but taking pictures of them in horrible situations or just talking. And it's nothing is being explained. Nothing is being progressed in terms of character motivations or story or anything. It's all just kind of happening for the sake of happening.
There's no world building in this movie.
Yeah. Like, again, the only world building we get is Texas and California join forces. It's like, no, go into that. You can have a concept where Texas and California join forces. That's not the part that pisses me off. The part that pisses me off is they don't explain why. So anybody who knows even an inkling of Texas and California and what they're like would be like, that's bullshit. Like, you can't
like
just say
anybody
that.
Who knows anything about, like, you could know the tiniest bit about American politics.
Yeah.
You hear the words Texas and California join forces and you're just like, wait, what? That does not compute.
Yeah. And it's like, you want that explained, and the movie doesn't explain anything.
Like what issue really caused the two most opposite states in the US to really come together?
Yeah. I guess it's just like, oh, again, the whole, oh, they're coming together, but it's like, okay, but it's a civil war, so wouldn't they be fighting each other? It makes zero sense. It doesn't take advantage, I guess, because they didn't want to offend anybody on either side of the political spectrum.
Dude, you're making a movie about fucking American politics. You're gonna offend some people whether you want to or not.
Right, exactly. So at that point, it's like, okay, then what are you making the movie for? And especially in like the 2024, an election year, you're gonna have heightened political tension in that year, and you release this movie that says nothing. So people are just like, wow, what a waste of time,
No, the top letterbox reviews are just like, whoa, what weird timing.
Yeah.
Whoa, election year. Political?
Political much? It's like, well, no, actually, it's not political at all. So.
It's the most apolitical, passive movie I've ever seen.
Yeah. And you can be apolitical, but not when your title is called Civil War. And it's about like, modern America and in a civil war. It's like, okay, why don't you kind of go into that and maybe explore that, because that is on people's minds in the modern day is, oh, will we ever go to civil war? Personally, I don't think so, because I don't think you can, because it's kind of impossible, but whatever, like if you're going to explore that. And then it doesn't at all.
Give me some breadcrumbs about the fucking world building here.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah. And not just 2 pieces of breadcrumbs that are just Texas and California join forces.
No, I think I remember one scene like near the beginning where what was it? She was also an alien Romulus. Kaylee Spaney, Jesse, I guess.
Yeah, Kaylee Spaney, whatever. Yeah.
She first joins and she talks with like Kirsten Dunst, and they have this exchange where Kirsten Dunst is just like, oh, if you get shot, there's some sort of exchange where it's just like, if you get shot, no one will help you. And I'm just thinking to myself, oh, Kirsten Dunst is obviously going to die. And they're going to show Kaylee Spaney like not doing anything.
Did you write this movie, dude? Whoa, how did you predict that?
Oh. if I was Alex Garland, I would have fucking explained why Texas and California joined forces.
I guess the other thing this movie was trying to advertise itself as is like, oh, you gotta see it in IMAX, you gotta see it in the theaters, because it's like fucking incredible looking movie, and the sound design is amazing. Which, to be fair, I didn't see it in theaters, so I guess I didn't get the full experience. But did you see it in theaters at all?
Yeah, I saw it in theaters. I saw it with a friend, and I guess the like the sound of the. I didn't see it in IMAX though. I saw it just like in a regular like theater.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I guess the bullets and the gunshots were like relatively loud, but that's it.
See, I didn't notice anything about the bullet sounds. They just kind of seemed whatever. See, at least with something like Heat, the bullets in that movie sound incredible. The bullet sound effects in that movie sound incredible. And I've never seen Heat in the theater. So, that kind of tells you how impressive the movie is, really, where even
in IMAX, the gunshots are slightly louder than usual.
Yeah. But also, I don't think I should be able to get a full experience with a movie only in IMAX. Like if I don't see it in a certain theater setting, then I'm not experiencing the full movie. It's like, no, that's bullshit. That's something
as if there's a movie to experience in this one in particular.
Yeah. I know it's a meme to clown on David Lynch for being like, oh, you're watching movies on your fucking telephone. Get real. It's like, yeah, that is annoying. But also, I think the best movies can be experienced through any sort of device or experience, like anything can translate into being a good movie, no matter how you're watching it, whether it's on a big screen or your tiny telephone,
Yeah. What else is there? There's not really much I can say about this movie anymore other than like the Jesse Plemons scene. That was cool.
Yeah, I guess I thought it was cool. I wasn't really as blown away by it as other people were, but yeah, I guess that is the scene that people talk about. Even people who don't like the movie seem to like that scene, which
like it held my attention.
Yeah. I mean, but that's more of a testament to Jesse Plemons being a really good actor,
Yeah.
So yeah, ironically, even though it's called Civil War, we seemed pretty much in agreement with this movie. It's not very good. So yeah, can't wait to see Alex Garland's next film. Oh wait, no, he is actually making another movie.
He is making another movie.
Because I remember when this movie's coming out, Alex Garland was just like, "Oh yeah, I'm done making movies." It's like, oh,
like he's directing another war movie, and he wrote 28 years later.
Right. Okay, so he was just lying. Never mind. Oh man. Anyway, next film.
Oh no. The Heretic.
Oh boy, from the writers of A Quiet Place.
And 65.
Yeah, movie I haven't seen.
Ugh. Oh man.
Yeah, Heretic. Oof. What a rough horror movie this was. Because I mean, there were some things I liked about it. I liked, Hugh Grant.
Hugh Grant, yeah, it was cool. I mean, when it comes to Hugh Grant villain roles, Paddington 2 takes the cake.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he's far better in that movie than this one. And I guess I'm not opposed to the idea of making a horror movie about, questioning one's faith or looking into I mean, that's literally what The Exorcist is like a horror movie about a guy questioning his faith. Yeah, and how out of control you are. Or in control, yeah.
Like religion is control or something.
Oh yeah, that's a really good idea. Talking about the philosophy of religions and, how a lot of them are pretty cultish when you really get down to the nitty-gritty. Like, yeah, exploring that kind of stuff, that sounds interesting. This movie doesn't do that though. It brings up these ideas, but doesn't explore them in a way that makes for an engaging story, It
over-explains them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then it does so in an obnoxious way where it's just like, oh, did you know that these things in the world of religion, and did you know that Monopoly is actually a ripoff? It's like, okay, these are interesting factoids that I'd like to read on like a Snapple cap, but this doesn't make for an engaging story in a movie,
And the fucking Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah. Which, by the way, the top review for this movie is lying to you. Hugh Grant does not compare Jar Jar Binks to Jesus. He says Jar Jar Binks is a religious figure, like just a generic religious figure in the story of Jesus. So like he'd be like a disciple. If you're going to compare Phantom Menace to the Bible, Anakin would be Jesus. Anybody who's who even knows about Phantom Menace, if they've never seen it, they would kind of figure that out pretty easily.
Like, come on, dude.
But you know, it's far
And,
funnier
and he
to
doesn't.
be like,
And he doesn't do a fucking Jar Jar Binks impression. He does a fucking Yoda voice.
oh my god, yeah, he just goes, Mr. Jar Jar Binks. It's like, no, it's I know, I get it. I sound like the neckbeard Star Wars fanatic stereotype, but come on, dude. Like, you can't say these things and expect me to just be okay with it.
Come on, dude.
Oh, it's so obnoxious.
I think my version of the movie where it turns out Hugh Grant's character is just a really what's the word?
Charismatic.
Quirky Dougist.
Oh, quirky Dougist.
Like, that would be funny.
You know, Doug Walker, he started this.
Have you ever seen To Boldly Flee?
Have you seen all 3 times Nostalgia Critic and the Nerd went up against each other?
Have you seen? You don't know the genius of Nostalgia Critic's The Wall review. You see, LOL, so school sucks. Grow a damn pair of balls.
It's very controversial at its day, but actually, it's just... Yeah, this sounds far more entertaining to me.
Go downstairs and you will find the true religion. Do.
Oh, before we get off Heretic, though, the fucking blueberry pie candle. We have to talk about that.
Oh my god!
So
I have it as my poster.
Yeah. So I did not watch any trailers for this movie, or maybe I feel like I did, and I just forgot about it. And I forgot that was apparently a reveal in a trailer. So I went in forgetting that. And so they're just like, oh yeah, my wife's making a blueberry pie. And then he leaves that room and she turns the candle and she goes, ah! And the music does that like rising strings reveal where it shows, oh, the candle scent was blueberry pie. It's like, that's...
It just makes me think. You know what it reminds me of, oddly enough?
What?
Do you remember that scene of the SpongeBob movie where where Plankton picks up the folder and then he smells it and he's like, it's lemon scented.
Yeah, but that's so stupid because a candle smells nothing. Like, if it's going to be blueberry pie scented candle, it's not going to smell literally like a blueberry pie is cooking in the kitchen. Everybody knows you're going to smell it. You're going to be like, oh, it smells like a blueberry pie, but you're not going to assume, oh, someone's in the kitchen making a blueberry pie. That, again...
Wouldn't the smell be stronger? Because the candle is in the room with them.
It's right under her nose, quite literally. It's so stupid. And that is the first...
if she walked into the kitchen, the smell would be gone.
Yeah, that is the first scare in the movie, by the way. You know, you're not supposed to know that anything is wrong until that scene. Like, that is the first scene where you're just like, wait a minute, something's off. Blueberry scented candle. It's like, that is your...
It's lemon scented.
Yeah, I paused the movie because I was so... my brain broke at that moment. I was so shocked that they actually unironically made that their first scare. I'm like, are you actually kidding me right now? This isn't a comedy?
Jump scare.
Yeah. Fucking... Oh, I'm so mad. It pissed me off for the rest of the movie. The rest of the movie was not very good, but the movie lost me at that moment. Like, that was it didn't really have me to begin with, but I was like willing to give it a chance. And then once that happened, I was like, wow, that's it is never going to recover. And then it never did because it's not very good. So,
no.
Yeah.
Watch make the Douglas cut, cowards.
Douglas cut. Watch Homer the Heretic. That's a great Simpsons episode with the word heretic in the title. Like, heretic, more like heredic.
Exorcist 2, the Heretic.
Oh yeah, which is worse, this movie or Exorcist 2, the Heretic? Because
I mean, Exorcist 2 at least has the I am Pazuzu.
That is true. Yeah, maybe I'd be more. James Earl Jones is a giant bug,
roaring like a lion.
That's true. Yeah. I guess I would prefer Exorcist 2, which I don't like saying because that movie's also bad. So, ooh, here we go. Venom: The Last Dance.
Venom,
a movie we've talked about on this podcast because you were on the Venom episode. So
yeah,
again, another one we don't have to go into too much detail with, but It hasn't gotten better in my memory, so it's.
It looks like Vegas. Why does it look like Vegas?
All right, so moving on to Joker Folie à Deux.
I still have not seen.
You
I watched the first 10 minutes of it, and then I got bored, and then it stopped.
Well, the first few minutes when it's the cartoon, that's pretty much the best part of the movie, is that cartoon.
So yeah, I'm not missing much.
Yeah, no, you're not. Which sucks, because the first few minutes, how it is a cartoon of Joker, you'd think that is such a great opening to the sequel you would have, because you think, oh wow, they're starting off with a cartoon, the sky's the limit with this movie, right? And then they
fucking Looney Tunes.
Yeah, and then they do nothing. I'm not even kidding. It is such an empty movie. They do nothing for the rest of the movie. It is abysmally boring, because it's also just this weird court drama, and the whole point of the movie is that you're supposed to realize that idolizing the Joker was a bad thing, which, I mean, duh. Anybody even people who liked the movie knew that, that you're not supposed to idolize the Joker. That's why he's a villain. The movie ends with him shooting Murray Franklin. We get it. We get it. Oh, it's so annoying.
If the Joker is a villain, you're supposed to not idolize him.
Yeah, it is. It's so stupid. It is so stupid. Also, apparently, we didn't talk about this in my episode with Ben, but because I found out about this later on, apparently the guy. So spoilers for Joker Folie à Deux. I know you haven't finished it, but I'm just gonna spoil it. So he gets.
I know what happens.
Yeah. He gets stabbed by a guy, and apparently that was supposed to be Heath Ledger's Joker or something. And
until I see the movie, I really can't buy into that, because that's just so horrendously stupid.
Yeah, it is stupid. So when people were saying oh yeah, he gets killed by Heath Ledger's Joker in the movie, I'm like, what are you talking about? And so I hear it because you see in the background, once it's zooming in on Joaquin Phoenix, you see the guy in the background, he's slicing up his face to make the smile, but nothing about him seems very Heath Ledger-y. And I don't know, I guess maybe it's not Heath Ledger's Joker, it's supposed to be just Joker, the true Joker is supposed to be that
Joker
guy.
Baby.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't see it. I look, the movie's bad regardless, but I just don't see that as being the ending, and particularly. But
that's whatever. Just outrageously stupid.
Yeah, it is stupid. I mean, I wish it was Heath Ledger's Joker. Are you kidding? That would be hilarious, but it's not. I'm pretty sure it's just some random inmate in the jail, and he just stabs Arthur, and then that's the end. And we're never gonna get a Joker 3. Which, all for the better. I still like the first movie, but yeah, if even people who love the first one, they hated Joker 2. Again, another one of those movies I have not seen a single person actually like. Well, that's not true. Actually, Olivia liked it, which, well... Oh, Olivia. Oh. I mean, Olivia's favorite movie is The Time Machine that I found in the garage, this awful, awful movie. So you can tell her I said that. That's her favorite movie, folks. I'm not spreading misinformation. She loves that movie. So if you ever find The Time Machine I found at a garage sale, Olivia's favorite movie. Everybody comment that.
Yeah.
All right, enough Joker talk. Let's move on to Cinderella's Revenge.
What is this movie? Is it like a Tubi original?
It is a Tubi original. Yep. I can't remember why I put this in my watch list. I think because... No, I honestly don't know why I put this in my watch list. Oh, was it because Earl watched it? Yeah, I guess maybe because this user I follow named Earl12456.
Yeah, Earl.
Yeah, we love Earl. Huge fans of Earl. I guess he watched it, and I thought it looked so funny bad that I put it in my watch list. And then during October, I had a wheel and I spun it, and then one day I landed on Cinderella's Revenge, and I watched it. And I mean, here's the thing. It's not the worst live action Cinderella movie I've ever seen. I'll say that. So what it does is it speed runs through the Cinderella story at the beginning, where it's like, oh, the prince is having a ball. She has 2 evil stepsisters. She goes to the ball in a nice dress. She has a fairy godmother, yada, yada, yada. Apparently her fairy godmother has Elon Musk show up, and then he gives her a Tesla to go to the ball in.
Oh my god.
That is real. I'm not making that up. That happens in the movie.
Like Elon, like it just gives her a fucking Tesla.
Yeah, literally, because of fairy godmother, she's magic. She can do anything. So she does this thing where she like has like these modern historical figures come back in time, I guess, to help Cinderella. Like she gets a fucking famous costume designer to make her dress and stuff like that, and then they go outside, and then she's like, and look, here's your Tesla, and look, there's Elon Musk, he's gonna drive you to the ball. And Cinderella's like, I don't know who that is. And I guess that's the joke.
That's like Aladdin but bad.
Yeah, it's hacky, but I mean, at least I remember that Elon Musk is in the Cinderella's Revenge movie, I guess.
Like he's actually in it, or is it like just like an actor?
No. This is Tubi budget. They would not. I mean, look, if any billionaire is going to be in a Tubi original, it absolutely would be Elon Musk. He would do that. He would do that because he'd be like, "Oh, that'd be really funny if I was in a Tubi original."
That would be late epic.
That would be late epic with the memers on Twitter.com. I'm sorry,
it would be so keck.
Yeah, it'd be so keck, exactly. But no, they just got a lookalike, and he's just like, "Hello, it's me, Elon Musk," or whatever. Yeah, it was bad. And then the rest of the movie is just like a standard slasher where Cinderella, I don't know, puts on a mask and she like kills people. I mean, again, it's bad, but it was far better than the Disney live action Cinderella, and especially the Camilla Cabello live action Cinderella movie. Oh my god,
I forgot about that movie.
Yeah,
shit.
Yeah, that one, that's Damsel tier, where it's like this modern this fantasy, but from a modern lens. And
this jukebox musical.
Oh god, yeah, it was awful. But yeah, no, Cinderella's Revenge is so far the best live action Cinderella movie I've seen. I haven't seen the one with Drew Barrymore. I hear that one's good. Or no, maybe I'm thinking of a different one that's good. I don't know. I hear there's like a couple that, because there's the Nostalgia Critic review where he compared the live action Disney one to the original Disney one, and he says like, I don't know, some live action Cinderella movie with Angelica Houston, he says is like the best Cinderella story, and I've never seen it, so I can't say. I mean, I'm still a fan of the original Disney film, but yeah, in terms of live action Cinderella's Revenge is my favorite one.
Which says a lot, I guess.
Yeah. Tubi. All right. Ooh, moving on to the Garfield movie. I watched it because apparently some people in my server hated it, and some others also thought it was bad, but not as bad. That was the controversy with Garfield movie. I say controversy in quotation marks. They were just having a conversation one day, and I was like, wow, so it's either bad or the worst. And then I watched it, and I'm like, it's not the worst, but it's bad. So yeah, Chris Pratt Garfield movie. I mean, I liked Odie in it, but I like Odie in other Garfield movies.
I think the only significant thing about this movie that for me personally, I watch Jack's films a lot, and I remember he was doing Yai, where he was like, he had an episode where he was getting his viewers to fix this Garfield comic where he takes John's pipe.
Oh yeah,
and this was like right after Chris Pratt was announced as Mario, and there was a joke where the panel where Garfield was smoking the pipe was replaced by Chris Pratt in a pipe, like with the Mario hat.
Yeah.
And then Jack was just like, fuck it, let's make Chris Pratt Garfield. And then literally within the week, they announced the casting.
Oh, that's incredible. I didn't know that happened. That's awesome. Wow.
That's the only thing that's significant about this movie.
I mean, it pretty much is, yeah. Because then you watch the movie and it's not horrible. It's just not great, It's your standard kids movie, but with a Garfield skin, Yeah, you're far better off just reading Garfield comics. You're far better off just watching the Garfield show, that weird CGI show from the late 2000s. I mean, I guess you're probably also way better off just watching the original Garfield cartoon from the 80s, because a lot of people like that. And yeah, it's a good cartoon. I've seen
I have memories with the fucking Garfield show from the 2000s.
The 2000s one. Yeah, that's the one I grew up on. And I mean, it's funny from what I remember. It's
got the theme song.
Yeah, that's a really good theme song. Oh, and the fucking Dirk Dinkum song too, like that. But yeah, that's basically it.
I know where you live.
Yeah, Garfield movie. Not very good. So
shocker.
Ooh, Kraven the Hunter's next. Let's go, dude.
I have still not seen that.
Really? Really?
No, I haven't had the time.
Oh, that's incredible. Because it stars you.
I'm in it. I know. I haven't seen my own movie.
Well, let me be the first to say it's not good. I mean, no, I'm not the first to say that.
How dare you? How dare you?
I mean, hey, I liked it a lot more than Madam Web. And I
shall Kraven the Hunt you.
Yeah, I liked it more than Venom 3. So out of all the Sony Marvel movies from this year, I like this one the most.
There's nothing much I can say about this movie. Like,
it's bad.
I saw that clip with the dude who plays Rhino. I think he was also Billy in Jurassic Park 3.
Yeah, Alessandro what the fuck is his name? Alessandro Nivola.
He makes like this weird groaning noise when he's told like bad news.
Yeah.
And I genuinely cannot tell if it was added by the person that recorded the video, or if it was actually from the movie.
No, he does make a weird noise in the movie in that scene. Yes, that is 100% accurate.
Like, I thought it was like an actual scream or like a groan or something, but no, it was just like a croak.
Yeah.
Kind of high pitched croak.
Yeah, it was bizarre for sure. Yeah, I'm surprising that scene is now the meme of that movie, when there was like a really bizarre line read from young Kraven early on in the movie that I thought surely would have been a meme itself, but I guess not.
The internet picks and chooses.
I guess so. Yeah. No, the movie's not very good. I guess you were talking earlier, not to spoil the movie, but you were talking earlier about Madam Web, how none of the other Sony movies have like references to other Sony movies in this universe. But I guess this one kind of does, because there's a scene towards the end when a character is talking to Kraven and he says, "Yeah, I know this doctor in New York." They never say Morbius.
Morbius reference?
That's what I was thinking. I was like, please say Dr. Michael Morbius, but they never do. They just say, "Yeah, I know this doctor in New York." And I'm like, okay, it's obvious it's Morbius, but I don't know. I guess they just didn't want to make it obvious enough.
Oh, man.
I don't know.
Cowards.
Yeah, that's what I think.
It was rated R too, right?
Yeah, which I guess was kind of cool, because then it was very violent, but I don't know, it just didn't save the movie. It wouldn't have really made a difference. Like, the movie could be PG-13, it would still be the same thing, you know?
I guess because people thought, like, I mean, I'm of the part like that the Venom movies would be a lot better if they were rated R.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, they wouldn't fix the glaring problems with it, but it would be great.
Yeah, it'd be a little bit more bearable, which, yeah, I don't know. I didn't really feel a difference with this movie being rated R than if it was PG-13. It was just kind of the same thing that we've seen, you know?
Yeah.
And then, of course, just the Rhino character design is just bad, which is bizarre. Like, because this is 10 years after The Amazing Spider-Man 2, and that also was a bad Rhino design, apparently, but I don't know, I feel like this one's worse. It felt like a character design that's 20 years too late. Like, I feel like you'd see that kind of Spider-Man villain character design 20 years ago in a superhero movie, not in current day. It felt like we took a couple steps back, you know?
Yeah. Like, I imagine Paul Hunnam's Rhino would have been better than whatever they gave us in Kraven.
Oh man, yeah. They really fumbled the bag with Paul Giamatti, man. We could have had something great because it's Paul Giamatti, but no.
Say hello to Alexis. I always remember that. Because like he does this really weird laugh immediately after introducing himself
Yeah.
to nobody.
Oh, well. Anyway, yeah. Kraven was not something I was craving. So there.
Mwah.
Womp womp. All right. We've moved on from the 3s out of 10s to now the 4s out of 10s because now we are at Megalopolis.
I still have not seen this.
Endless garbage. Oh, boy.
Endless trash.
Yeah. So, Megalopolis, the movie that Francis Ford Coppola made with his own money. It was a passion project. It was bad. Yeah.
Go back to the club.
Yeah, that's the big line from the movie is oh, what the fuck is it? Adam Driver? Fuck, I almost forgot. Kylo Ren. He goes, yeah, he says a really weird line where he just goes like, "Go back to the club," and people thought that was funny, which yeah, it was funny.
Detached from his body.
Is this head detached from his body?
No, it wasn't. It just looks like his head is just like detached from his body when he does the movement.
Yeah, it kind of does. Yeah, I mean, he gets shot in the face at one point in the movie, and it's really funny. That's the thing. There's elements of a so bad it's good movie in this. Like, cause a lot of people have been saying that. Like there are people who are trying to praise it as like, oh, it's an artistic vision, and it's like, no, it's just it's up its own ass, is what it is.
Is it like pretentious? Because like that's the like, so pretentious.
It's it's pretty painfully pretentious, but like in a way that's funny. That's like you're laughing
not like
at it.
Heretic levels of pretentious.
No, where you're just like, oh, you're laughing at it because you know it's an old man being pretentious. You're just like, ah, you stupid fuck. It's funny.
You senile old man.
Yeah, it's funny and how pretentious it is, but it is also kind of boring. Like, cause it's 138 minutes long. I remember James wanted us to watch it in a wheel night setting, and we did. We watched it all in VC. But like, man, that was a lot because 138 minutes is a lot, which is why like the perfect wheel night movie is something that's heinous and awful, but like hilarious, but also short, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I get why this is seen as like a so bad it's good movie. I just found it a little too boring at times to truly get that ironic appeal out of it.
Whenever I see it, I'm just like, I'll keep my expectations at a low.
Yeah, I think it's worth watching, but don't expect this so bad it's good film as like, you know, one of the funniest bad movies you've ever seen. It's just it's funny at times, but mostly it's just pretentious and kind of boring.
Oh yeah, that's the main consensus of what I've heard.
Yeah, exactly. Well, speaking of boring, Kung Fu Panda 4 from 2024. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah. Boy, was this movie a waste of everybody's time. I mean, I guess it was good because I got to record the Kung Fu Panda episode with Olivia and Yinsid, and I did get to appreciate the original trilogy for Kung Fu Panda because I like those first 3 movies and I've added them to my collection. They're great films. But then I watched the 4th one and I realized, oh wow, this really sucks.
It's such a waste of time, and
there's no reason for it to exist.
I really hate this movie like so much, but I'm grasping at like nothing in terms of what I want to say about it, because like I feel like everything that has been, it's like Megamind and the Doom Syndicate, everything that could be said has been said about this movie. Particularly by the animation community.
Yeah. I guess my thing, Mr. Beast is Panda Pig. That's my poster for it still.
Yeah, what a great year it was for Mr. Beast.
Yeah,
where nothing happened.
But yeah, no, it's not a good movie, Kung Fu Panda 4. It's from the same director as Surviving Christmas, so with the signs were there that it wasn't going to be good. But yeah, if you want more details about what doesn't work about it, go listen to the Kung Fu Panda episode. Apparently it was the most listened to episode for the podcast in the year, so that's cool, at least on Spotify.
Yeah.
If we're going off of YouTube, then weirdly enough, it was episode 101 with me and William where we did 9 Lives of Fritz the Cat and Showgirls 2. Because that one blew the fuck up. Like, nobody commented on it, but apparently it has like 1,000 views on YouTube. Like,
Bruh.
out of all episodes this year, that one...
People just really wanted to know your thoughts on 9 Lives.
I guess so. And Showgirls too, I guess. So, yeah, Kung Fu Panda 4, Kung Fu Panda Snore.
Screaming Goat, that's it.
Oh, yeah, there's a screaming goat in that one. Ugh. Abigail, the vampire ballerina movie. I didn't like it, but I think some people liked it. You liked it, I guess.
I think it was fine. Like, I think I just have a soft spot for there are certain biases I have.
Yeah,
like,
of course.
The directors I like because not Ready Player One, Ready or Not.
Yeah, the better Ready movie.
You haven't seen Ready or Not yet, have you?
No, I haven't because I mean the only other movies I've seen from these guys are the Scream movies.
And bits of VHS.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, I haven't seen Ready or Not. It is in my watch list. So someday, but not yet, Minion, not yet.
Yeah, that one's a fun movie. Abigail was okay, I guess.
Sure.
Like I like the concept of it. Like, a bunch of kidnappers are trapped with the vampire. Like, and I like how it keeps like a gothic kind of atmosphere with the house that they go to.
Yeah.
Giancarlo Esposito got is that his name? Giancarlo?
Yeah, Giancarlo Esposito.
Got a fat paycheck, probably.
You can explain that with a lot of movies he's been in. This because he was also in Megalopolis and another movie we're going to be talking about later. But yeah,
he's going to be in Captain America: Brave New World.
Man, sheesh, Giancarlo, go back to being in good stuff.
Honestly, I respect the grind. Get that money, man.
Look, even in the bad stuff I've seen him in this year, he's been good because I mean he is a great actor, like for sure.
Yeah.
But like
usually he's always pretty good.
Yeah, but like go back to choosing good stuff so I can watch you in good stuff. I still haven't seen Breaking Bad, but someday I'll get to it.
Last chance to look at me, Hector.
Yeah, no, I just wasn't a fan of this. I don't know. I liked certain aspects of it. I thought Dan Stevens was pretty good in it.
Yeah, he's fun.
Yeah.
He's fun.
Yeah, but I don't know. It just wasn't for me. I feel like there are other horror movies from this year that I liked more.
Yeah, I think what kind of ruined it for me was kind of the ending felt really overstuffed.
Yeah. It's also
like
109
it went on for
minutes. Yeah. It
could have been like 10, 15 minutes shorter.
Yeah, it could have been just like an hour and a half. I feel like I probably would have liked it a little more if it really like trimmed itself down.
Yeah.
But or maybe just be a short film, because I feel like with a concept like this, maybe just make it a short film, but whatever. The movie itself, I can only judge, and yeah, it just wasn't for me. I just didn't like it.
Wasn't too thrilled.
No, wasn't thrilling. I like the poster though. Another one of these bad movies that has a really good poster that I have for it, where it's
she's got British teeth.
Yeah, she got like it's like her face and it's all bloody, but then like her teeth spell out Abigail. Like, yeah, that's clever. I like that. So, next film, Under Paris or Sous la Seine.
This is like a shark movie.
This is a shark movie. It's a Netflix shark movie. I believe I put this on my watch list. I think because friend of the podcast, Shinrab Jira, go fuck yourself, shadow ban me. He watched it a bunch of months back, and I was like, oh, this sounds interesting. So I put it on my watch list, and then Halloween rolled around, and I thought, oh, let me just watch this shark horror film from France, and I watched it, and yeah, I wasn't too thrilled by it. I thought it was kind of boring. Yeah. I mean, it had certain aspects I liked. Like, the shark was kind of cool, and I like that the dumbass environmentalists were kind of the villains for the movie. And I like how it kind of ends in a bit of a pessimistic way. Like, it ends, I won't give anything specifically away, but I guess I'll say like the shark kind of wins in the end, which I thought was kind of cool.
The
But
shark always wins.
yeah, but I don't know. The film itself is just kind of boring, and yeah, I just wasn't a fan of it by the end of it.
I mean, probably the best thing Netflix has made all year.
Probably. I would not be shocked if it was up there as one of the better things Netflix has made. So
Yeah.
I like the poster. It's kind of cool because it's like a shark net, but it's in the shape of the Eiffel Tower. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, not a good film.
Yeah. I'll give it a watch eventually.
I think you'd get.
I like
something out of
shark.
it.
I like sharks, but
yeah, you should watch it. Yinsid should watch it. I think if you're a big fan of sharks, you should watch this movie. I don't know if you'll get anything out of it, but it's worth a shot. Okay. All right. Another disappointing horror film. First Omen. Oh boy, I was not a fan of this one. And it's a shame because there were aspects I liked about it, but I really didn't get into this one.
yeah.
How many of the Omen movies have you seen?
I've seen the first one like way back in quarantine. I think it's the second one, but I don't remember anything about it.
Okay.
If I saw the second one, it would have been at the same time as the first one. Let me check. The Omen 2.
Yeah, it's called like Damien Omen.
Damien the Omen 2.
Yeah, it's not a very good title.
Yeah, I have not seen that.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I like the first two Omens. Not in love with them, but I like them. I don't know, maybe the second one. I don't know. I seemed to probably was in a really good mood when I saw the second one because I actually thought it was pretty good. But 3 was pretty bad. 4 was awful, but like really funny. Anyway, so then the first Omen is supposed to be a prequel. I heard it was really good. A lot of people I follow really liked it, and then I watched it, and it just because at first it was fine, and then it had some really cool aspects to it, some really good gore, and then it just completely falls for a bunch of prequel tropes you see in a lot of movies where it's like, oh, we got to set up the first movie, but we got to make sure everything falls into place, and it's just kind of embarrassing.
Yeah,
it wasn't very good.
Like legacy prequel, I guess.
Yeah, because they oh god, they have like scenes towards the end where they're just like kind of rushing everything to be like, oh, there's gonna be this guy, this U.S. ambassador, and they have like a picture of Gregory Peck's character from the first one. It's like, can we not do this? Like, I already know what's gonna happen in the first movie.
Hey, come on, dude.
But then they also do this weird thing where they have like an after credit scene implying there's going to be more sequels.
Wait, an after credit scene for an Omen movie? Seriously?
Yeah. But like, so in the first Omen movie, the true mother of Damien is dead because they go to her gravesite. But to spoil the first Omen, the main character of the first Omen is technically Damien's real mother. But then she's alive at the end. She's like living in a cabin with some other characters. And then like Father, what's his name? Ralph Ineson's character, Father Brennan, comes to them and is just like, oh, Damien's alive. And then it like cuts to black, implying there's going to be like, sequels. But it's like, okay, the sequel to the first Omen would be Omen. It's like, what are we doing here? Are we rebooting it? But still,
I mean, we already had an Omen remake, like 10 years ago.
Yeah, with the Liev Schreiber one. I didn't watch that one. But yeah, so like, is this a reboot? But it still has Gregory Peck's character. Are we saying Omen 2 through 4 are no longer canon? Is that what we're saying?
Is this the Halloween 2018 thing?
I have no idea what they're doing. I don't know what they're doing. It's like, why is this one liked? I don't get it. But whatever. I thought it was okay, and then it just completely nosedove towards the end, and it just got worse and worse. And real waste of some actors I really like Ralph Ineson's in it, Charles Dance, Bill Nighy. I love these actors, even though they have
at least
They have
Ralph Ineson was in Nosferatu,
that
so he
is
wasn't
true. Yeah,
totally wasted this year.
yeah. But I love him as an actor. I love Charles Dance as an actor, and even though he's been in a lot of bad stuff, like I like him as an actor. I think he's can be really good, but
Yeah.
even though he's been in a lot of bad stuff, if you look at his filmography, but still really good actor. Um, but yeah, wasn't a fan of First Omen. I highly recommend it to if maybe some people get something out of it, but if you want an Omen movie, I recommend the first two and even four. Like, cause four was a TV movie, but it was really funny. Like, I got some entertainment out of Omen 4. I'll say that. Um, ooh, here we go. So this was technically released in 2023 during festivals, but it got its theatrical release in 2024. So I'm counting it. Late Night with the Devil. Let's talk.
Ah.
Let's talk about it. I liked it. Well, I liked it in concept. Wasn't really gelling with it. Got worse and worse, and then the ending completely ruins it.
Yeah.
And on top of
David-
that, there was the AI stuff, which was annoying.
Yeah, the AI stuff was
Which sucks because the AI stuff is only like 1/60th of the movie. It's quite literally just the "We'll be right back" title.
I think
cards.
it's just like how obviously AI it is. Like
Yeah.
you have the rest of the movie, which is relatively like creative when it comes to like art and set design and stuff, and then just like this stuff, and then you have the "We'll be right back" segments, which is just like
they look like you see those there's like those weird videos on YouTube where they'll just be like, oh, Super Mario in live action but in the 1950s, and it's like, yeah,
Super Mario in real life.
yeah, essentially. And they get you can tell it's AI where it's just like, yeah, this has kind of the general idea of a 1950s aesthetic, but I don't know, there's just it's too weird looking that
like Wes Anderson's Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
That one I saw, I fucking hated.
Yeah, but those are also embarrassing because it's like, oh, this is what Wes Anderson would do if he did Star Wars. It's like, no, he wouldn't. It's what an AI thinks he would do, but it's not at all.
It wouldn't look like shit.
No, yeah, it also wouldn't look like shit, exactly. But yeah, that's essentially what those things look like. They look like, yeah, I guess you would see that in a 1970s title, but also there's something off about it where it's like, no, this is not at all what it would be like. Even then, just I don't know, the like barring in mind the AI stuff, I don't know, just the attempts at trying to recapture the 70s aesthetic I thought were pretty lackluster, because I guess the visuals, like when they're actually on the television, like when it's supposed to look like a grainy television, they look fine, but then the sound design is way too crisp and clean.
Yeah.
Which I get it, because we have modern sound equipment, so you're gonna make it sound good, but it's like, no, in that case, make it sound like shit. That kind of adds to the fact that it looks like it would have come from the 70s, and it kind of adds to the creepiness of it all. It's like, no,
there's a reason why analog horror is super popular.
Yeah, it's creepy that you can't understand things, or like things that are old sound weird. Like there's a creepiness to that because yeah, exactly. But they don't do that. They make it sound pretty crisp, and it just doesn't gel well. And then
they also flip flop between like the No,
you go ahead.
They also like flip flop between the TV narrative, and then they have like the actual movie where I think it was in like black and white, and they show like when the cameras are off. Do you remember that?
Yeah, they have like the apparently someone was filming their conversations for some reason. Like that's never explained, like who's filming them and how they got really good audio quality of all even though the camera's like, I don't know, a couple feet away, you can just hear them crystal clear. It's bizarre. Yeah, and then they just completely drop the aesthetic altogether, so it's no longer a retelling of these events. It's just straight up just from the perspective of David Des McCallion's Jack Delroy's perspective, where he's just like in his own mind, and you can see like his wife dying, and like everybody's like, oh, it's all crazy and stuff. It's like, okay, you're just completely dropping the point now, and I hate when movies do that, when
you're trying to have your cake and eat it too.
Yeah, I hate when movies that are trying to pretend to be like a mockumentary, or like they have like a specific aesthetic they're trying to get down, so they're trying to be a found footage kind of thing, and they just drop that for the last 20 minutes. I hate that. It annoys the hell out of me.
It's like there's this found footage movie, Apollo 18, I think.
I've always wanted to
And
see that.
in that movie, the space shuttle, spoilers, the space shuttle gets destroyed, but it's a found footage movie, so that implies that the camera was found by someone else, and then the footage was converted.
How convenient.
So who converted the footage? NASA?
Yeah,
The aliens?
I guess so. That's bizarre.
Stanley Kubrick?
Yeah, it was Kubrick himself on the moon. Yeah. So, look, again, besides the whole AI stuff, this movie's just not very good. I think it doesn't do justice to its concept, and I'm really
A lot of wasted potential.
I'm really pissed off by that. I was really disappointed by this.
I want David Dustmal. How do you pronounce his name?
I was hoping you'd know.
Yeah, because like there was the one you did earlier, and I was just like, I think that's way off.
Yeah, David Dast McCallion.
I thought it was David Dust Malchain.
David Dast Malchian. David Dast Macaulay Culkin.
We'll just call him Dave.
Yeah, Dave.
I thought Dave's performance was really good. I really liked seeing him as the lead.
He's a really good actor, and I know he can do.
I really want him to. I really want to see him as a lead in a much better movie.
Yeah, me too. All right, but let's move on. Late Night with the Devil, more like shit.
Lame.
Lame Night with the Devil. Damn, that's really good. Speaking of lame horror, let's keep it going. Just disappointing horror after disappointing horror. This one was far more popular. Longlegs.
Oh my god. Oh, this movie is so frustrating. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Why was this one popular again?
Because of the marketing. The marketing was really, really good.
I guess so. Yeah, I must have missed it. I really must not have been paying attention because I can't remember any commercials for it.
The teasers for this movie were so mysterious. Like the first indicator of this movie was this still photo of this random family with ominous music playing in the background, and there's this 911 call in the background, and it's really, really good. Like, it's downright genius marketing. And then you see the movie, and it's just, what the fuck was the point? Why did you market it like this? When the movie is just generic Hail Satan?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's what makes me so angry about it.
Yeah. So it's weird because people are like, "Oh, this is a fresh new take." It's like, no, it's not. It's
just Hail Satan.
Yeah, exactly. It's the kind of Satanist kind of horror stuff we've seen before, which is fine, but then I don't know, it doesn't really do anything that different with it. It's your typical serial killer horror film. It's your typical Satanist horror film. Yeah, I really don't see what separates this from other movies to make it like this huge thing.
Like if you've seen Zodiac or any movie
Zodiac
where there's like
really
a mysterious serial killer that leaves like, if you've seen Saw, if you've seen Seven, you've seen this movie.
Silence
basically.
of the Lambs. I saw a lot of comparisons made. Like
Silence of the Lambs. I don't know about Silence of the Lambs because like the killer is kind of a background thing.
Yeah.
While the investigation is the forefront.
I did see a lot of comparisons though to it, but I mean, still
in Longlegs, the serial killer aspect and the investigation aspect are both kind of in the forefront.
Sure, yeah. I mean, still though, Silence of the Lambs, way better movie than Longlegs.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, duh.
Nicolas Cage, he was funny.
Yeah. Which he shouldn't be in a movie like this. You should have a very serious performance, which Nick Cage is absolutely capable of. But
no, yeah, he's very capable of making Longlegs a very interesting character. I think he did for the most part. Like I paid attention whenever he was on screen.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know what he was gonna do.
And then he killed himself.
And then he banged his head against the desk because I guess he was frustrated by the internal logic of the movie.
I guess
which,
so.
By the way, the 14th birthday things. What the hell, man?
Oh yeah, explain that to me again. So
I think Longlegs only strikes families with kids that have birthdays that fall on the 14th of the month. The main character, Lee Harker, had a birthday on the 14th of the month. And before he was working alone, and then after he ran into Lee Harker as a child, he recruited her mom to kind of help him. And then they started doing more birthday murders together. And then there was the whole thing with the police chief's daughter, which, what the fuck, man? So the police chief finds out that the victims are all families with children that with birthdays that fall on the 14th of the month, but he doesn't connect the dots that his own fucking daughter.
I guess he forgot.
He forgot his own daughter's birthday.
Yeah, and even if he was like, I don't know, maybe in on it, that's never really explained very well. The villain plan in this movie, I said it in my review, is like Attack of the Clones, where Satan wants kids born on the 14th killed, so he sends Nicolas Cage to do that, and then Nicolas Cage sends her mom to do that, and it's like, okay, why are we sending all these people down? Just cut out the middleman, just do it yourself.
And then the mom doesn't want to do it, so she has dolls doing it.
Oh yeah, then she has dolls doing it. Exactly. So it's like, what? Hold on, like, why is there this chain of command here? Just cut out the middleman, just do it yourself.
You're Satan, just fucking do it yourself.
Yeah, but yeah, also that leads to the question, okay, why the 14th specifically? Like,
and I think it might be some sort of Bible stuff.
Maybe.
I'm not an expert on that, but
but even still, yeah, it's not
even still, like, I wish there was some more mystery to it.
Yeah,
because in the ending, they just explained the whole connection with Longlegs and Satan and the family.
Yeah.
And oh man, it makes me so angry.
It is frustrating, yeah. So Longlegs, overrated.
Overrated as hell.
So
yeah.
Moving on to the next horror film that just disappointed me. Woo, let's go, keep going. MaXXXine. I finally got into the X trilogy this year, and I was thoroughly disappointed for doing that.
I still think, I don't know, I don't remember enough about the first X to say enough, but I remember liking it.
Yeah, I rewatched it. It holds up. I will go to bat for X. I think it's very good. I mean,
but
it's
Pearl,
I'll even. I mean, I agree with you. I think it is kind of boring. Like in its first half, it's definitely stronger in its second half when you have that Mia Goth
Emma Stone.
Yeah.
Emma Stone.
Or like her whole monologue where it's just like her for like 10 minutes. Like, I actually really liked that scene. I thought she was really good in the movie. And it's like, okay, I don't think Pearl as a full package is a good movie, but it has aspects of it that make it kind of shine a little more than your average 5 out of 10 horror movies I've seen. It's like, okay, there's something special here. Maybe they can, expand upon it in MaXXXine. And then they didn't do that. I mean, to be fair, Pearl is canonically dead by the time you get to MaXXXine. Like, so I get it. But also, okay, what's the point of watching MaXXXine? Because MaXXXine as a character, she was great in the first X. She's completely worthless in this movie. I don't understand why we need to still follow along with her, And I'll say this, the ending is awful. Like, the movie is like pretty boring for the most part, and then the ending is just awful. The third act, when it's revealed that it was her dad tailing her, and then he's just like, we're gonna make you a star, we're gonna put you in a bunch of PSA movies, and we're gonna spread the word about how bad Satanism is and how good Christianity
another
is.
Satanist thing?
Yeah, another Satanist thing. It's like,
oh my god.
Yeah. And I mean it when I say this is like a bad Nostalgia Critic sketch. You know those Nostalgia Critic sketches where like he hyperbolizes Hollywood, or like makes these people like, oh, our great evil plan is that we're gonna spread things in PSAs. It's like,
we're gonna make Shyamalan into an Avatar villain.
Yeah, exactly. But that's funny because it's a YouTube series, whereas this is a movie,
that you're supposed to take seriously.
Yeah, so when he's just like, yeah, we're gonna put you in my PSAs and we're gonna spread the word of God, and it's like, that's your plan? Like, that's so stupid.
Fucking, at least Longlegs had like the mystery to it.
Yeah, there was some mystery to it, and it did have Nicolas Cage, whereas here you had Giancarlo Esposito also on autopilot, but at least his autopilot is more charismatic than Mia Goth. Yeah, Mia Goth, who was so good in the first two movies, in X and Pearl, she's actually really spectacular. She's done nothing in this movie. Like, the magic of her performances are just gone. She's just on autopilot, and it's dumb. It's so boring. Yeah, she looks like she doesn't want to be there, which I don't blame her. The movie's completely pointless.
Yeah, it's not very good.
Yeah, no, I like the idea of whenever there was a flashback, it had a VHS filter over it. It's like, oh, that's clever. But then that's it. Yeah, the rest of the movie is just bad.
All right.
Yeah.
Moving on
to Moana 2. Okay, so you said we could only talk about this for 2 seconds. So count it out. So, Moana 2. Okay, we're done. Okay.
All right, cool.
Red one. Oh, now we're talking. Now we're cooking with some gas, my friend. Red one.
Yeah, we're gonna start a grease fire.
Yeah. Red one. I mean, it's not very good, but what did you expect? You know,
it's Dwayne Johnson and Chris Evans in like a Christmas Marvel movie.
Yeah. It's not even supposed to be Marvel. It's yeah. Who released this? MGM.
This is MGM.
Woof. Wow. Yeah, no, it's bad. But you know what? I had some fun with it. Where I'm like, it's Christmas. It's a Christmas movie.
We got snowmen.
Yeah. It's so cringy in how much it takes itself seriously, this movie. Because Dwayne Johnson, the whole movie, is kind of like this serious character. He's not quipping or making jokes. I mean, I guess
he does make jokes. He's just like,
but he's taking himself very seriously while saying those jokes. So
I mean, he's playing a fucking giant elf.
Yeah, but he doesn't look anything like an elf. He just looks like
he doesn't have pointed ears. He just has a leather outfit.
At the very most, you would have him have pointed ears. So then you're just like, okay,
that would be funny.
He's 7 foot Dwayne the Rock Johnson, but at least they give the pointed ears. But yeah, no, I guess that would look stupid. But it's like,
that would look ridiculous in a movie where Dwayne Johnson shrinks down. That's the ability
that never got old.
With
the tiny Dwayne Johnson punching people never was not funny. It was so goofy. Yeah.
When I saw this for the first time, I saw Nick Kroll's name in the credits, and I was just like, "Oh no!"
Yeah,
and then he was in one scene, and I was just like, "Oh, thank God."
Yeah, he wasn't the worst. He didn't really save the movie or anything, but you know,
I think I just hate Nick Kroll a lot.
No, that's entirely valid. I hate Nick Kroll too because he's not funny. So,
he got possessed for a second, then he got frozen, which was like, I guess that was funny.
Yeah, this movie has Krampus and J.K. Simmons.
Not a good Krampus.
Not a good Krampus. Yeah. No.
Not like the 2015 masterpiece.
Yeah. I'll agree to that. I think Krampus 2015 was probably slightly better than this one. I didn't like it either, but you know what? I'm with you guys. Sure. Team Krampus 2015.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, like I said, J.K. Simmons as Santa, which, I mean, is a good idea. I like J.K. Simmons. He's one of my favorite actors of all time, but oh boy, yeah, he's wasted.
They really tried to go out of their way to make Santa look cool, but because like there's an entire scene dedicated to him just like lifting weights and working out.
Yeah, and he's like,
and he talks about fucking carbing up for Christmas.
He's like lifting really heavy weights, and he just goes, "All right, let's go heavy." You're just like, "Oh, he's so cool."
oh man, this is your grandpa's Santa, and then he spends like 90% of the movie trapped in a ball.
Yeah, in a crystal ball. Yeah, it's stupid. But there's some fun to be had with Red One. I wouldn't mind rewatching it around Christmas time.
I like making jokes about Red One.
Yeah.
Like,
it's so much fun.
It's this year's Morbius.
Oh, totally. Yeah, this year's Morbius is not Madam Web. It's Red One for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had some fun with it, so I recommend people watch it though. Preferably
a level 4 naughty lister. I will never stop quoting that because that is just
it's good. Yeah,
it's so funny.
Yeah, if you don't like this movie, you're a level 4 naughty lister.
Oh, is that funny to you?
Red One, more like peak one.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to Argyle.
Oh. I can't remember like anything about this other than like the opening scene where you have Henry Cavill just spinning Dua Lipa around.
Yeah, so
there's like
this movie, so there's a lot of plot twists in this movie because it's a spy thriller and you don't know who the bad guys are really or whatever.
From the twisted mind of Matthew Vaughn.
Yeah. I mean, this one was it was more of a meme towards the beginning of the year because people were complaining that they kept playing the trailers for it everywhere, which, I mean, I found the trailers annoying, but I don't know. I didn't see them as often as other movie trailers. So like, it didn't really stand out in my mind in that case, but
I think the Bullet Train trailer was like more everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, at least with Bullet Train, that's a good movie. So it led to a good movie, but yeah, oh God, the Bullet Train trailer. What a shame because it was a really good trailer. It got me interested. And then by the 70th time I watched it, I was sick of it. I'm like, I don't want to watch this movie anymore. But then I watched it and I was like, oh wait, no, this is a good movie because it's Bullet Train. Yeah, we love Bullet Train. But yeah, that was such a shame. But I guess we gotta bring it round town with Argyle because I said in my review that I hope I remembered something to talk about it during this particular episode. So yeah, okay. The thing I needed to remember was the mid-credit scene. What happened in the mid-credit scene?
Wasn't there like
that's when it's supposed to be? That takes place at the Kingsman because Matthew Vaughn, Kingsman.
Wait, what?
So the mid-credit scene takes place at an English bar, and the English bar is called the Kingsman. Because Matthew Vaughn directed Kingsman, The Secret Service. Again, I like Kingsman. I like the first Kingsman. It's a really good movie, but come on, dude, like move on.
I mean, it's not the worst post-credit scene involving Kingsman.
Yeah, I guess. But so in this one, it takes place in the Kingsman, an English bar, and they reveal that Henry Cavill exists. No, they reveal that Henry Cavill exists at the very end of the movie when he has like a mullet. And he sees Bryce Dallas Howard. No, in this one, there's an actual Argyle, like an actual spy named Argyle in the real world. That's not Bryce Dallas Howard, because that's the twist of the movie: is that Argyle is not Henry Cavill. Argyle is Bryce Dallas Howard.
He just has amnesia, right? Right?
Yeah, she has amnesia because. Oh boy! Oh, this movie's getting dumber the more I'm thinking about it. Oh God, it's coming back to me, Jesus! Oh God, no! Yeah, no, that's the thing with this movie. It's annoying and how many twists are in this movie. Like, there's so many. It's twists.
Coming back to you, like when you remember in the Raiders of the Lost Ark when they open the Ark and all the ghosts come out.
Yeah,
it's like that.
Yeah, the guy. Yeah, I'm the guy. Yeah, my head's exploding. I'm Paul. The guy's head is exploding. He's like, Yeah, no, it's. Oh boy, yeah, I'm not a good movie. I will be doing an episode on it in the coming weeks, though, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah, Matthew Vaughn continues not delivering.
Yep, it's what a shame because again, I really like the first Kingsman, but Woof.
You haven't seen Golden Circle yet.
I have
you?
not seen Golden Circle, and I haven't seen the prequel with the Hitler mid-credit scene. No, I want to.
I still can't believe it.
I want to
Fucking
see
Hitler.
that. I want to see that because I want to see them go through with the Hitler
I'm
tease.
not kidding. When they build him up as like a Marvel villain, like
that sounds
there's
awesome.
a big
That's awesome.
They shake hands and there's a big like pause with orchestral music in the background.
That
like,
sounds
boom,
great. Yeah,
boom.
I want to see that. I want to see that fulfilled. I want to see Hitler as a Marvel villain. That's awesome.
Oh my god, they Thanos him.
Oh, that sounds great. Oh, I can't wait. But yeah, Argyle, not good.
Not our good.
Not our good, exactly. All right. Ooh, another fourth animated movie in a series, Despicable Me 4, which this one a lot of people hated. I thought it was also bad.
It's bad, but like it's not offensively bad.
Yeah,
like,
no,
come on.
It's about on par with the other sequels, which I also don't like.
Like going into Despicable Me 4 expecting fucking a masterpiece.
Yeah, it's better than Kung Fu Panda 4, I'll give you that, but
yeah,
it also handles the villains coming back better than Kung Fu Panda 4.
Oh my god, that is so funny.
Yeah, which it was, I mean, it's still a weird scene. Like, remember, they're just all in jail and they're just all like singing like everybody wants to rule the world. It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
Cute.
It is cute. Yeah, but it is bizarre. But the movie itself, I don't know. Yeah, it was just kind of boring. And it by the time the third act was happening, I was like, oh, what? We're already here? Oh, okay. Like, so I guess it goes by pretty fast, so there's that, I guess.
The villain is obsessed with cockroaches.
Yeah, he's voiced by Will Ferrell. So we didn't get Will Ferrell returning for Megamind, but we got him in this, which this is better than Megamind versus the Doom Syndicate too. So
this is a better movie involving minions.
Yeah. Well, no, he's actually called Old Chum now in Megamind.
Oh god, really?
Yeah, that was real. They changed his name from Minion to Old Chum. I don't know why. Like, they try to explain it as like, oh, I guess they make it a joke because Minions are now trademarked by Illumination, but it's like,
but they're both owned by Universal.
They're both under Universal, exactly. So you'd think, okay, that doesn't matter then, but whatever. Who cares? It's Megamind for babies. Who cares? Nobody cares. So
nobody gives a shit.
Yeah, just like Despicable Me 4. I don't give a shit about
Group canonically has sex.
Well, yes. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the baby. Yeah. So, all right, what's next? Ooh, Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire.
Have you seen the banner I have for this movie?
No, I have not. Let me go and look. Ooh, Dan Stevens. What even is that scene from? I don't remember.
It's the scene where they're going into the Hollow Earth and everything is like crazy, like strobe lights, and he's screaming into the camera.
That's awesome. That's so funny. Yeah, no, mine is just a standard the scene at the pyramids, but it's like a promotional image, I guess. Yeah, I thought it looked cool, but yeah, we talked about it on the podcast already, so we don't have to go into it, but it's not good. Well, yeah.
I can't stay mad at it. It's still not good, but like I can't stay mad at it.
Yeah, no. When it comes to like bad Hollywood movies, like this is not, the MonsterVerse movies are nowhere near the worst I've ever seen.
Like it still delivers on what the title promises.
I like the Kong stuff. I like like anything involving Kong. I was a huge fan of. Like, but the rest of the movie just made it awful. So but yeah,
no more Junkie XL.
Sure, I can agree to that. I mean, you and me, we're not the biggest Junkie XL haters. That title belongs to William.
No, Lily and William.
Lily and William hate him so much, which is really funny. But yeah, Godzilla X Kong: New Empire. If you want to hear more about it, go listen to the episode.
Yeah.
Ooh, Alien Romulus. Anybody?
Romuli.
Another movie I talked about on the podcast in the 9.5 hour long podcast episode.
Oof.
But I mean, it's not the worst. I'm still very much a believer that I think Covenant is the worst Alien movie.
I haven't seen Covenant in so long, so
It's
I can't really say. I think this one is kind of like Longlegs for me, where there's like a bunch of really cool ideas, but I think it's just the way they're executed is just so.
Yeah,
I think this one is definitely better than Longlegs. I'll say that.
Oh yeah, I like this more than Longlegs. I didn't hate it for most of the movie. Like I was kind of into it for most of it. And then the Ian Holmes stuff happened. And I was like, oh, okay.
I think the worst aspect of the movie is definitely the fan service.
Oh, it's so bad. You know, it's so bad that I didn't even notice the worst fan service of it all. Like when fucking Andy kills one of the aliens and he goes, "Get away from her, you bitch." Like
come on,
I didn't realize,
that's so out of character.
Yeah, it's out of character, and I didn't realize until afterwards that was like the line read was so bad that it didn't register in my head as a reference to aliens. I was just like, oh yeah, he just said that because whatever. And then as I'm driving home, I'm like, wait a minute, no, that was a reference to aliens.
there was a point in the beginning where one of the characters was on a video game and the video game goes, "Game over, man."
Oh, that hurts. Yeah, see, these sound like the worst aspects of fan service, and they didn't even register with me. That's how bad they were. Like I didn't even register them at first.
Like I really like the ideas that it has. Like I love the zero gravity acid blood sequence. That was really cool.
Yeah, it was cool.
Or
visually.
the hybrid, the alien. I guess Resurrection kind of did it first.
Yeah, Resurrection did it first, but I think I like
the way they did this in this movie with it being way more grotesque.
Yeah, I like this design more than the one in Resurrection. It's just that they don't do anything interesting with this design. They just have it. And then it's just a standard, you know, absurd Hollywood blockbuster climax where she's dangling out the side of a spaceship on a rope, but she survives miraculously. It's so tensionless. Which yeah, Alien Resurrection, far better. So chef's kiss. Alien Resurrection is so much better. Which I know
she said fuck, it's funny.
I know nobody thinks nobody thinks, everybody probably thinks me and Lily are joking when we say Alien Resurrection is fun. No, we are the two biggest Alien Resurrection fans in the world. We unironically. It's so funny, such a funny movie. Although if you want a real movie from the director, watch Amelie, which that is a really good movie. But yeah.
Andy is a great character. I really like I really hope I see more of I think this is his first like really big movie.
Yeah, he was great. The actor.
Yeah, the actor was great. I really like how he portrayed the character. I really hope he's in more stuff after this because he's fantastic.
I'd like to see him in more stuff. Yeah, I thought he was really good. He almost made me believe he was the character I was sympathizing the most with. Like he was making all these great choices towards the middle. I'm like, yeah, this is very logical. And then the movie tries to chastise him because it's just like, oh, you didn't let her in through the door. It's like, no, he was right to do so because the alien was on the other side. Like, and he was doing what he was told. He was protecting the main character. That's his job. What do you mean? Like he isn't doing what he's supposed to be doing? It's so stupid, but you know, we already talked about it. So again, go listen to the 9.5 hour long Alien episode.
If you got 9.5 hours to speak.
Yeah. Some people do.
Yeah.
Moving on to the 5 out of 10s now with I Saw the TV Glow. This one's very controversial.
I need to watch it again.
Yeah.
I need to watch it again because I didn't get it the first time I saw it.
Well, so here's the thing, because like a lot of friends of mine really like this one, and that's fine. Mm-hmm. I didn't. And I think my biggest issue with it, because I think a lot of it really works. I think the music is really good. I think the cinematography especially is really fucking good. I think the concept itself is a neat idea, but maybe switch it. Because the way they show the concept is they say like, oh, you know, the main character is actually, you know, their true self is the main character in a TV show they grew up watching. And it's like, like, I get what it's saying about identity. And like, I actually really like the concept of not being able to breathe within your own skin, kind of feeling trapped in your own skin. I was like, oh, that's actually a really interesting idea about identity and trying to change it. Like it actually gave me a new perspective on that kind of idea. It was really, really cool. But then it's the whole aspect of, okay, the events of this television show I grew up watching are actually real, and I need to kill myself to go back into the real world, which is the television world. It's like, hold on a second there. That's weird. Like that is quite literally Chris Chan, you know, the media I grew up watching is actually real, and you know, that's the real world, whereas everything I'm living right now is a fantasy. It's like, no, that is quite literally Chris Chan. Yeah, quite literally the merge. It's like, that's where I'm like, I can't get behind this at all. Like, again, if
I need to watch it again, because
yeah.
like I think I was just kind of on like, you know, when you're watching a movie, you're not really super into, you just kind of feel on autopilot.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say I was kind of on autopilot when I watched this movie, and I didn't really retain a lot of it.
No, because
so I really want to watch it again to really understand it.
A lot of people have gotten a lot out of it, and that's totally fine. I'm just saying, maybe if you switch that kind of narrative around, where you say like, oh, you're like living this fantasy, but then you become who you truly were meant to be in the real world. It's like, yeah, because isn't that the point of, you know, finding your identity, is you're finding who you truly are, not that who you truly are is in a fantasy world. That I don't know, I feel like that kind of muddies the themes and the message here. It's like, no, you're supposed to be finding out who you truly are, because you're like weighed down by the expectations of society and culture. It's like, I don't know, like switch that around where it's not as Chris Chan levels of kind of, because again, it's that whole thing, just the switch it around where you're not making it seem like the show you grew up watching is the real world. Like that's weird. That is, like I said, Chris Chan levels. That's weird to me.
I'm just imagining the fucking the Robert Chandler video with him just like,
now you listen to me.
Health department.
Now you listen to me. I saw the TV glow. I'm working on it.
Get that goddamn thing off.
Get that goddamn thing out of here. I'm working on it.
I'm cutting it down.
You better.
You upload it there, you unload them.
I'll send the detectives. I'll send the police. I'll send all of them my power. Yeah, maybe it's my fault for being a Christorian, where I know a lot about Chris Chan. So
I think when you're a Christorian, it's just kind of a burden. It's a burden to carry, because you know,
I would not wish it upon my worst enemy to become a Christorian.
No, seriously, yeah. The Chris Chan rabbit hole. Enter at your own risk.
It's. I wish I knew that 3 years ago, but it's too late for me now. I'm too far in. I got to keep going.
We're cooked.
We're so cooked. But anyway, yeah, I want to see more from Jane Schoenbrunn for sure, but I just wasn't vibing with I Saw the TV Glow.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I'll get a more concrete review one of these days.
Sure. And even if you don't connect with it, I don't think that's anything to be ashamed of, you know, because because I think you can still gain a pretty good message from this movie. Like I said, I got some really interesting perspectives on identity from this movie that I'd never even thought about. It's just the whole package I'm not a fan of, but there's little bits that I got something out of where I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I actually can think about that from a different perspective now. So, all right. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. Another one I was disappointed by, but not as disappointed as other things I saw this year.
When it comes to fan service, it's not nowhere near as bad as like Alien Romulus for sure.
I didn't even really feel like this had that much fan service. I thought it was pretty much its own thing. Is the thing.
Yeah. I think the main problem I have with it is two problems. I think the end. I don't really like the ending. Like something about the ending just doesn't sit right with me. With like the spoilers, all of a sudden there's like this group of humans that are technologically advanced enough to have their own satellites.
Oh yeah, there's still smart humans in this world, even though it's we're in the era when it's supposed to be that, the monkeys have pretty much taken over.
Yeah, this is like hundreds of years in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, that is weird that they just had that. I get it because they probably want more sequels, but it's like, I don't know, just make it about the apes now, Like
I would have liked for them to end with that conversation Noah and May had. Like, that's a great scene, and I really wish they just ended it there. Like you see May carrying the gun.
Yeah.
I really like that scene.
I guess it's weird because it's like, why are we still going with before the first Planet of the Apes? Like, I get, because does this take place in the same universe as the 60s Planet of the Apes is my question. Because
that's a good question.
Because Planet of the Apes, so the original was the first Planet of the Apes. Then it had a sequel in 1970 with Planet of the Apes 2 or whatever the fuck it was called. And it ends, spoiler alert, with Charlton Heston like blowing up the world. And so the world is now blown up. So you can't really have any sequels beyond that. So when they made other sequels for Planet of the Apes, they made them prequels. So the 70s Apes movies are like Beyond 2 are prequels where they go back in time and it's a bunch of the apes who escape the world blowing up. They go back in time to Earth in the 70s. And then they go from there. They start setting up to when the apes would take over. And they're all bad. Like all the sequels for the Planet of the Apes in the 70s are horrendous. They're bad.
Yeah.
So then, granted, years later, they rebooted everything with the 2011 Rise of the Planet of the Apes. And that one was far significantly better. Like, I mean, Rise I have my issues with. Dawn is awesome. Like freaking awesome.
Dawn is fantastic. I love Dawn.
So good. But
yeah.
I will say, but so like they're like, even though I have my tiny issues with those movies, like they're significantly better than the ones from the 70s. But that's what I'm wondering. So it's like, okay, so they're also prequels. So this is a different timeline then with so is it still the Charlton Heston Planet of the Apes movie 1? Does that mean it's going to lead into to Charlton Heston Planet of the Apes movie 2? Because it doesn't have to, because this is a different prequel. So like you can do something post Charlton Heston Planet of the Apes movie where like you can keep it going, like because the world doesn't blow up in this era then, right? Like I mean,
you could always connect it to the Tim Burton version.
Let's not do that.
I mean, that's been an unresolved cliffhanger for like over 20 years.
Because it's not very good. Yeah, the most interesting aspect of that movie is in the last 5 seconds. My God.
It's a bad choice, but hey, it's always on the table.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Monkey Abraham Lincoln. Maybe I do want to see a movie
Abraham Lincoln.
I would love to see a movie about Abraham Lincoln. But yeah, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. It's not bad. Like I would put it in the same level as maybe like War for the Planet of the Apes, where I didn't like it, but it's significantly better than the fucking 70s ape sequels. So
oh yeah, Proximus. I really like Proximus in this movie. I wish he was in the movie more, because like
I don't remember. Does he die in the movie?
Yeah, he dies in the movie.
Yeah, so,
like there are theories going out like he survived, like he's still alive, but like he fell off a cliff after being mauled by eels onto a rocky shore. Like there's no way he survived that. Even if he survived the fall, he landed on like water. Monkeys can't swim.
You never know. He just comes back in the next movie. They're like, I thought you died. He's like, no, I got better.
It is but a scratch.
Yeah, exactly. I thought you died. I was.
My death was greatly exaggerated.
So, yeah, fine movie.
Like
but not my
he only appears like an hour in to the movie.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
very criminal. Oh yeah, Kevin Durand was also in Abigail.
Yeah, so this was the year for Kevin Durand, the guy who played Blob in X-Men Origins Wolverine. That's all I knew him from before watching Abigail and Kingdom for the Planet of the Apes, even though apparently...
Hopefully he's in more stuff, because I really enjoyed his monkeying around.
What the fuck? I've seen 7 movies with him in them. So, okay, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, Abigail, X-Men Origins Wolverine. Oh, he was apparently in The Butterfly Effect. I don't remember that. He was in Scooby-Doo 2 Monsters Unleashed.
No way, was he?
Yeah, I guess so. He was... I guess we gotta look and see what he was. He was... Black Knight Ghost.
Oh, he's the guy that got his balls kicked.
What
right in the round tables guy.
What a role. He was also in Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me. So the sequel, the second Austin Powers. And Real Steel.
I have not seen that.
I've talked about it before, but that's a movie I have memories of only because I had a birthday party there. Not my birthday party, a friend of mine's birthday party at a movie theater. We saw Real Steel, and we were just obnoxious 8th graders there, but it's a good memory in my memory. But then I rewatched the movie as an adult and was like, oh, this is bad. But yeah, Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, it was fine.
Yeah, I like it. Next.
Furiosa, a Mad Max saga.
Oh, yay.
Another movie where you and me are kind of split on, where there's aspects of it I like, but...
No, we're not really split on it. Like, we both agree there's aspects of it that are cool, but like the meat of it is just not great.
Yeah, the thing about this movie is, like, I'm like, okay, it's fine, but this is a sequel to it's a prequel to Fury Road. Like,
where they retcon the story, apparently.
Yeah, they retcon the story. Yeah, that is obnoxious that they did that. But also, okay, barring in mind they retcon the story, fine. This is what we get 9 years after Fury Road. It's kind of bizarre. I feel like a lot more people should be angry at this movie considering what we got. Like, I don't know, when you think of the follow-up to Fury Road, you'd think of something grander, but I don't know. I guess people knew that they wouldn't be able to I guess people were cool with Fury Road scraps with this one. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it. Just Fury Road scraps.
Yeah.
Because, like, you have really interesting kind of ideas with the stunts and the action, but the action just... With Fury Road, everything feels so grounded, and because mostly the action's mostly practical.
Oh yeah.
Everything feels real. And the way it's filmed is also just like, this is a George Miller kind of trademark, with the camera going into people's faces.
Yeah.
Like at a fast motion. Like they do this in Furiosa too.
But it's not as cool.
Yeah, it's not as cool.
It feels like it's doing it because that's George Miller's style, and not because George Miller wants to do it, you know?
It's Mad Max on autopilot.
Yeah, that's the thing with this movie. It's very much Mad Max on autopilot, which...
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I feel like this is closer to Beyond the Thunderdome when it comes to Mad Max kind of movies. Like that was also Mad Max on autopilot, but I mean, way worse. I think I like this more than Beyond Thunderdome, but that's not much to say because Beyond Thunderdome just sucks.
Except for Doug Walker.
I guess he liked it or whatever.
Which was the Roadrunner.
But I don't know. Just I feel like Fury Road is one of the most glazed action movies of our time. And so to have this be the follow-up, I feel like a lot more people would be angry at that, but I guess they're just fine with this. Which I don't know.
I wasn't.
I was not fine.
I think I was just also like I say in my review, I'm not a fan of the movie's pacing. Like we spend almost an hour with Kid Furiosa.
Yeah.
And she's kind of a background character
in her own story.
First act.
Yeah, it's weird. Like this is about Furiosa. And I guess it's to set up things with Furiosa later on, but I don't feel like we learn anything about her through this first hour, you know?
Yeah, and after she grows up, she goes on like one mission with or she hides away on the war rig, and then she's all of a sudden, like, after this montage, she just all of a sudden becomes one of Immortan Joe's most highest ranking officers.
Oh yeah, her being a woman, like, you think she hides out she's doing the whole Mulan thing where she's pretending to be a guy because they don't accept women there, is entirely pointless, because the rest of the movie she's just one of his higher ups and they don't care. They're just like, oh yeah, Furiosa, you're one of my most trusted advisors. It's like, but what was the point of making her do that if they were going to be fine with it? It's entirely pointless, you know?
Yeah, and like I said, they do it in like a montage.
Yeah, and
like, they show her climbing the ranks in just a 5-minute montage.
Yeah, which is weird. Like, and wasn't it that like they changed her backstory? Because in Fury Road, isn't it implied that she was supposed to be a bride for Immortan Joe? But then
I don't know too much about that. There's not really much known about her backstory in Fury Road, other than she belonged to a community where she was taken from, like it's shown in Furiosa.
Yeah, but then again, they change it where it's like, okay, no, she wasn't a bride, or she was supposed to be, but then she escapes because she like she shaves her head.
I think she was supposed to be a bride, but she couldn't have babies. Like, she was infertile.
Yeah, and so then they just made her a truck driver, and then she just flourished there or whatever. It's like, okay, that sounds right. But then, oh yeah, Silver brought this up. George Miller said that a former sex slave wasn't a good character or something like that. And so that's why they changed it. It's like, what?
I don't know what he was thinking.
That's a bizarre thing to say, but okay. Yeah. Yeah, but then again, like, okay, if you're going to change that to then, okay, she wasn't a bride, she just escaped and became a war rig boy, but then she pretends to be a boy. But again, it's entirely pointless because they accept her as a war rig driver anyway. So this was entirely pointless, the whole escaping thing. It's just dumb little child runs away from adult man, you know?
And then there's the relationship with what's his name? The
Primordial Jack? Praetorian Jack.
Praetorian Jack.
Yeah, Tom Burke.
I feel like there's some stuff that was just left on the cutting room floor, because it feels like there's supposed to be a deeper relationship that we're supposed to care about.
Yeah.
But the movie just skips all over that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bizarre. I feel like this should be what the movie is about, but I think ironically enough, it's the shortest part of the movie.
Like why did we spend an hour with Kid Furiosa when we could have had like this development for, if we wanted a more character-driven story, why did we have her in the background for the first hour?
Shut up, don't think about it. Yeah, no, I have no idea. Again, just it all comes together and you're like, wow, this is what we get as the follow-up for Fury Road 9 years later. It's
Chris Hemsworth was cool. I'm glad that he's becoming more known for something other than Thor.
Yeah. I mean, I liked him. I wish they did more with him, but
yeah. Apparently they gave him a prosthetic nose, and I did not realize that until I saw the behind the scenes.
Oh yeah, no, that does not look like his natural Thor nose, because his natural nose.
I don't pay attention to people's noses now.
I don't know. It's like this big bird beak thing. I don't know, but yeah, no, it's great. It's a great nose. But are you willing to make it epic?
The question is, do you have it in you to make it epic?
Yeah.
Do you have it in you to make it epic sauce? Do you have it in you to bust it down sexual style?
See, he wouldn't say that in this movie. He'd say that in the Ghostbusters 2016, actually.
Do you have it in you to be goated with the sauce?
All right, let's move on. Stop.
All right.
What's next? Furiosa.
Mean Girls.
Mean Girls. Ooh, the first.
I have not seen this.
The first 2024 movie I watched. Oh boy, yeah. It's. I mean, have you seen the original Mean Girls?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it's a great movie. And then you watch this one, and it's that exact story, except they sing now.
Cool.
Yeah, it's. I guess the music was fine. The presentation was interesting. It's
Wasn't the girl that played Moana in it?
yeah, she's the fucking Janice character. Yeah, so she's like she's the cool artist girl that Katie befriends at first before she meets Regina George. So yeah,
I guess she's there.
Yeah, she's there. She doesn't really do much, but I don't know. I don't remember her. There's nothing in this movie where I'm like, yeah, wow, that was better than the original. It's like, no. Like, even Regina George was good. Like, Renee Rapp as Regina George was fine, but she wasn't better than Rachel McAdams, you know? Like,
I mean, Rachel McAdams is like, you can't top that. Come on.
No, you can't. No, it's like, I remember watching the original Mean Girls, how she just like has so much character in that, like especially in that one scene where she's like making the burn book and she like makes it look like she's actually putting in Katie's name, and then she reveals it's actually her own name. It's like, oh, that's a great build-up scene. Whereas in this one, they don't have that. She's just singing the whole time, and it's pretty low energy. And then it just kind of reveals that it says Regina. It's like, okay, this does not have the same effect that the original movie had. I don't know. It also just doesn't have the same wisdom the original movie had. Like during that scene in the gym where they got all the girls together, like there's that moment where like Tina Fey's talking to the girls, and she's like, is saying like, you girls need to stick together. If when you call yourselves bitches, sluts, and whores, you're just making it so then you're letting men treat you that way too. It's like, oh, that's a really interesting perspective. Like, I'm thinking about it from a woman's perspective. They don't have that in this movie. They have that exact line read, but they don't have the same wisdom that comes along with it,
So they just have like, they have the ingredients, but they don't have the substance.
Exactly. Yeah, no, they don't, because the original one is really funny and still holds up to this day. Yeah, is it dated in some aspects because they say some inappropriate words that they wouldn't say nowadays? It's like, yeah.
Yeah, it was made in 2004.
It was made in 2004. It's like, but I feel like that one is more timeless than this one's going to be seen as. And yeah, and then like the fucking it's also just really painful to see like the ways they make references to the original. So they have Tina Fey and what's his name, fucking Tim Meadows returning to the roles as well, and they make jokes about that. They have Lindsay Lohan literally in the movie where like she's like the mathlete's quiz master, and I don't know, Katie in this movie just goes like says something, and Lindsay Lohan goes, "Oh, tell me about it, girl." Like, "Oh, ha, ha, like it's painful." Yeah, no, if you want to watch Mean Girls, watch the original 2004 one. It's a really good movie, whereas this is just the same but lamer, Yeah. So, all right. Ooh, Inside Out 2.
The jar.
The jar. I love this poster. It's the jar poster. I had to.
They had to know what they were doing when they put their characters in a jar. Yeah. Like, come on.
And even if they didn't, that makes it funnier. I mean, I didn't hate this movie. I think I'm just a little more critical of it than most people are, which is fine. A lot of people seem to like this one. But I don't know. When it comes to Pixar, I expect and look, maybe it's on me for having a level with Pixar that I treat them at, but I feel like I expect something a little bit more than just what this is,
It kind of just feels like it's good, but like, I wouldn't call it background noise because like it has stuff to say about anxiety, but it feels very, I don't know, surface level.
Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't feel like it was on the same level as something like the first Inside Out, which I'm not even.
Yeah, the first Inside Out is like a lot better in terms of its messaging.
Yeah, I'm not even the biggest fan of the original Inside Out, but I understand what it does well, and I like it. I think it's a good movie. I don't know. I just don't have the same level of respect for this one as I do that one.
Actually, now that you bring up the first movie, I think this movie, the first movie and the second movie, just basically have the same message.
Yeah,
but with a different emotion that that the conflict is revolved around.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, we pretty much have been here before. So like, what are we doing here?
Because like in the first movie, the moral is like every emotion is necessary, including sadness, and this movie kind of just says the same thing, but with anxiety, because anxiety kind of takes Joy's role in the first movie, where she just kind of becomes very controlling over Riley.
Yeah,
but it's kind of the opposite problem, where instead of becoming less involved with Riley, she's more involved with Riley.
Yeah. So it's just kind of weird in that sense. Yeah, I just think the first one is just better. I guess the only thing this has over the first one is, I don't know, Mindy Kaling doesn't return as disgust, and you don't really see a difference. So it's like,
yeah,
maybe this...
the first one had the girl alarm joke, which is funny.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like you definitely feel Bill Hader's missing with Fear's character. I still like Tony Hale as Fear, but I think Bill Hader fits that role better. Whereas I'm saying,
Bill Hader,
there is literally no difference between Mindy Kaling and this new voice for Disgust. So it's like, really shows you how all that Mindy Kaling brought to the table in the first one. If she's interchangeable, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't hate this movie. I think I am very critical of it, but I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's the worst. It's definitely not the worst Pixar movie.
Oh yeah,
absolutely not even close. It's not even the worst Pixar movie from this decade, you know.
Like, it's just a hard 6 out of 10.
Sure.
On a good day.
Yeah. Whereas with me, I'm a little more critical. I consider it a 5. But it's like, I don't know. When it comes to Pixar, I have my favorites. And so when I have stuff at that level, I expect something at that level. And
honestly, I think I know that people are gonna probably hate me for saying this, but I think I honestly prefer Elemental. I really like the dynamic that the two leads in Elemental have, as much as the world building in Elemental is just weird.
Yeah.
I think I just remember their relationship more than I do the dynamic with like all the emotions and anxiety and all the new people.
Admitted, you like it better because it has Claude and this one doesn't.
Yes, Claude. An act of God or an act of...
couldn't even finish. Yeah. Oh, you were quoting a meme. I didn't know that. Is there really anything else to say about Inside Out 2? Oh, there's the nostalgia emotion, but it's an old lady and not Doug Walker.
If it was Doug Walker, I would have...
Yeah, I would have liked it if it was Doug Walker. That would have been awesome, but, you know.
Take what you can get.
Yeah, and then I guess this was also now the highest grossing animated movie ever. Cool, I guess. You know, a lot of people were very happy. They're just like, yeah, finally, now it's no longer the 2019 Lion King. It's like, great. So
it's Disney still.
It's no longer a Disney movie. Now it's a Disney movie. It's like, come on, guys. Like, the same thing happened when fucking what happened like in 2019 when people were just like, oh, fucking Lion King 2019 is now the highest grossing animated film instead of Incredibles 2. It's like, so again, it's no longer a Disney movie, it's now a Disney movie. Like, it's bizarre to me. It's like, okay, yeah, was it annoying that the highest grossing animated film was Lion King 2019, a movie that isn't supposed
undoubtedly.
Yeah, of course it was annoying, but like, it wasn't like we were in a dark age of animation. Like, we still had some great animated films coming out at that time.
I think most people that were saying that were the animation is cinema crowd.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's like, okay, now we have a fine animated film as the top animated film of all time. It's like, I don't think it matters that it made $1 billion.
There was that video I brought up, like, with comparing Inside Out 2 to Despicable Me 4, and it was just like, guess the first 3 words of that video.
I hate everything.
No.
Oh,
like take a while to like like I think I still have the thumbnail somewhere.
Animation is lemons.
I would not be making fun of it if it was that.
Yeah. No. Animation is cinema. Again, a phrase I don't disagree with. I completely agree with that sentiment that animation is cinema, but it is a nothing phrase. It doesn't mean anything when you say it.
Like everyone with a pulse should agrees with that.
And even if they don't, who cares if they don't? But it's, I don't know, people saying it like a war cry is like saying like, I breathe air. It's like, okay, congrats.
All right, cool. Good.
You're
for
not
you.
special. It's like, God, it's a nothing phrase. It doesn't mean anything.
This is it. This is it. This is the thumbnail.
Oh.
This is the...
Oh, let me. Two sides of the same coin.
Geek versus mid, even though we were saying the opposite last year with Mario and Elemental.
Oh my God. Oh, that makes my blood boil. I hate this image so much.
No, I know. It's like, I'm slamming on my chair.
I hate animation. Animation is canceled. No more animated
Animation
films.
is for babies. Fuck you.
All right, let's move on to true cinema. Oh, never mind. Deadpool and Wolverine. Very controversial movie. Which, look, I don't like this movie. I don't hate it as much as you people do, which is fine.
You people?
Yeah, you and a bunch of other people in my server, they hate this movie. Which, look, completely fair. Completely fair. Everything you guys say about it being bad is completely fair. It's not a good movie. It's Deadpool. Like, I've never been a Deadpool fan to begin with. I just wasn't as offended by it. Where I walked in, I'm like, yeah, it's a dumb Deadpool movie. I just didn't really get anything out of it. I like the poster I have for it. It's reminiscent of Back to the Future, but
I missed the Reddit poster.
Oh, dude, yeah, wasn't there like a Reddit poster for it?
Yeah, like I want you for the Reddit Nation.
Oh,
actually,
that's so good.
actually, wait. Yes, it's still up.
Oh, it is?
No. My poster for this movie is just the poster for Red One.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Because Chaos and Silver have it as theirs, and every time I looked at their 2024 list, it says like, you know, Red One ½ I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. And then I click on it, and it's Deadpool and Wolverine. I'm like, oh, right, of course. It's the same thing with the Matrix and Tarot posters.
It's not as funny as the Matrix and Tarot posters because like Deadpool and Wolverine and Red One are like basically the same quality in my opinion.
Yeah.
Actually, no. Deadpool and Wolverine doesn't have the line a level 4 naughty lister.
Exactly. Yeah. What does this movie have? Blade?
Dude,
yeah, it's a pretty cringy movie, Deadpool and Wolverine.
I think the only thing I can appreciate about this movie is do you remember the ending with like the them standing in the generators and like the Madonna song playing in the background?
That was wild. Yeah, I remember
and
that.
Not the scene itself. Like there's like flashbacks to the birthday party that they have at Wade's apartment, and then they have like it's like all empty.
Oh, okay.
I saw a podcast with the editors, and mostly I saw the podcast because I wanted to know what they were thinking with the 20th Century Fox fight scene with Hell's Bells just cutting out randomly.
Yeah.
But they talked about the ending, where the ending came together during editing because they had no idea how to make it look satisfying.
Oh no.
They originally had like a Journey song playing over it. And they were just like, we can't have it be like a music video. And they had the idea of, you know what plates are, right? In VFX.
I actually don't. Please elaborate.
Plates is just like the plain background that they film
Okay.
like without anybody in it.
Right. Before
'Cause-
they put any like CGI characters in. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they had the
Interesting.
idea of taking plates. They had the idea of taking the footage of like the full scene with all the characters and then putting in the plates after to show like the scale of what they are doing. And I was just like, oh, that's a really interesting idea. I wish they were thinking more like this with the rest of the movie.
Hey, I learned something today. Apparently, those scenes that you just film nothing in them, but then add CGI characters in later is called a plate. That's interesting, actually. That's cool.
Yeah, dude, I fucking hate that Hell's Bells fight scene because it just feels so like the music just the choreography is so bad and the music just cuts out randomly.
Yeah.
Like they were talking about it, how it was just like, oh, it's so avant-garde, and I'm just like, no,
You
it's fucking stupid.
You will never ever use the word avant-garde when describing a Marvel movie. Don't ever
No,
do
you
that.
can't. No, it's not avant-garde.
No.
You're just being stupid.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
You're not breaking the rules. You're just being dumb.
You're breaking your brains.
You're breaking the rules in the wrong way.
You're breaking my balls.
You're breaking my spirit. You're breaking my balls.
Yeah.
And yeah, the opening scene. I hate the opening scene so much.
I mean, I like it in a vacuum because I think it's funny watching him dance to Bye Bye Bye, but then
Yeah, but like Logan.
Yeah.
The fucking
I mean, here's the thing.
I hate that.
I've never been like a huge Logan fan. I like Logan. I've never been one of those people that thinks it's the greatest thing ever, which, you know, that's been one thing I really hate about the Deadpool movies is how much they glaze Logan as the best superhero movie ever. You know, it's like, I get it. It's a good movie. I don't think it's, I've never been one of those people that considers it Spider-Verse or Dark Knight levels of good when it comes to superhero movies, but
yeah,
I still think it's a good movie. It's better than this movie. I'll say that.
Oh yeah. I think it's just more
Sure.
the legacy
Yes.
about it.
Yeah, no, and I absolutely understand why people would hate. Like, I don't think anybody who hates this movie is wrong for doing so. I'm just saying I'm not there with them. But I completely agree with you guys. Like, that it is in bad taste. I think I am somebody who loves bad taste and stuff. So like, I liked it, but I think if you do genuinely like Logan and you had, you know, a year of build up to this movie being told, oh, we're not going to disrespect Logan, and then immediately you're met with him using the corpse to fight all those hired goons, it's like, yeah, what did you expect? You know, like, of course that's in bad taste.
Yeah, like it's if I hear someone say it's in character for Deadpool, I'm gonna reach through the computer screen and punch him.
That sounds like it's in character for Deadpool in a way that somebody who's only watched the Deadpool movies and not read any Deadpool comics would assume his character is like, because
they only know Deadpool as Le Funny reference guy.
Yeah, which I'll admit, I only knew him as that for a long time. So apparently there's a lot more depth to him in the comics. I'd love to read some of those then someday. But yeah, oh boy. Deadpool and Wolverine. I thought it was fine in the moment. I didn't think it was great in the moment, but I have no reason to ever really watch it again for any reason. So it's like, oh man, I do not want to meet the people that consider this their movie of the year, because it's like, really, out of all movies,
if they consider this the movie of the year, I imagine they also like The Substance.
Which, by the way, oh, we're not there yet. Never mind. So, Ghostbusters: Frozen Empire. We're still in the 5 out of 10s.
I love busting.
Oh man, I'm pissed off you showed me that poster. Now, I love the poster, the I Heart Busting poster. It's just that I had a really good poster for this. It was the car, and it had like the Empire State Building coming out of it. It's like, oh, that's a really cool poster for an otherwise fine generic movie that has nothing special about it. But then you introduced me the I Heart Busting poster. I'm like, I mean, I gotta have this one.
Yeah, come on.
I gotta.
It says I Heart Busting. Like,
it's funny. It's funny every time.
Busted makes me feel good.
Yeah. So I've seen this movie twice. I talked about it on my Ghostbusters episode with Ketchup.
Mhm.
It's fine. I liked it more than Afterlife.
It's got cool concepts, like
Yeah.
the ghost designs. I like the sewer gator thing.
Yeah.
The fish ghost.
Yeah, even the tall, dark, and horny character. It's like, that's cool.
Tall, dark, and horny. Yeah, I just call him tall, dark, and horny.
I mean,
like,
yeah, that's what Bill Murray did. So,
yeah, like,
you know, when it comes to a Ghostbusters sequel, I think this is the closest we've gotten since 2 in terms of like,
it could have been so much worse.
well, yeah, it could have been worse, which was 2016 and Afterlife. That's the worst. Yeah, it's fine.
Dude, I haven't seen 2016 since it came out.
Oh,
man.
dude, yeah, no, I've rewatched it for the Ghostbusters episode, and it's bad. It's
I
cringy.
remember the one gag where Chris Hemsworth hears a loud noise and he covers his eyes. He has no lenses in his glasses.
Yeah, he's like, "Oh, that's loud, isn't it?" Ugh, yeah, yeah. It's not a very funny movie. Anybody listening, I highly recommend the Plinkett review. It's really good.
I got
review.
one wonton.
Oh, don't remind me. But yeah. So yeah, it could have been worse. So Frozen Empire, totally fine, totally serviceable.
Passable. It's passable.
I think when I watched it, I was like doing something else, and I just had it on as background noise, and I was like, "Wow, this works really well as background noise." Like it was charming. You know, I was doing
because like the first 2/3 of the movie, nothing really happens.
Yeah, I was doing like computer work or something. I just had it on the background. I was just like semi watching it and hearing the characters talk, and I'm like, wow, I'm actually getting a lot done while watching Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. This is nice. This is nice. And then
I think another thing also worth mentioning is that the title of this movie also came out like a week before A New Empire.
Oh yeah, it was the week of Empires back in March, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, none of them were
Empire. 2
Strikes
weeks
Back.
of Empires.
Yeah, none of them were Empire Strikes Back, which is the superior Empire movie, if we're being honest. Which, yeah, that doesn't mean anything. Of course, it's the superior Empire movie.
I don't know, man. Does New Empire have a Junkie XL score?
Ooh, very good, very good. Yep. Take that, John Williams, you hack.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire. Moving on to Love Lies Bleeding. Another one I was disappointed by. Here's the thing with Love Lies Bleeding. I was like, I didn't know what to expect with this. I went in, it was losing me, then it would get me back in, then it would lose me, then it would get me the fuck back in. It was like a real roller coaster. I'm like, oh, this is kind of weird, but oh, this is cool. But then this is kind of weird. Oh, but this is really cool. And then the ending happens and it completely fucking flatlines. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I still don't know anything about it. I want to watch it blind.
Oh yeah.
Like,
then you know what? I'm not going to give any details. Just go watch it.
All I know is that it's like a lesbian crime movie where Kristen Stewart is really buff.
Well, she's not really buff. Fucking Katie O'Brien's the buff one, which she's very buff. Yes, she insane muscles, dude. Insane muscles. But yeah, no. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It is a lesbian crime thriller, which a lot of people really like it for that. It's like, cool. I thought it was boring, but hey, you know what? I won't give it. To each his own. Yeah, to each their own. Exactly. So I won't say anything. Watch it at your own risk. Or I shouldn't say that because maybe you'd
at
like
your
it.
own risk.
Yeah. Watch it on your own time is what I meant to say. So, all right.
He's sending me subliminal warnings.
Is Hal homophobic? It's like, no, I don't care.
The H in Hal stands for homophobic.
Oh, you figured it out.
Curse is foiled again.
Oh, anyway. Here we go. Another 5 out of 10. Do it yourself duck or DIY duck.
I saw the poster and I thought it said Donald Duck in Diddy Duck.
Diddy Duck. Oh God, I wish. That'd be incredible. That would definitely sum up 2024.
Diddy Duck.
Diddy Duck. Oh God. Oh yeah. Where was Donald invited to? Was it a Diddy party? Donald.
This is absurd. I feel like P. Diddy with fur.
Oh yeah, no. This was the cartoon. made in honor of Donald Duck's 90th birthday, I believe. I believe this was made. Yeah, but anyway, it was like, so it was 90s. Yeah, it's just basically a Donald Duck cartoon. That's it. I thought it was fine, and then I looked it up and realized, oh, this is like, because I thought it was fine for a YouTube animation, and then I looked it up and was like, oh wait, no, this is supposed to be an actual Disney released cartoon. I mean, it was on Disney Plus, so that's how I watched it, and I was like, oh, so yeah, this is kind of lame. It's
Absurd,
fine.
That you say?
I'm sorry, yeah, it's absurd. I don't know. I've obviously seen worse Disney Plus shorts this year from this year, so
yeah,
I guess this is one of the better ones. So do with that what you will. Oh, here we go. Ultraman Rising.
Ultraman Rising.
Another disappointment to me. I mean, look, Ultraman is a weird thing for me because
I don't know anything about Ultraman, to be honest, but like I had fun with it.
Yeah, I thought it was fine, but Buster is doing their damnedest to get me into Ultraman, and every time they show me something Ultraman related, I end up being like, I guess it's fine, or I'm usually confused because because there's a lot to Ultraman. Like, there's a lot to Ultraman, okay? Mm-hmm. There's so many different movies and shows with Ultraman, and I get it. I'd like to check it out. But like every time I've been shown an Ultraman thing, I'm always horribly confused.
I think the thing with Ultraman for me specifically is like I keep getting him confused with Jet Jaguar.
Ah, yeah, yeah, they look
very similar.
Yeah, but yeah, so
I think Buster will probably kill me for saying that.
Buster, whatever you do, don't listen to this episode. I think this is the better thing I've seen Ultraman in so far. Because like I think the animation's really good. But like I don't know, I just didn't care for the story. I felt like it was a little too generic for me.
It felt very kiddie.
Yeah, very kiddie. Yeah, so it was weird for me to watch. Because that's the thing, I'm not against watching kids movies as an adult. It's just weird when I'm supposed to get something out of it and I don't, because like when I think of kids movies that I grew up watching, there's a bunch that I've still watched to this day where I don't feel weird watching them. Something like The Incredibles or the Muppet Movie. Like, these are movies I grew up watching that were obviously aimed towards younger audiences, but they were mostly towards, all audiences, where like anybody could watch them. Yeah, all ages could enjoy them. Whereas I feel like watching this is very much aimed at a younger audience, and so I don't feel like I'm personally getting anything out of it,
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's one of the better animated movies I watched this year. I guess I'll say that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess this is one of the better Netflix things. This is one of the better Netflix things. Not
yeah.
I don't know. What did we say? What did we say as a joke last time? Who cares?
Yeah, no, give a shit.
So, Trap anybody? Look,
not very crispy.
Yeah. Oh, dude, Trap, so funny until it's not. Okay. Here's the thing. I'm usually all for Shyamalan. I mean, look, I love Shyamalan, even though I would say maybe like one or two of his movies I would actually probably consider great and my favorites. I love Unbreakable, one of my all-time favorite movies. So good.
Mm-hmm.
But like, he is a crazy dude, and he just makes the weirdest movies sometimes.
I love Shyamalan when he's good, and I love him even more when he's awful. in most circumstances,
yeah.
I would rather.
Yeah.
In most circumstances, not Last Airbender.
Yeah, not Last Airbender, not The Visit. Those are like his worst.
No, The Visit is funny as shit.
Oh, I disagree. I really just found it so lame. I really didn't get I mean, look, Last Airbender is undoubtedly his worst. Like, no competition, no contest. There is nothing worse than The Last Airbender that he's made. Anyway, Trap was really funny, but again, up until it wasn't, when it was like the last 40 minutes and we're still going. It's like, this should be over by now. Like, why are we still here?
Yeah, like, I wish they did more with like the scale. Like, I think the idea of a serial killer being like
hunted down in
actively pursued in a concert is a really cool idea.
Yeah. Maybe what they could have done is like he just happens to run in and there's like a couple of cops like chasing him into the concert, and they don't want to like necessarily shut it down. But the fact that they make it's like, oh, it's actually a setup. Like, we're putting all these people in danger actively so that we can trick the serial killer, and then the serial killer just knows immediately. It's like, oh, well.
Actually, you know what would be funny?
Go ahead.
Where they fucking Scooby-Doo it. Like, the cops are like constantly chasing Cooper around. I think that's his name.
Yeah.
And he all of a sudden puts on a disguise and he's just like, he went that way.
That'd be great. Yeah. And it actually goes into like the whole scale of like, you know, you're always in a different part of the stadium. Ooh.
There's like a part where there's like a group of policemen chasing. Do you remember in like Scooby-Doo cartoons where they have like a hallway and there's a bunch of characters running out the door?
I would love to see that in live action.
They do that.
Yeah. Oh my god, it would make zero sense because you'd just
be
would
make zero sense, but it would be hilarious.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, why don't you just shut down the concert and just find the guy? It's like, no, like that'd be great. That'd be so stupid just having him run around and he's wearing different disguises and you're in different parts of the stadium. Yeah, because it feels like we're in the same spots of the stadium at any given time. It's like, no, now we're varying it up. Maybe we're backstage. We're in a different section of the
Wacky Races theme is playing.
Oh, dude, this sounds awesome. This sounds funnier than the actual movie. I would love to see this. This sounds awesome.
I'm gonna pitch that to Warner Brothers.
I would love to see that. Yeah, that'd be great. But yeah,
just remake the whole movie, but make it
actually funny.
Make it so wacky.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I did like Josh Hartnett. He was great.
He was cool, yeah.
Yeah, he was. I mean, he didn't have a lot of good lines because it's Shyamalan dialogue. That's usually terrible. But like, I don't know, he really sold it. I feel like he was the most charismatic actor in the movie. He was really selling it for me, where I'm just like, oh, you're cool. I hope you get away with murdering all those people.
I always remember the bit where he's like in his house and he's talking to his wife. And I think he said something like, I feel out of control. And something about that line delivery has stuck with me because I made like so many jokes about it with my friends.
Yeah.
Because it makes me think of like the fucking Heath Ledger Joker in terms of delivery.
Oh boy, yeah. I feel out of control, Batman.
I feel out of control.
I guess the only other thing to talk about is the black guy he sees, the Jonathan Langdon, the guy who works.
He's Barney.
He's the voice of Barney, and he's like the new voice of Barney. When I found out about that, I was like, oh, he's in Trap. And then William got me to see that. That's so good. So Barney's in Trap. Very good. Good job.
This is the closest we'll ever get to a Shyamalan Barney movie.
Nice. Beekeeper. Now we're talking. This
peak.
Now we're talking. This is a not good movie, but man, is it funny.
It is so much fun. I love it.
And best of all, it takes place in Boston or New England, I should say. Yeah. Let's go. So pretty standard Jason Statham movie. Not much to complain about. It's just a pretty standard action movie. It's dumb, but
it knows it's dumb.
Yeah, and it knows what to put the focus on, and that is the Jason Statham action.
Yeah, it's fun to watch.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I was really high when I watched it the first time.
I was sober and I still enjoyed it. So you know what?
Yeah.
Give it that's the best advertisement we can give it. You know, watch it sober, watch it high. You're gonna get something out of it.
I think I'll take a B.
I'm Jason Statham, and I got me.
I can't wait for can't wait for Working Man. I can't wait for it.
Oh
I need it right now.
he has a new movie coming out. Same
With the
people.
same team, same people.
Yeah.
I cannot wait. I need it. I need it.
Yeah, I'd be down to watch that. It's
I'm
coming
I'm
out
gonna
this
I'm
year.
gonna be working. I'm gonna be working all over the place.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I'll watch it for 2025, and we'll talk about a Working Man next year in next year's
Yeah.
episode.
This is our Hitler post credits scene.
So true. Oh, and the last of the bad movies, because I said this before, this was going to be the last one. Smile 2, baby. We did it.
Smile 2.
I believe the hype in Smile 2. I mean, I think
you've been smile pilled.
I've been Smile 2 pilled specifically. I've not been Smile 1 pilled. I still stand by that's a steaming pile of shit. But I mean, granted, I didn't rewatch it and I don't remember anything about it. I just remember being frustrated with it. But this movie, far funnier. Like, holy shit. There's some real fun stuff to be had with Smile 2.
Yeah.
And even just like the basics, it gets kind of the basics when it comes to horror movie writing, I feel like literally the climax is the main character fighting the smile demon, but it's herself. It's like, okay, you know, that's pretty thematically within character, because she's been kind of a mess the whole movie. She's like literally fighting these personal demons even before she got infected with the smile demon. So it's like,
no, yeah, she's way better than the first characters, the first movie's main character.
Yeah.
Like, I really enjoy Sky Riley.
Does anybody remember the name of the original? Like, the most interesting part about the main character of the last movie is the name of the actor playing her. It's Sosie Bacon, Kevin Bacon's daughter. That's her name, Sosie Bacon. That's a great name.
Sosie Bacon.
Yeah, it's a great name, but not a good character.
It sounds like a French guy talking about bacon.
Oh, Sosie Bacon.
Sosie Bacon, is he ready?
Yeah, no, I liked Sky Riley. I mean, I didn't like her because she's a piece of shit, but as a character, I thought she was more interesting. Yeah, more dynamic.
Naomi Scott did great. Yeah. I really enjoyed her.
Her performance was great. Yeah, that was
I really want to see her in more horror movies.
Yeah, she do really well. I would love to see that. You go ahead.
I think the movie was also, in terms of scares and atmosphere, it was way more sharply directed than the first movie.
Yeah, I still don't find it scary. But
yeah, that's more of a personal thing.
Yeah, exactly. Where it is, because I don't know, just the idea of like smiling and then just killing yourself while you're smiling. That's just funny to me. I don't know. Just,
yeah.
Especially the of course the GIF. I gotta play the GIF. I'm gonna put it right here. The Smile 2 GIF that I've been using. I love that GIF so much because it's so good. And then, you know, just seeing that smile just makes me laugh and get all giddy. And then when that character takes like the fucking weight and just slams his face into it, it's funny. It's so funny. I love it. I can't take any of it seriously though.
Yeah, that's I think the best scare from it for me is probably when do you remember the unknown number guy? Like everything you're seeing is real. Like, she's getting these texts.
Yeah.
From this guy, and then he sends her a video of the weight dude like breathing really loudly. I really like that scare because like the scare itself is not great, but like the build up to it is fantastic.
Yeah, and I guess it's kind of cool that you can like see you don't really see in the corner if there is something there, but you also know there's nothing there. Like, it's all in his head. So yeah, like that's kind of cool.
The build up is really good. I really like it, and they really extend it.
I love the reveal at the very end when she's at the concert and she sees herself, but it's the smile demon, and he just like breaks out of her skin. And it's like this weird meat monster thing. Like,
it's like this ground beef monster.
It reminded me of Beef Boy, the fucking thing.
Oh yeah, the puppet made out of like ground beef.
Yeah,
right?
from like the thing that Oni did on Oni Plays when he did the VR chat video. He did like Beef Boy. Like, that's what it looks like. But it was kind of cool.
I think. What did you think of the spoilers for this? What did you think of the Sky killing her mom bit? and then her mom is like alive at the end.
That's weird. Yeah, but because like I don't understand what the ending was. Was like, okay, is this a dream sequence, or was the majority of the movie a dream sequence? Like that doesn't.
I feel like I think what the movie is probably intending is that after the light switch scene where she's in her apartment and like she sees all those smiling people.
Okay. Then
I
it's
think
a dream
that
afterwards.
up to there, it's a dream afterwards.
Okay. Interesting.
Because when I watched the movie for the first time and her mom was killed off, I was like, damn, this is really cool. This is a really interesting move. Because and I was expecting them to like bring her back in like a really cheap way. And they didn't for like at least 30 minutes. And I was just like, all right, I'm in the long haul for this. And then they showed her mom in the audience when she is in the concert. And I'm just like,
Yeah. Although I will say that's a really cool scene where she's like smiling in front of all those people and then she kills herself. And I guess the way it works is now all those people are infected, right?
yeah.
Okay.
It kind of reminded me of the ending to Truth or Dare.
Did I see Truth or Dare? No, I don't think I did. Did I?
In Truth or Dare, like they go back to where they started the curse.
Okay.
And then they find out that they need to spread it in order to survive. So one of the characters uploads a video and it goes viral. And there's like a montage of people watching the video, like from around the world.
Oh no! Okay,
and then
I definitely didn't watch it. You know what? I think because I watched reviews of it when it first came out, that I think I've seen it, but I definitely did not see it.
No, like Truth or Dare is like peak comedy. Like it's so funny. Like if you want to see a movie if you want to see a movie where the concept of like smiling people as they kill themselves really like actually funny.
Oh, dude.
Watch Truth or Dare.
Oh, dude, I so got it then. All right, I'll watch it the next time I have an opportunity to. Then for sure.
Yeah, if you cover it on the podcast, please bring me on. I really want.
You got it, dude. You're guaranteed now.
Hell yeah.
So
we're Truth or Daring it up.
Yeah. So all right, Smile 2. I mean, I wouldn't mind owning this one. I feel like I'd love to rewatch it at some point. But I still didn't think it was great, but I feel like I've found a new comedy masterpiece for sure. It was the third funniest movie I've seen this year. I'll say that.
Yeah.
But before we move on, because this is the highest rated, badly scored movie I have. Is there anything that you watched this year that you thought was dog shit that I didn't watch that you want to give a shout out to?
Let me look. Horizon.
Oh yeah, I didn't watch that one because it was like 3 hours long.
I didn't watch the whole thing, like to be honest, because like, dude, I had no idea what was going on for like the first like hour and a half.
Ugh, yeah.
And it was just, oh my God, it's so meandering and dude, I wish I could say more about it, but like it's literally just about nothing. Dude. Like it sucks so bad.
Nice.
That's it.
Okay.
Actually.
That's all you wanted to shout out was Horizon.
Blink Twice. That was not very good.
Okay, yeah, that one I didn't see either. It didn't look that interesting to me.
It's basically just Get Out.
Oh.
Again.
So which I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Get Out in the world, but like I figured that sounds like, so if it's even worse than Get Out, then hoo boy. But like, yeah, I don't know why you would do Get Out again, because like I think a lot of people love that movie. So like,
I love that movie.
Yeah,
it's
a lot of people love that movie. That's great. But like, then this sounds like Get Out table scraps. I can't imagine anybody liking that.
That's basically what it is.
Oh, that sounds bad. Glad I didn't watch it then.
All right, that's it.
All right, let's get positive then. More or less, with the 6 out of 10s and beyond. to 6 out of 10 and beyond. Challengers. I watched this via you giving me the digital code, so thank you for that. I have it in my digital library forever. That's cool.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I liked it. I didn't love it, but I liked it. I think it's a good movie. I think the love triangle aspect was the weakest part to me, and I wasn't really interested in it until the last 20 minutes. Then I was like, okay, I get it now. Like I remember the moment where it clicked with me, where I was just like, oh shit. It's the moment when he what's the actor's name? Josh O'Connor, when Patrick puts the tennis ball in front of the tennis racket to like.
Yeah, that was I remember gasping.
Yeah,
at that point
I gasped at it too. I was just like, oh shit, dude. Like that was an oh shit moment.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. So yeah, a good movie.
I think the bit where the ball is the camera is really cool.
How did they do that too?
I have no clue. I think it might have been like a drone or something.
Maybe, yeah. That's
but I don't know. I can't imagine them just pretending to hit a drone.
Yeah. And then there's the just on several occasions when a tennis ball would like go towards the camera and it looks like it's going to hit you, but then it doesn't because it's a movie. It's not going to hit you, but it got me on several occasions where I was like, shit.
Yeah. So. Or the bits where the camera's like under the tennis court.
Ooh, yeah, that's my backdrop for it, is one of those scenes. Yeah. So
yeah,
a lot of really interesting camera work, I gotta say. So yeah, good movie. I did like it. I wasn't in love with it. That's what I'll say. Wild Robot. Another one of those. Yeah, it's a good movie. I liked it. Wasn't
for babies.
Yeah, it is for babies, let me say. Yeah, I actually hated it. Animation's not for cinema, dude.
Not animation's not cinnamon or whatever whatever the youth says.
Animation is coriander. I mean, look, it is undoubtedly the best DreamWorks movie from this year. Because
I mean, yeah, come on.
The competition is Kung Fu Panda 4 and Megamind 2, so of course this is the best one. I don't know, I just thought it was good. It's a good family movie. So I feel like if I was part of a family, I'd probably like it more. I mean, I am part of a family. What am I saying? But if I was
you're not a family guy.
Hey, Lois.
Hey, Lois, this is worse than the time that I was a robot in the wild.
Yeah. What I mean is, if I was younger, I probably would love this a lot more. But again,
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think it's completely fair that people enjoyed this one.
I think the only thing I'm not a fan of mostly is all the celebrity voices.
Yeah,
like, Lupita Nyong'o is really good as Roz.
Yeah, the voice acting is good. It's just, I don't know. I feel like I'd get a lot more out of this concept if it was animals not talking.
Yeah, because like the Pedro Pascal fox, I liked it, but it reminded me too much of what's his name from Zootopia?
Nick Wilde, Jason.
Yeah, Nick. It reminded me too much of Nick Wilde.
Yeah. Especially when you have Pedro Pascal as an animated fox, you're just begging to be furry bait at that point.
Oh yeah, like everyone's making like sex edits of fucking Pedro Pascal.
Ugh. When it's like, it's a literal fox, dude. At least with Nick Wilde, it's an anthropomorphic fox, so it's like it's bipedal.
Yeah, it's like if like it looks human.
Yeah, it looks human-esque. So
or it stands on 2 feet.
Yeah, exactly. I at least understand that, but I mean, I'd never understand furries to begin with, so but that's just me. But yeah, no, Wild Robot, good movie. I liked it. I finally watched it. That's the thing. Is like I had a bunch of friends pestering me to watch it for months. They're just like, "Why haven't you watched the Wild Robot yet? Why haven't you watched the Wild Robot yet?" It's like, okay, I watched it. It was good. There, happy.
Would just rate it like a half star.
I was thinking about that. I was seriously considering like I watch it and rate it a half star, but I do take my letterbox somewhat seriously. Where like it is
just write down too wild for me.
I would have loved that. I was considering it because I thought it would have been so funny, but I do take my letterbox somewhat seriously. Where it is my film diary where I am logging every time I watch a movie. So like if I do that as a joke, that's kind of weird. Like not that I'm against joke reviews, obviously not. It's just I don't know, I just didn't want to have it as like an actual half star. It's like, no, that's not at all what I would rate something, or that's not at all what I would rate it.
You could always take the tarot approach and put the Wild Robot poster over some Tubi movie.
Ooh, I would love that. Yes. Oh, dude. Yeah, okay. I gotta next time that's available for me, I will so do that. That would be so funny. But yeah.
All the animation cinema fans devastated.
What was how am I supposed to take your opinion from this?
The Punisher just like, no, wait.
Yes. Oh, there we go. Beetlejuice. Yeah, I like
pretty
this.
Good.
Yeah, I was shocked I liked this. I didn't love it. I obviously still prefer the first Beetlejuice, but
I think it's just fun.
Yeah,
like
a lot of people don't like it. I get it, but I don't know. I got something out of it.
I think compared to Tim Burton, like
yes,
Tim Burton's like usual modern stuff.
Oh yeah,
it could have been so much worse,
dude. Like I was thinking about it, like while watching it, I was reminded of what I love about Tim Burton movies. Yes, there was a lot of weird, unnecessary CGI, but there was a lot more practical effects where I'm like, oh my God, are we finally done with the Alice in Wonderland era where everything had to be CGI? Like,
are we done with the almost AI looking humanoid CGI figures?
Yeah, no, we have a Tim Burton movie that looks good. Like that actually doesn't make me want to vomit from looking at it.
The set design, dude, the set design for the Underworld is so good.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. Again, I
mean, it's mostly carried over from the first movie, but like the new stuff they added was really good.
Yeah.
Still.
Yeah. So I think a lot of what I like about this movie is maybe because my expectations were in the gutter, and maybe because I've just been so hurt by Tim Burton's previous put out stuff like Alice in Wonderland, fucking Dumbo 2019, Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children being awful. Like, yeah, he's made a lot of bad movies in his time. Whereas like this,
especially within the past like 15 years.
Oh yeah, some of the worst have come from the past 15 years. Whereas here I'm just like, oh, this is good. I enjoyed my time. It's nowhere near my favorite. It's nowhere near the first one. Obviously,
I'd watch it again at any time.
I would watch it again. Obviously, I'd probably return to stuff like Ed Wood and his Batman more often, but this was fun. I had fun. Transformers 1. Here we go. Here's one Transformers 1 that again, first 2/3 I'm thinking this is fine. I'm not a fan of the comedy, but otherwise the movie is fine. Then the climax happens and I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Holy shit. Now we're getting somewhere.
The final 30 minutes are so good.
Yeah.
So good.
I wish the rest of the movie was like that. Like literally when Megatron, I know the exact moment when Megatron lets go of Prime and goes, I'm done saving you. And then the choir hits. I'm like, holy shit. I had to go back. I rewound. I went back to see it again because I thought it was such a good moment.
No, dude, the bit where Megatron and Optimus Prime were created at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, dude, how do you write that? That is so good.
Thank you, director of Toy Story 4. Yeah, no, the very
voice
impressed.
cast. Like, when I heard that Chris Hemsworth was playing Optimus Prime, I was like,
yeah.
But no, he did great. I really like him as Optimus Prime. Or Orion Pax, one of the...
I liked him as Optimus, yeah.
Yeah, both.
Yeah, because both.
I never really doubted Brian Tyree Henry as Megatron, though.
No, because he can voice act really well because he's been in the Spider-Verse movies.
Yeah, like, if you had any doubt that he would do good, then I'm just shocked.
Yeah, no. I liked the voice actors. I thought the acting was fine. I would have loved if they kind of modulated their voices a little more. Like they made them sound more robotic. Like they still had their performances, but they had a bit more. Their voices were a little more roboticized, like they are in the actual Transformers cartoons. But
I think maybe they just needed to have like they needed to sound recognizable, I guess.
Yeah, I get it. So I get why, but yeah, I don't know. Just again, I'm not. The things I like in this movie, I like a lot. I think when it comes to Transformers movies, I got a lot more out of the one from the 80s. But I don't know, Silver really got me into that movie when they had them on for the podcast. Like that one was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
But still, you know what? When it comes to Transformers movies, I'm sure there are worse out there.
One man alone, betrayed by the country he loves.
I can't wait for the eventual Bayformers episode. Well,
Oh
actually,
my God,
I can
yes.
wait. I can wait. Actually,
Don't wait. Make it happen.
Someday, Danis. Don't worry. Here we go. Wallace and Gromit: Vengeance Most Foul. Have you seen this one yet?
No, I have. I have not.
Okay, we won't spend too much time on it. I liked it. I think it's just like the other animated films we've been talking about now. I like it. I think it's good. I don't love it though. I think I don't know. I think this is the weakest Wallace and Gromit thing for me. I mean, if this is the weakest, Wallace and Gromit is doing pretty fucking good. Like let's just say that. But I don't know. When it comes to Wallace and Gromit, I expect a level. And I just don't feel like this movie kind of reaches that level, you know?
It's like with Pixar, right?
Yeah. Which again, maybe that's my fault, but I don't know. Wrong Trousers, Close Shave, Were Rabbit, fucking bangers, dude. They're so good.
Yeah, like the only Wallace and Gromit media that I'm familiar with is Were Rabbit.
Oh, you haven't seen the original trilogy?
No, I have not.
Oh, dude, you got to get Wallace and Gromit pilled.
Yeah, I know. I feel bad for missing out. But
no, it's totally
at least
fine.
there's still Were Rabbit.
Yeah.
Like,
Were Rabbit is so good. Like rewatching it, I was like, "Whoa, this actually rocks so hard! Like better than I remembered." But yeah,
one of the jokes I also remember from Were Rabbit in particular is it was after what's his name, the Ralph Fiennes character,
Victor Quartermain.
Victor Quartermain. He visits the priest at his like house or something, and he's just like everything you need to know is in this book, and then it's just none wrestling.
Oh, come now. yeah. No, Ray Fiennes as Quartermain is so good. Like
to kill such a creature would require nerves of steel and a bullet.
A bullet?
A bullet.
If I can't have your money, I can still bag your buddy.
Dude, it's so fucking quotable.
I love Were Rabbit so much. But yeah, no, when it comes to my favorite Wallace and Gromit stuff, Wrong Trousers and Close Shave are like fucking pristine, dude. You gotta. When you get a chance,
I know.
when you get a chance, you gotta. It's so good. But yeah, Vengeance
I know.
Foul.
I know the Wensleydale joke though. Is that...
Not even Wensleydale.
Wensleydale.
So, all right. But Vengeance Most Foul, I won't. Yeah, I liked it. Just I wasn't blown away by it. I'll say that. But yeah, I still would recommend it. Fall Guy. Now we're talking. I liked it. You know what? I liked Bullet Train a lot more, but still, I like it.
Will
movie.
never.
No,
it will never be Bullet Train for me. I'm sorry.
Fall Guy will never be Bullet Train. I know. Look, it's still a good movie. I thought it was a little it got a little boring towards the middle, but then once the third act started happening, then I was like, okay, I'm back the fuck in. But yeah, it's still good. I think people that were expecting like, I don't know, Barbie levels or Bullet Train levels even, because it's the first movie to come out with Ryan Gosling in it since Barbie. I'm sure people were expecting something amazing. It's like it's just a good action movie, nothing more, nothing less.
I do like how it shows more of the stunt community.
Yeah, that's obviously its biggest draw is its stunt work, and which is good. It's really good. It's better than Furiosa.
Actually, I think the funny thing about Fall Guy is the opening scene. It shows movies from like with like stunt work. Most of the movies shown are other David Leitch movies.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like I think the most they show is like Hobbs and Shaw.
Well, yeah, duh. That is Dwayne Johnson and Jason Statham. Of course, you're going to be like, look, we have this movie. So
yeah, that's about all I have to say for Fall Guy.
Yeah, good movie. I'd watch it again, just not anytime soon.
I'd sooner watch Bullet Train.
Yeah, oh yeah, Bullet Train, dude, masterpiece. Ooh, Twisters. I like this one. I liked it. I liked it a lot more than the first one, and I was not expecting that because I hated the first one. I really did.
The first one is just not a good movie.
No, and I thought it would be like, because I thought people were kind of revisiting it, being like, oh, it's this cheesy 90s movie. And it's like, oh, then maybe it's actually fun. Because I grew up watching the Nostalgia Critic review, and, he made it seem like it was this lame movie. But then he also made it seem like Independence Day was a lame 90s schlocky movie. So I'm like, but I love Independence Day. I love the original Independence Day. So I'm thinking, no, maybe with all this revisionism, maybe there's something to it. Maybe there's something to this original Twisters or Twister.
All you get is Suck Zone.
Oh yeah, no. Oh god, no. It was awful, awful movie. It was so obnoxious, which sucks because I love Bill Paxton. He's a great actor. Gone too soon. Yeah. Rip. But like, then I watched this movie and I was like, oh, this is a good movie. It's a good action movie.
I don't know why it's connected to the first movie because like there's not much going on other than like I think Dorothy appears in it briefly.
The Dorothy machine, they have at the beginning, but then they don't really.
And then that's it.
That's
like,
it. That's the only connection.
Like this could be its own thing.
Yeah. Which it kind of is, which I'm glad. I'm glad it's its own thing because then it's able to stand on its own. Like you can say it's a sequel to Twister, but then just saying Twisters, it doesn't really say like Twister 2. It's just Twisters. So it can be its own thing, which,
we got twins.
We got twins. Yeah. Glenn Powell, man, he makes this movie special. Like if he wasn't in this movie, I feel like I'd be like a little less impressed with it. But he is just amazing in this role.
He's fun.
He's so much fun.
He's got the leading man charisma.
I get the Glenn Powell hype. I definitely do.
You've been Glenn pilled.
I've been Glenn pilled, exactly. Yeah, so good. I wouldn't mind owning this on Blu-ray. I don't currently, but I wouldn't mind it. I'd love to add it to the collection.
I think it's kind of just more of a preference thing for me because I wasn't really I didn't really go crazy for this movie.
Yeah, no, I definitely didn't go crazy for it either, but I understand why people went crazy for it. But also, I just think it's a good movie, nothing more, nothing less.
It's fine, just cool action, but like nothing spectacular.
Yeah, better than the first one. Let's say that. I mean, yeah. So. All right, okay, where were we? Okay, Twisters, and now
oh god.
Let's get ready to rumble, baby. All right, King, go off.
Dude, the substance. I remember hearing about it from like all these people on Letterboxd. I was interested because new horror movie. I love horror movies, and like whenever a new one comes around that has a lot of people talking, I'm interested either way.
Yeah.
Depending on whether or not it's good. And I try not to let other people's ratings influence my expectations, but I was expecting just I walked in blind.
Yeah.
And I expected something interesting. But what I got instead was the most cartoonish, unsubtle, fucking nonsensical piece of shit I have ever like seen all year.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
Like in terms of unsubtle, in terms of like, I compare it to fucking Don't Look Up or Are You Lost in the World Like Me?
Oh yeah.
Like that's how the first thing you see in this movie is the Hollywood star and then just having it crack right away. I'm just like, all right, now I get it.
You have the guy walking. You have the guy walking over, and he like drops his fucking chicken parm all over it.
Oh God! And just the movie just keeps shoving it in your face.
Shove it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just. And I'd be fine with the cartoonish aspects of it, like the Dennis Quaid performance and the really weird cinematography. If it didn't have this really serious performance in its center.
It's a good point. Yeah.
Because you have this really grounded performance by
Demi Moore.
Demi Moore.
Yep.
She's really good in the movie.
Oh yeah.
But like you have scenes of her like tearing out her hair and just like smearing lipstick on her face and having mental breakdowns.
Yeah.
But then in other scenes, you have her going me, mocking people on TV.
Oh yeah, when her younger version's on the show.
Yeah, and
they're getting ready for her to be at the New Year's show. Like she's gonna host it? Question mark.
Oh God.
You know what's really funny? So I love this movie, but I am more so in line with you and all our friends who hate this movie because it is the most unsubtle shit. It is so obnoxious in how it does it does everything. It is so up its own ass. It is so pretentious.
Like I hate movies that are just so pretentious like this.
See, you're comparing it to Are You Lost in the World Like Me and Don't Look Up in terms of like portrayal and like pretentiousness. And I agree. I was thinking when it comes to like the pretentious angle for it reminded me of The Holy Mountain. I don't know if
I have not seen that yet.
So that is actually really good. But the thing with that movie is that it is Alejandro Jodorowsky is the director, and he's basically on like a quest with like a bunch of other people and Jesus to kind of like find immortality or something like that. And the whole movie, they have this Jesus character who's literally supposed to be Jesus Christ. They make him like this buffoon. They make him like this dumbass. And Alejandro Jodorowsky, who is in the movie, he's like this alchemist character. And every chance he gets, he's just like, "Here, Jesus, let me show you the way. I know more than you." It's hilarious. It's so funny. But it does actually have a lot of really cool ideas, a lot of really good scenes, a lot of really interesting thematics set pieces and like metaphors and stuff like that. It's a really rich movie, even if it is extraordinarily pretentious. And I feel like that is what this movie is. It has a lot of really cool ideas, but it is incredibly pretentious in showing that kind of stuff.
I think like the way it delivers its themes, like I think it just has less to say, but it is way more upfront in showing it.
And it is obnoxious, but in my perspective, that adds to the comedy for me. Because like Holy Mountain, it has a lot of really pretentious aspects to it, but because it goes so far with its pretentiousness, I kind of love it because of that. Like it is entertainingly pretentious. And that is this for me, where it's like, this is so far up its own ass that it is so stupid. But I love it because of that. It goes so far in its pretentiousness that adds to the comedy for me. Especially those last 30 minutes where she's like that big fucking creature just walking around.
The last 30 minutes were just like incomprehensible.
Yeah, and then she's like spraying blood everywhere and everyone's just going like, "Wah!" It was so funny. Like I said, Smile 2 is the third funniest movie I saw all year. This is the second funniest movie I've seen all year. I was crying laughing on several occasions. It was so funny. But
no, the way you describe it makes me want to watch it as a comedy instead of like I was expecting an actual horror film.
No. As an actual horror film, it's not scary at all. Like straight up, not even remotely scary. There's no danger, no tension. There's nothing. But like, as a comedy, as a balls to the wall comedy, it is hilarious. I was crying laughing at several occasions. There was that part where she's like, getting ready to go out, but she doesn't go out because she's like trying to get ready, and she's just like, it's all like delivered kind of all visually, like that was a unironically good moment. But then the rest of the movie, it was just so ham-fisted. It's just like, wow, this is absurd.
I think another thing that really gets under my skin with this movie in particular is the references to other directors, in particular Stanley Kubrick.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, because I was watching the movie and there's several scenes where, like, yeah, you have the hallway that is blatantly the Shining hallway. You have the bathroom that is blatantly the Shining bathroom. I'm like, what are we doing here? You know, because at least
come on, this is like Alien Romulus level kind of thing.
But at least with Alien Romulus, it's referencing other Alien movies, and you know, it was reminding me of in Doctor Sleep, in Doctor Sleep. You know, you have that scene where they're blatantly in an office that is like the office from the first Shining. And it's like, okay, it's a dumb reference. It doesn't make any difference being in the movie.
But it's a sequel to The Shining, though.
Right. So it's like,
it makes sense.
I get why they had it. It's like, okay, it doesn't make sense within the movie, but from a meta perspective, you're just like, okay, it's a sequel to The Shining, so you're gonna reference The Shining. It's like, yeah, that makes sense. But what does the substance have to do with The Shining?
Why are they making references to Stanley Kubrick anyway? Because like Stanley Kubrick wasn't known for body horror.
Yeah, if anything, then at that point, yeah, you would reference David Cronenberg, which I don't know. I'm not as familiar with David Cronenberg.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe they did and we missed it. But it's like, okay, why? You know, just I thought this was its own thing, you know? It's
like, why have this overt reference to Stanley Kubrick when it has nothing to do with the movie's themes or just in general?
I guess the director really likes The Shining, which, yeah, I do too. It's one of my all-time favorite movies, but you don't see me, I don't know, making this podcast where like I have like visuals.
You don't start the podcast every time with "here's how."
That'd be so hacky. Oh yeah, no. So yeah, no. But like I said, I completely agree with you guys in that I think it's way too up its own ass to take it seriously. So
yeah,
as a comedy that I had fun with, I loved it. And I was far more entertained with it than a lot of other movies. So I don't consider it in the same level of like disappointments. I guess from an actual standpoint, yeah, I would say this is among the others disappointments where I'm like, wow, this is lame as fuck. But because I got like a really funny comedy out of it, I thought it surpassed my expectations. I was blown away by how much fun I was having watching it. And I need it on Blu-ray. I would love to see this again because it is so funny.
It's like the way you describe it is like watching a Harlem Globetrotters game.
Probably, yeah. It's like I'm looking at the backdrop right now. I have that scene where the camera's in Margaret Qualley's face, and you just like she's like struggling to smile. It's filling me with so much joy. I'm laughing so hard at the face she's making, even though that's supposed to be a scene I'm supposed to take seriously.
It reminds me of you remember Thor Ragnarok?
Yes.
Remember the scene where just like Thor does like the
yeah, is it? Is it in the face? Just look at her face. She's just like, it's so funny. When I know I'm not supposed to be laughing, but it's just so funny.
It's I need to watch it again as an unintentional comedy because I think I was just so mad at like the idea of it being an actual horror movie that I'm supposed to take seriously.
Sure, yeah. From that perspective, I completely understand. I completely sympathize. And yeah, I think the people who hate this, I think, well, that's the thing is like, there's a really good review I read from this one user. I believe it was this one. Yeah, it was by user Esther on Letterboxd, and it's a really good review. It's a bit long, so I won't like say anything from it, but it is, they do bring up the point that it's a confusing narrative because it's saying that like beauty standards, what it's saying about beauty standards is weird because it's never really society's fault for why the character goes through with the substance. It's like Everything
she goes through it.
Yeah, she goes
because of her own choices.
Yeah, everything bad that happens in the movie is because of her, not because of society or because of the people who created the substance. Like, she does this on her own accord. And so that's kind of a weird way of framing that, because I thought that's what the point of the movie is. It's supposed to be like, oh, society's expectations are what cause body images to be out of control in the modern era. But it's like, no, the woman actually goes out of her way to do this stuff, and for no good reason, because it's never really expressly made clear if it's the same woman, because it feels like it's two different characters, Demi Moore and Margaret Qualley. But then at one point she's like, no, I can't give this up, even though it doesn't make it feel like she's actually experiencing what Margaret Qualley is experiencing.
Oh yeah,
so
there's
weird.
Like this is like smaller stuff that I'm remembering from the movie. There's two more things I want to mention. This is more me being nitpicky as well.
No, go ahead.
There's a scene in the beginning that's just like I think it's after the Dennis Quaid dinner where Demi Moore is like in the bathroom, and then she overhears like Dennis Quaid like on the phone.
Well, that's actually the first time we see Dennis Quaid. Yeah, she's like in the bathroom, and he comes like because the woman's bathroom is under construction, and so then she sneaks into the guy's bathroom to just like go to the bathroom, and she's in one of the stalls, and Dennis Quaid in his first scene comes barging in on the phone. He's just like yelling on the phone, and he goes up, and it's like the camera's above the urinal, and and he's just like breathing on the camera, like close up, like you see like his spit and his like every pore on his nose. He's just like, I don't care what she's saying, she's a fucking old raggedy bitch or something. Yeah, he's saying like very obvious stuff, like very obvious, very obviously
on the nose,
misogynistic
literally
stuff.
On the nose.
Yeah, it's yeah, literally on the nose. Yeah, and then it goes into like the shrimp scene where he's just like, I'm eating shrimp and my name is Harvey. It's like, oh
God, I forgot his name is Harvey.
Yeah, the douchebag agent / producer character in Hollywood,
the studio exec,
is named Harvey. Exec. It's like
real. Like, you see what I mean when I say this movie feels like, are you lost in the world like me?
Do you get it, audience? It's like, oh, I'm a little lost.
Oh, bad.
Oh God, yeah, so funny.
It's like fucking. It's like boomer level.
Oh, dude, yeah, it's like the fucking political cartoons that have to label everything. They have to label like every fucking object.
The 1984 calendar.
Yeah, every object in the cartoon has to be labeled so you get what the cartoonist is saying. Like it's made for fucking 4-year-olds, but it's made for 64-year-olds.
This says a lot about our society.
Oh yeah, so obnoxious. But oh, dude, I need to watch it again just so then I can like get a lot more.
We got to do the Buck Wild thing where we just watch it like,
ooh yeah,
on a call.
Yeah, we gotta make it like a commentary, because we tried making a commentary with Buck Wild, but we never did. Because then me and Mordo did a Faust commentary. I'd love to do a commentary for The Substance like we did with Faust. I would love that. That'd be awesome. But yeah, we'll have to think about that at some other point. But yeah, Substance. I recommend it as a comedy, not as an actual horror film.
I have nothing else to say. I have made my stance on it quite clear. My substance.
Your substance. Ooh, go get him, King. So here we go. Actually good movie. Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Dude, I love this.
Dude,
this was fun.
This is literally the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, I mean, I rewatched both first Sonics, the Sonic 1 and Sonic 2, and I still really like them. I mean, they're dumb kids movies, dumb family movies, but for what they are, I think they're fun. I think this one follows suit. I think this is some of the best Sonic fan service we've gotten so far.
It's a legitimately good movie too.
Yeah, it's a good story.
I walked in with kind of low
Yeah.
bit low expectations because like
Sure.
I'm in the minority where I wasn't in love with the second movie.
Yeah, the second movie is weird on rewatch. The wedding subplot is so absurd and so out of nowhere. I mean, again, it's the same thing with The Substance, where it's like it's so stupid I can't help but love it, but it is stupid, you know.
Yeah. But like the way Sonic 3 goes about balancing balancing the Sonic stuff and the human stuff, like I think works really well,
Yeah.
especially since you have Shadow and Maria
Oh
very
yeah.
intertwined.
Oh yeah. The
And
Shadow and Maria stuff is very good.
have you seen that Stephen Colbert clip?
I
Was it
have.
Stephen Colbert?
Yeah, it was Colbert. Oh no. Oh no.
I know that Shadow falls in love with Maria, and then you just see all the
Oh no.
you just see all the life from Ben's face just drain.
Yeah, where he's just like, oh no,
Whoa.
Colbert, you don't get it. No. No,
Oh.
wait.
I mean, what do we expect from the same late night talk show host that created a fucking Skibbity Biden?
Oh yeah. What happened to Colbert, man? Like he used to be one of the funniest guys. I somewhat kind of thought he was funnier than Jon Stewart at times. I mean, now I think they're both just old men who are not funny anymore, but Colbert especially is
Yeah,
rough. It's just rough.
rough stuff.
But anyway, talking about something good, Sonic 3.
Yeah, no Stephen Colbert.
No Stephen Colbert, so it's automatically the best thing ever. Yeah, no, dude, I gotta say, the Gerald and Ivo Robotnik dance scene in the lasers, like, best scene in a movie this year for me. Like,
No,
I loved it.
I think it made me really like the song because
I've been listening to Galvanize for like a couple weeks now.
I love the do. It reminds me of like do you remember you know Dream On by Aerosmith, right?
Yeah, of course.
It kind of reminds me of the guitar in that song, like the melody a little.
Yeah, my finger is on the button. Push the button.
Push the button. do.
Oh, it's so good. Such a good scene. So
yeah,
fun. It's
great.
Yeah, and it's, you know what? It reminded me, because I was crying laughing just as much as I was during the Rachel subplot in the second movie when I saw that in theaters. But here, at least, it was like over in like a minute. But like, I don't know. I thought it was still really fun.
What do you think of Keanu Reeves as Shadow?
I still would have preferred Robert Pattinson or Hayden Christensen. I heard Hayden Christensen was probably just a rumor, but I would have loved if Hayden Christensen was Shadow. But
yeah,
honestly, Keanu Reeves would have been my third pick. So like, I still like him as the role, but I would have preferred Robert Pattinson or Hayden Christensen as like.
Dude, Robert Pattinson as Shadow would go hard.
That would go incredibly hard. But yeah, I'm fine with Keanu Reeves. He plays the role fine. It's good. It's still good.
What else? The climax is like great as well.
Yeah. He pisses on the moon.
He pisses on the moon and he makes the announcement.
Yeah.
I really Keanu Reeves aside, I just really like Shadow in this movie.
Dude,
like
when
the way he's
rides a motorcycle,
the way he's written, and he has so much aura. Like it's really hard to make a character legitimately cool or badass. Because
it's Shadow, dude. Like, come on.
But like, it would have been really easy to make like Shadow like this edgelord, like not cool, but like, man, he's really cool. When he got
on the motorcycle and had the gun and he's just like, don't follow me, I'm just like, oh fuck, dude. Hell yeah.
The more you talk, the harder I want to hit you.
Yeah, no, such a fun movie. Such a great way to end off the year in terms of like fun family movies. I mean, I guess Nosferatu came out afterwards, but still. Yeah.
The same week you also had you could either watch Sonic 3, which is literally peak, or Mufasa.
Which, yeah, we didn't because why would we?
Come on, Mufasa, my brother.
Yeah, no. So
Yeah,
Sonic 3, great movie. Had a lot of fun.
I can't wait to get my hands on it on digital.
Ooh, yeah, I would love to add this to the collection. I'd love to add all 3 movies to the collection. I just haven't yet.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay, we've entered into the 7s and beyond. So here's an interesting one. It's called Pizza Panic Party. It's a short film. It's a short horror film. And all it is so I'll just read the letterbox description. In 1986, 4 teenage girls enjoy a pizza night that turns into a nightmare. Some really good gore effects in this one. Really, really liked it. Real tight package, this one. I won't give anything away. Just, I highly recommend it. Pizza Panic Party, if you haven't seen it. It's on YouTube. Snack Shack, another one I'd recommend. Adam Reimer?
I have no clue.
The guy who did Dinner in America, which is a movie they talked about on Red Letter Media. Snack Shack, very good film. It's about 2 boys in the 90s, and they run a snack shack at a pool. Which sounds pretty simple. It is. But it's very interesting seeing these 2 teenage boys. It's a coming of age story, so it's interesting. I highly recommend it. Then we got Look Back. This was one I was told a lot from a lot of people. They're just like, dude, you gotta watch Look Back. It's like so unbelievably peak. And it's like, yeah.
I still need to watch it because like I haven't had the time, dude.
That's fine. I mean, it's 58 minutes too. It's not a long movie. It's pretty brisk.
I'll get it probably.
Oh yeah,
by the end of the month.
Oh yeah. I highly recommend it. It's probably one that, you know, a lot of people would like say is like, oh, I cried, and I didn't cry, but I still thought it was a very good movie. Highly recommend it. City Hunter, dude. City Hunter. I got to talk about this. You haven't watched it yet, have you?
Not yet.
Okay, well, it's on Netflix, so if you ever get a chance, it's an adaptation of an anime or manga or whatever. But it's very good. It's Japanese, and it's I'll just read the letterbox description again. An exceptional marksman and hopeless playboy, Private Eye Ryo Seba reluctantly forms an alliance with his late partner's sister to investigate his death, which sounds like a lot, but it's really good. Really highly recommend. So, yeah, it's very good.
All right.
Gruenfeld. So this is an Albert Burney short film. If you're familiar with Albert Burney, he's a Tux and Fanny guy. Yeah, I really liked it. Albert Burney usually deals with a lot of existential themes in his stuff, because Tux and Fanny, if you've ever seen it, you know it's very existential.
I need to finish it. Yeah.
Oh, dude, Tux and Fanny, very good. This was also very good. It was very interesting. It's only 10 minutes long. It's also on YouTube, but highly recommend it. I won't give anything away.
I remember when you logged it the other day. I thought you rewatched the Garfield movie, and I saw the skull on the poster, and I was just like, "What the fuck?"
From a distance, it does look like it says Garfield, but no, it's Gruenfeld.
And the 4-star rating, I was just like, "Oh, okay."
I guess it holds up better on rewatch. Well,
I don't know, Chris Pratt Garfield.
Yeah, who knows? So, okay. We've entered into the top 10, Bamason.
Ooh.
So let's start off with Alien Monday, another short film. 20 minutes long, though. It is the best Alien thing I saw from 2024. It's very good. It's just a short film made by it's a YouTube animator. They made it. It's a bunch of animators. They made it. It's a YouTube video. It's very good.
Is it a companion piece to like Romulus, or is this like its own thing?
It's its own thing. It was made because people were just, I guess they were just passionate for Alien. They're like, hey, let's make our own Alien story, and they did.
Oh, so it's like a fan film.
Yeah, it's a fan film, exactly, and it's spectacular. The animation is so good for like a YouTube budget. You're just like, holy shit, dude, it looks amazing.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
Yeah, no, I highly recommend. It's much better than Romulus. It's so much better than Romulus. It's not even funny. Oh, it was very good. Okay, here we go. Actual movie now,
Yeah.
not a short film. Terrifier 3.
Yes.
I rewatched it. I have it on a steelbook.
I watched it with my ma. Yeah, it was nuts.
That's so funny you watched it with your mom. I really liked it. I mean, I'm not sure if I prefer it to Terrifier 2, because Terrifier 2 is so excessive because it's like 2 hours and 18 minutes. It is so out there and excessive that it's kind of amazing to witness. Whereas I feel like this is just kind of more of the same, but still very fun. It's just also a lot tighter, you know?
Yeah, I think because of the pacing alone, I'm more of a Terrifier 3 kind of guy. And
Sure. Yeah.
I think because of also the clear like expansion of the scale, I'm also gonna give it to 3 because like the mall scene, dude, the fucking mall scene.
So good. Yeah. No, look, here's the thing. Terrifier 3 also, I love the aesthetics because it's Christmas, and I think it nails the Christmas aesthetics like unbelievably hard. It looks good. Like that's the thing.
I love the idea of just Art the Clown. Like I saw someone comment like I love the idea of Art the Clown soy jacking over Santa Claus.
So funny, dude. So funny. Yeah, Art the Clown in general is just such a fun character. Like I always have a huge smile on my face whenever he's on screen.
Yeah. He's definitely he's become a new kind of iconic slasher.
As he should be.
I can 100% with confidence say he's up there with like Jason and Fred. I need to watch the Nightmare on Elm Street and Friday films, but like in terms of recognizability, I think he's up there right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. So, but yeah, Terrifier 3, man, it's a Christmas movie, so I definitely got to watch it next Christmas season. And I'm glad.
Oh, yeah, me too.
I'm glad I have it on Steelbook, this Blu-ray Steelbook, because I'm definitely adding it to the collection. So, anything else we have to say about Terrifier 3?
Not really. The shower scene, crazy shit.
It's a real chainsaw up the butt kind of scene. Literally. Here we go. One of my favorite things from this year. One of my favorite movies from this year, but it's actually a show. The Penguin.
They're gonna tell stories about us one day, kid.
Yeah.
They're gonna tell it all.
Dude, I am so unbelievably penguin pilled now. Like,
yeah,
holy shit.
It's so much of this show is just like, dude. I wish I could start somewhere. Like, seriously.
I didn't believe the hype. I will say that. I didn't believe it. And it's because when it comes to shows based off of nerd culture stuff, and I've been told like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever, I'm just like, really? I still haven't seen Daredevil. I'll get to it. I wasn't disappointed by Andor. I liked Andor a lot. It was one of the best Star Wars things from the past decade, undoubtedly.
Which really isn't saying much.
No, it's not saying much, absolutely. But I think that's why I was just like, yeah, it's good. I just wasn't as blown away by it. I still liked it. I think I definitely want to watch it again to really get a grasp of what it's going for the whole time. I just wasn't as blown away by it where people are like, no, this is the greatest like Star Wars thing in a long time. It's like, yeah, it's good, but I was just not as blown away. The Penguin, though, I was like, oh mama, I get the hype entirely. like this is so
when
good.
did you realize, like, was it like just in the first episode?
Well, I was very much impressed with the first episode. I think the first episode might be my favorite. I guess the finale was good too. I think I rated the finale higher, but I would probably say the first episode is probably my favorite one conceptually, because it's just really cool seeing Oz go around with Victor for the first time.
Yeah. Dude, Victor. Oh,
yeah.
Man.
I think that was the moment Well, so the whole show, I was like, this is very good. Because like I kept going, I was like, it didn't really lose me. It almost lost me when it was just like, oh, Sophia's not actually the hangman. She was blamed. I was like, oh, that kind of takes away from her character. I thought she was actually a really crazy character. But then it's like, no, that actually adds into her being crazy. And then she starts killing people for real, and you're like, okay, now I
Oh
see.
yeah,
Yeah. It was great.
yeah. Sophia Falcone is like it's really hard to rank all these really great characters, especially when we're talking about the main three.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
But in terms of writing, I think Sophia is probably she's up and I think she rivals Oz in terms of like the writing.
I prefer Oz just a bit more, but I mean the fact that
like
she's
Oz
even up
has
there.
the person.
Yeah.
Like Oz has the personality and
Yes.
he has the complex writing, but
Yes.
the writing they give to Sophia, like with her history of the Falcone family.
Yeah.
And
you think like, oh, she's going to take that opportunity to then better herself. It's like, no, she actually ends up worse, than what they did to her. Like she ends up worse because she actively does kill people. And the fucking fact that she bombs a part of Gotham, it's like, Jesus Christ, lady, like you are scum. But
you are nuts.
You are nuts, but that's great. I'm glad she went that far. Like that's what I love.
Yeah.
Oh, and then
like there's so many oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, and then her ultimate fate of then you think she's gonna get killed, and then she gets caught and put back in Arkham. You're like, oh, that's even more diabolical. Like, holy shit, yes. Like, that's incredible.
Do you think would you be open to her returning in like a future Batman movie? Or
that's tough to say because I don't know if they could do her justice again. Because like what else would she do? I feel like
I'm not sure, but
she served her purpose.
I think as long as like Matt Reeves or the people involved with the show are continuing to write for it, then I'm open to it.
Yeah.
But like you said, leaving her in Arkham is like the perfect place to bookend it.
Exactly.
If they don't visit her again.
Yeah. Even if they do kind of ruin her in later sequels, it's like, you know what? At least we got what we got in this series. So like, I'd be fine with it.
Yeah. The fact that they went like you said, the fact that they went this far with her, like they have a lot of shows and movies have so many villains that are like built up as these ultimate threats and then they just don't live up to it.
Yes.
But you have the build up of Sophia Falcone like in the earlier parts of the show. And then she actually just lives up to that.
She surpasses it. Like I said, she starts off where she's like, I'm not the hangman, I'm not a killer. And you're like, oh, okay. But then she goes even further down where she not only kills a lot of people, she kills a ton of people. Like that bombing
instead of
killed a lot of people.
Yeah, instead of becoming like, I'm not going to kill people anymore, she's just like, if I'm going down, I'm taking all of you with me.
Yeah, that's diabolical. It's like, holy shit. But yeah, and Victor, we got to talk about Victor. Because Victor, at first I'm like, oh, he's like the one sympathetic character, which is intentionally done so, where you're just like, yeah, even though he kills people and he's, an aiding and abetting crime, it's like, you still feel for him where you're just like, yeah, I like Victor. I want what's best for him. Like you don't want to see him die. Like you want to see him flourish, even though he does make bad choices. Like he actively chooses to go with Oz instead of to California with his old girlfriend.
Yeah.
But you don't hate him for making that choice. You're just like, you know what? I understand why he made that choice. And yeah, he is the character with the most heart where like, that is his ultimate downfall though, because oh dude, we got to talk about it. So in the finale, he lets it slip to Oz. He's like, Oz, you're like family to me. And Oz, the whole finale episode has been completely broken down and completely betrayed by his mother, his own flesh and blood.
All of his relationships have been completely uprooted.
Yeah.
Like in that whole episode.
And all he has left is Victor. But he realizes, oh, you love me, so someday I'm going to have to lose you. And he doesn't want to deal with that again, so he just gets it over with and kills Victor, and I'm like, oh my god, perfect! Like, this is
Like,
great.
That is how you make a good, likable villain.
Yeah.
Like,
this is, so a lot of people have made the comparisons to this being Sopranos-esque, and it's like, what I love about that is that it's not a Sopranos ripoff, but these are absolutely elements you would see in the Sopranos. It's just done so in a different kind of way, you know?
yeah, like you hate him for what he's doing.
Yeah,
like,
but you understand.
I could not forgive Oz for killing Vic in the
Right.
way that he did.
Right.
But
you understand
at the
why
same
he did
time, I understand. Yeah.
Oh, dude, so good. Yeah, this penguin is what I think they were trying to make with the Danny DeVito penguin, and they didn't do it very well. Whereas here,
I still love the Danny DeVito penguin. He's more of a monster in a traditional sense.
Yeah, absolutely. There's still stuff to appreciate with Batman Returns. It's just the penguin stuff is kind of weird. Whereas here, oh, dude, chef's kiss.
Dude,
so good.
Dude, the Oz in this version of the penguin is a monster in an entirely different way compared to Danny DeVito's penguin.
Because what I love about him being a monster is that he is responsible for his brothers dying. And what I love about that is that you're not entirely clear. It's not entirely clear if he even understands that he's the cause of that. Because, like, they never really make it obvious if he's just lying because he's a sociopathic liar and he just doesn't want to admit it, or if he genuinely has no idea that he actually did that, you know?
I feel like he's been always kind of a sociopath. Like, he was born into a part of the city where everyone's poor and there's crime, and he talks about in the first episode he has this whole monologue about a big shot gangster who was very well known in his city.
Rex Calabrese, yeah.
Yeah, Rex Calabrese. And I imagine that as a kid he internalized the fact that because you have this because of Rex being this big shot gangster, he has all of this respect, power, and money, and he internalized that into being, if I'm a criminal, that means I'll earn respect.
Yeah, probably. But also, it's just never made clear if he even understands that he locked the door. Like, because when he closed the door, it makes a locking sound, but it doesn't seem like he understands that it's locked, you know? He just wanted to go back to hang out with his mom. Whereas then his mom's like, you caused them to drown. He's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe he doesn't even realize that he locked the door there and that caused them to drown. But, like, also, maybe he does, and he's just so, maybe is actually guilty of it that he doesn't want to, but he doesn't want to admit that he's guilty of it. So he's just internalized it so much that he just doesn't remember doing that, you know? That's the thing. You don't know. And the show never makes that clear. And that it's made all the better for it, for us to interpret it in our own way.
Dude, the fact that we're still talking about, like, what he did as a kid, like, is just
yeah, no, dude,
I think that
this is my show of the year for sure. I mean, look, it's no Smiling Friends season 2, but this was like my show of the year in terms of 2024 shows. I mean, I didn't watch, all I watched was The Penguin and Smiling Friends season 2, but this show was so good.
Yeah, there was this, Smiling Friends, and Squid Games.
Oh yeah. Didn't watch Squid Game season 2.
It was all right.
Was it? I have no interest in ever watching it. So
yeah, you could tell that the heart from the first season is not really there anymore.
Such a shame. Such a shame. So yeah, I hear the Penguin's gonna get a 4K release sometime this year. I am absolutely gonna add that to the collection.
Yeah, it's such a good show.
So good.
I can't wait for more of Matt Reeves' Batman universe.
Yeah, this has gotten me more excited to see that universe again. It also got me excited to rewatch the first one, and I was like, I gotta, but then I did not have time to, and I've been struggling to find the time to rewatch it again. I really want to.
Yeah, it's man, I love how we have like the DCU going on right now and the Batman just like at the same time.
Yeah, because then when the DCU eventually falls flat on its face, we have the Batman. Until that eventually falls flat on its face, you never know.
I hope that day never comes.
But you know what? At least we'll always have the Batman and the Penguin.
Yeah.
So, gotta recommend this: Twilight of the Warriors Walled In. That's a movie I watched.
That's a mouthful of a title.
It is, but it is a good movie. I will say that. I watched it during wheel night because I don't know, some night William was just like, "All right, we're watching this because you have a Prime account." I'm like, "I do have an Amazon Prime account, and that's thanks to Ketchup, because Ketchup made me get one so that I could watch One Up. I mean, I need Prime anyway because I like using Prime anyway, but I exclusively got Prime at first because it was the only way to watch One Up, Ketchup's favorite bad movie. This the Gamer Girl movie.
Oh God,
it's not good, but oh man, it's worth watching. Anyway, point is, Prime had Twilight of the Warriors Walled In. It's a Hong Kong movie. It's pretty good. It's real interesting in terms of the fight choreography. It's a lot of fun from that perspective.
Is it like funny bad, or is it like
no? It's not even
actually
bad.
good.
No, it's actually good. No, it's actually a really good movie. I highly recommend it. It is a little weird because I watched it in wheel night, so a lot of people were talking during it, but I was just trying to watch it myself, and yeah, I thought it was a lot of fun. Highly recommend it. It's the best Fantastic Four movie I've seen. I'll say that.
Say that again.
It's the best Fantastic Four movie I've ever seen.
No, you missed the reference. Damn it.
Oh fuck, I'm so stupid. Say that again. How could I let down my goat? Fan Four stick down. Nosferatu. We've gotten to it.
I've seen so many memes of Nosferatu come out recently. It's interesting because like the general audience seems to be gravitating a lot to Nosferatu.
Yeah, I mean, which is good. You know, it's Robert Edgers. He deserves a lot more viewership. I mean, not that he doesn't get it. He obviously every time an Edgers film comes out, it's not a huge hit, but
like people watch it.
Yeah, the people,
like a lot of people watch it.
The people who like him watch it every time, and they do well. I mean, The Northman didn't do well, but even still, people watched The Northman and they were like, "Oh, this is good," you know. But like,
yeah,
it was just kind of a big movie for him. Whereas this feels like truer to his roots, is like indie horror with like Dovovich and The Lighthouse.
Yeah, this is probably the most commercial Robert Eggers Robert Eggers movie.
Yeah, so far,
like
definitely.
It's still really good. I really enjoyed. Dude, Bill Skarsgård, man,
unmatched, my guy.
I am so glad that he had this movie this year, because if he didn't, then it would have just been The Crow. Or
yeah, he was
he in something else this year?
The last thing I remember him being in was Barbarian, but people liked Barbarian, so
yeah, good. Barbarian's good. What was he in recently other than The Crow?
The Crow was Eternals.
I haven't seen Boy Kills World yet.
I don't know what that is. I've never heard of this.
Yeah, that came out last year as well.
Yeah, no, The Crow was. I heard The Crow was bad, which I don't doubt that for a second. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I forgot he was in Internals.
I've seen this this meme where someone is talking in the Nosferatu voice, and he's just like, "You must bounce on it, crazy style."
I have the riz.
The riz.
Nose riz off too. Spit on
Nose
that thing.
for riz too.
Yeah.
I have riz on my star.
Spit on it.
You gotta give him that hawk too.
Oh Yeah, no, he was very good. I love the mustache, dude. The fucking 70s stash. It was so disgusting, but I loved
Yeah.
it. It was what this Nosferatu needed to stand out.
Yeah, I like how sickly he was
Oh
too.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
he was so disgusting, but
Yeah. Very
it made him very interesting to watch.
very different than it was a very different Nosferatu than what we've seen before, but
Yeah.
all the better. It made it stand out, which I'm glad, because this is a remake. It should stand on its own, and it does.
Willem Dafoe was also great.
So good. I mean, I liked him more in The Lighthouse, but I mean, it's Willem Dafoe. You're gonna get an amazing performance from him no matter what.
I love how he's become a Robert Eggers regular.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I hope he's in every Robert Eggers movie for here until the end of time.
Man, like what else is there?
I was surprised by Lily Rose Depp. I didn't know what to expect from her, because even though she is the daughter of Johnny Depp, you'd think, oh, she probably has a lot of really good performance juices in her. But I don't know. I hear she's been in a bunch of bad movies, and then she was in like what, The Idol, that weird weekend.
Oh yeah,
movie?
The Idol. I've heard
Or
she's
show.
pretty bad in that.
Yeah, so it's like I didn't know what to expect from her, but she was good. I think she.
Yeah, she can act possessed.
Yeah, no, I thought the possession was really good. It was goofy, but like in a good way, where I was like, I like what they're doing with it. I'm glad they're going.
It kind of reminded
far.
me a little of. It kind of reminded me a little of Sam Raimi.
Ooh, yeah, I can see that.
Like, without the crazy camera movements,
Yes.
the whole the way she distorts her body was very Evil Dead-esque.
Yeah, very impressive stuff. Yeah, and also Ralph Ineson's in this movie. Very good actor.
Yeah, he's good.
Very good Robert Eggers staple actor. Very good. I loved him a lot in this movie. I even really liked Nicholas Hoult and Aaron Taylor Johnson in this one too.
Oh, me.
Yeah, you. Yeah. You were way better than Kraven. Only slightly though, let's be real.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, just acting all across the board was very, very good.
Yeah, the makeup, the Nosferatu makeup is great too.
So such a good. It's great because you can see how it's inspired by the original, but still able to be its own thing.
I like how when we're first introduced to Count Orlok, he's still very much kept in shadow.
Yeah,
like there's this one bit that I so remember distinctly, where Nicholas Holt's character, I think his name is Thomas.
Yes.
Thomas is like trying to eat his food, and then he cuts himself like with a fork.
Yep.
And there's this really cool close up of Orlok's eyes.
Yeah, that's
like you can see him like hold himself back when he sees the blood.
Yeah, that's a similar thing in the first Nosferatu, in the original. Like he's like Thomas Hutter is like cutting bread, and he like cuts himself, and then Count Orlok just like, you know, looks at it and goes like, "Oh, your precious blood." But like here, that scene is very different. It's definitely. You expect it, because as someone who has seen the original Nosferatu, there was a lot of scenes in here where I'm like, all right, I'm expecting this, I'm expecting that, but they do them different enough in a way that still is true to the story, but also able to stand on its own, which is a hard thing to do as a remake, where you're just like, you know, what do you do differently to stand out, but also still with keeping within that same spirit of the original, you know?
It's hard to make a movie like this, like a remake, and have it be good to begin with.
Oh yeah. Well, because Nosferatu is technically a ripoff. Like the reason.
Yeah, it's a ripoff of Dracula, right?
It's a ripoff of Dracula historically. So the only reason it exists is because some German filmmakers wanted to make Dracula, but Bram Stoker's widow wouldn't give them the rights to Dracula. So they're like, all right, well, fuck it. We'll make our own Dracula with blackjack and hookers. And so they made a Do Not Steal original OC version and called it Nosferatu. But it is the story of Dracula. And so they got sued. And because they didn't have any money, that they just had to burn all the original copies of Nosferatu. But because of pirating, some copies exist, and it went on to become a film classic because people kept
Somehow Nosferatu returned.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, and I'm glad that out of all directors, Robert Eggers tackled a Nosferatu remake, because Nosferatu, as much of a film classic as it is weird. It is a silent film, and so those are always going to be strange movies.
It came out right as like the German expressionist movement, right? Like this was the same time as like Cabinet of Dr. Caligari.
Yeah, Caligari was 1920. Nosferatu, the original, was 1922, and then it got re-released in America in 1929. But 1922 is when it's from. And yeah, it is an interesting film, especially for the time, but it is a silent film, so a lot of it is held back through its editing and presentation.
Yeah, like a lot of it is just
it's aged.
It's aged.
Yeah, I've always been of the opinion that I think out of all silent films from that era, the ones that have aged the best are silent comedies, because a lot of those comedies are slapstick, which is a very timeless way of expressing comedy. So stuff like Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin movies from that time have aged flawlessly. Like Sherlock Jr. is just as good a movie as it is now as it was back in 1924. Whereas like I feel like stuff like Nosferatu and like Battleship Potemkin and all that kind of stuff that's seen as like film classics have aged a bit. I would say something like Metropolis has aged pretty well. But when it comes to silent films, it is weird, those movies.
Yeah.
So
it's nothing to do with the movies themselves. Right. It's just the time period.
Yeah, it's not of course, the time period they were coming out, that's how they made movies, because they didn't have the technology to combine visuals with sound. Like they literally couldn't. They didn't do that until later on. So
like, the 30s, right?
1927 was when The Jazz Singer came out, and that is seen as one of the earliest adapters of sound. I don't think it was the first, but yeah, that was the earliest one. That's the one where the guy, Al Jolson, he wants to be an entertainer, and he does blackface at one point. That's this.
Oh yeah, the blackface.
Yeah, Jazz Singer. I've always wanted to finish that because I watched it in college and I never finished it. But I've always wanted to finish it.
I'd rather you watch Bamboozled instead.
Oh yeah, I hear that one's good.
Yeah.
But
I mean, that's not a silent film. That's just a recommendation.
I know, it's Spike Lee. Yeah, Spike Lee. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, Nosferatu. So anyway,
off topic.
I know. My point is, when it comes to modern interpretations of Nosferatu, I'm glad it was Robert Eggers of all directors, because he is a very dark, kind of darkly lit kind of director. He has a very specific style. And so I feel like Nosferatu, out of all directors I've seen, I feel like he would fit the most, and he just knocked it out of the park with it, man.
Yeah. After this, I would. I know he's got The Night, I think.
Yeah, that's his next one. Which cool. I'd love to see a medieval movie from him.
There's rumors that he's going to be doing the Labyrinth remake.
I would love that. Because like. I think a Labyrinth remake or a Labyrinth sequel or whatever, like something to do with Labyrinth in the modern age, I think is a terrible idea. But if you're gonna do one, I would love to see it from Robert Eggers.
It's like the Labyrinth is a kid's, like, I wouldn't say it's a kid's thing, but it's designed for younger audiences.
Yeah, Labyrinth. Yeah, 1986. So, it's an 80s movie staple.
So I would be curious to see how Robert Eggers tackles something less what's the word?
Less adult.
Yeah, I guess.
I'd love to. Yeah, I would love to see that. I don't see it listed on his letterbox, so I don't know if that. Yeah, I guess that's just rumors. But if it happens, I would love to see that. And I can't believe I'd be saying that. I'd love to see a Labyrinth thing, but only if he's attached to it. If he's not, then I don't want to see it.
Yeah, or what's after Nosferatu, I just really want him to do a possession kind of movie. Because the way he did it in Nosferatu was very interesting, and I want to see him expand it into not like an Exorcist, like something attached to the Exorcist. I mean, just like something having to do with possession.
Yeah, you can do other things than just The Exorcist when it comes to possession movies, for sure.
I think it's just like I think it's just most people default to thinking demon possession. Oh, it's got to be The Exorcist.
Yeah, or they try and make it so derivative of The Exorcist. Yeah. No, I'd love to see more from Edgers. Because it was very good. Just as good as I was expecting it to be.
Yeah.
Dune Part 2, anybody?
Who's Doonin'?
Who up Doonin'?
Who up Doonin'? They're goonin'. They're goonin'. They're Doonin'.
Dude, Dune Part 2. Excellent film. Excellent. Dude,
Great.
I'm glad I rewatched it because watching it in theaters was weird. Like, I loved everything about it. And then it did some things different than what I was familiar with when it came to Dune. And I didn't know how I felt about that kind of stuff. I've talked about it in my review, but mostly I was not a fan of, making Shawnee a little bit more questionable of the Messiah angle, because I felt as though the point of Dune, not that the point isn't that you're not supposed to, look towards a messianic figure, because like that is what Dune is about. It's the dangers of idolizing somebody to the degree that they do. But I feel like what makes Dune interesting is that from a meta perspective, even you, the audience, are kind of falling for it.
Because Paul is just like, you see him start as just like this not spoiled aristocrat, but like he does have spoiled moments. Like there's that moment in the first movie where he's being tested by the Reverend Mother, and he's just like, how dare you use the voice on me?
Yeah, but he's not unlikable. You like Paul Atreides. He's a likable main character. You want to see him succeed. But then by the end, he's kind of like this ruthless guy who's just willing to do whatever possible for these people. He's
en route to becoming a dictator.
He's willing to blow up the world to get his way because he has nuclear weapons with him on his side. Like, yeah, that's bad. It's like, but I don't know. So having a character like Chani do that, because in the original Dune, she does, go along with Paul. Like, even in this movie, there is a scene where Paul says like, oh, don't worry, one day she'll understand. I have seen it. So it's like eventually she does fall for Paul. Whereas in this version, she doesn't. They make it clear that Zendaya is always of sound mind when it comes to the whole messianic Lisan al-Gaib kind of stuff. I think rewatching it, I like that aspect. It gives Shawnee a little bit more of a character in this one. And it also gives her
much more to do.
It gives her much more to do, but then it also, not only does it make her more interesting, it makes the Fremen at large more interesting. Because then you start to see them as more of a warring culture, even within themselves. I feel like when it comes to the Fremen in a lot of Dune adaptations I've seen, they're kind of just seen as like this one, that's the thing with a lot of cultures and a lot of alien movies, where they're just seen as like one culture and they just follow the same things over and over again.
They have no inner conflict.
Yeah, whereas like us as humans, we have the inner conflict. It's like, no, like you're gonna have inner conflict in a lot of cultures. That's what makes us human. But like, so in this version of Dune, you have the people like Stilgar, like a lot of the southern tribes who believe in the Lisan al-Gaib, and then you have Zendaya and her friend who are like, no, there is no Lisan al-Gaib. It's all propaganda made up by the Bene Gesserit, which it literally is. But even then, some of the characters who don't believe in that kind of stuff still believe in Paul by the end. Like there's that one character, the one female Freeman character who is with Zendaya, where she's just like, I don't believe in any of this Lisan al-Gaib shit. But then by the end of her arc, when she gets captured by
Fade Routha,
she dies for Paul
because she believes in Paul.
She believes in Paul, exactly. So it's like, wow, like it's still, so you still see these kinds of aspects explored in these characters, but it is also interesting to see that there's these warring factions even within this one culture. It really diversifies the Fremen, and I think that makes it a little more interesting. I don't think it fixes it, because the one last thing I want to say is that I remember around the time the movie came out, there's like this YouTube short that had like an interview with Denis Villeneuve, and it was titled like Denis Villeneuve fixes the one problem with Dune. It's like, okay, no, he didn't fix anything. He did something different. Like I don't think that's a problem with Dune, that it doesn't make Paul's rise to power obviously bad. I think that is what makes Dune so interesting, that you as the reader are even falling for it. Like, I don't think that's a glaring flaw that this movie fixes. I think it's just a different interpretation of this story, you know?
Yeah.
So, but still, very good film.
I think, like you said, the fact that there's disagreement among the Fremen about Paul and his Messiah characteristics, I think what makes the Fremen like much more three-dimensional.
Yes.
Like an actual tribe with people, rather than just like a collection of characters that nobody cares about.
Yeah, and you understand why they think this way. You understand why, like, oh yeah, of course we don't believe in the Lisan al-Gaib. Like, that's obviously stuff made up by the Bene Gesserit for centuries at this point. But then, as you start to see these characters interact, you understand why Stilgar believes that Paul is the Lisan al-Gaib. You believe why these people are starting to turn and start to understand why they believe that they want to follow him. Why Gurney follows him. Like, you understand why.
I think another thing that's interesting about the movie is that we're not 100% sure, I could be wrong, but like we're not 100% sure whether or not Paul believes that he himself is the Lisan al-Gaib, because there's the bit in the beginning where he says that I'm not
he's not the Messiah.
He's not the Messiah.
Yeah,
sorry,
he explicitly says he's not the Messiah. But then over time, then he starts to he's doing it for the Fremen. He's doing it because he actually likes these people, but also partly for revenge because the Harkonnen fucking murdered his entire family.
I don't think he actually really cares about the Fremen. I think he's totally focused on revenge.
No, but I think he does care about the people eventually, you know. But like, I mean, maybe he cares about Zendaya, and he does like Stilgar, but maybe that's because Stilgar hypes him up, and so he appreciates the attention. But yeah, I guess I see what you mean. Yeah, it is purely revenge at first, but I feel like there does become like there is something that he actually does give a shit about these people. But then I think it does start to get a little muddy when, like, yeah, as he goes along and then he drinks the water of life, especially, and he survives, then it's just
he becomes more cold.
He becomes more cold. Yeah, because now he has the powers of the Bene Gesserit where he can like see into the future. He can actually has the same powers that the Bene Gesserit has, but he's a guy, when like that's not supposed to happen. You're only supposed to have these powers as a woman, but he's a man and he has these powers. Like, that is kind of messianic when you think about it. That's kind of huge. And then he kills Feyd-Rautha. So I think he's definitely made his case clear, but it becomes less and less so as the movie goes on. And so then I believe by the next movie it's going to be a little more overt over whether he truly believes it or not.
Austin Butler.
Oh, dude. Yeah. No, the acting across the board is very good in this movie, but Austin Butler is like so many levels
steals
high.
Steals
the show.
He's so good as Feyd-Rautha.
Dude.
Like, I remember being kind of disappointed when, because I remember there was rumors going around that they would cast people like, they were considering people like Robert Pattinson. This is another Shadow thing. So, and I was just like, oh, Robert Pattinson is Feyd-Rautha. That'd be interesting. And then they cast Austin Butler. And I was just like, no about that. Like, I think this was shortly after Elvis came out.
Oh, yeah. Well, because like he was good in Elvis. He was the best part of Elvis, but also...
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But Elvis was also a piece of shit. So it's like, what does that really say? Whereas like here, the movie is really good. And then his performance elevates it even higher. And so you're left thinking... Okay, I get the hype now. But yeah, Austin Butler, dude. Holy shit.
From the moment you see like his battle in the arena on his birthday.
Yeah.
Like with you just see how like almost like a beast.
Yeah.
Like he's an animal basically.
Oh yeah, that black and white scene is the best part of the movie for me when we're on the Harkonnen planet, because I've never seen anything like that in a sci-fi film before. It was incredible.
Like I love the black sun.
So good.
I also think it's really interesting how during that gladiator scene where he intentionally puts himself in danger by removing his shield,
and he still
I
wins.
think yeah,
it's so evil. I love that. It's so mocking towards the House Atreides guard. So good.
They really characterize him very well
Yeah.
in that one scene.
Yeah. I like Fade Routha as a character. I liked him in the David Lynch Dune, but mostly because Sting played him really hilariously. And then
everyone in that movie was over the top.
Oh yeah, everybody. Yeah, exactly. But that he's really good in the Dune miniseries. He is played by like this guy who looks more like a college frat bro, but he is a very good character in that one, in that series. But I think Austin Butler is definitely my favorite version of this character.
Yeah, I remember being a bit disappointed when I first heard his voice.
But it's so good.
Yeah. And then it kind of grown up. It was the same thing with Bill Skarsgård as Nosferatu. I was a little off-putted by his voice at first, but like it eventually grew on me.
Yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, what a great movie. My only issue, and I do have one. It's my only issue, like glaring issue with the movie, and that is the way it ends is a little too open-ended for me. I feel like because that's the thing, is that yes, there is more story to tell with Dune. That's the same thing with every adaptation, because there are quite literally sequels to Dune. And like even the miniseries ends kind of open-endedly, but I feel like the miniseries does it better, where it's still able to close out this story of Dune. Whereas like here, they're quite literally going like, oh, the Holy War has begun and we're going off to fight, and it's the next movie. It's like, okay, can we like kind of end it in a way where it still feels like it's a bookend? Kind of like, because like Empire Strikes Back ends in a way that's open-ended, but it still ends in a way where you think like, oh, this is still a satisfying story. I feel like there's a little too many things open-ended here, where I don't think this is as complete as it could be. Still though, if that's my only issue, what a fucking spectacular movie.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, so great film. Glad I own it on 4K. Looks amazing in 4K, and it's going in the collection. I mean, it has been in the collection for months now, because I bought it immediately. Once I saw the movie, I'm like, I'm buying this once it's available on 4K. But yeah, if you want more details on this movie, go listen to the third Dune episode me and Puff did. All right. We've reached the top. Well, we haven't yet, but technically the top of this year. I have my favorite movie, holding it right here on 4K. My favorite movie of 2024. My favorite movie, feature film from 2024. Monkey Man.
Monkeying around.
Dude. I was shocked by how much I loved Monkey Man. I'm floored. It is that good.
Yeah, it is. Man, like where to start?
I don't know. I feel like this deserves its own episode, but like I just gotta say for now, it is the best thing I've seen all year in terms of 2024 releases.
I said in my review that it would have been very easy to make it a John Wick knockoff kind of thing,
which it's not.
Like I think they poke fun. I remember they poke fun at it in the movie.
They do name drop John Wick when the guy with the guns is just like, "Hey, you ever seen John Wick? This is a gun from the movie."
Yeah. I think when I first watched the movie, going off of like the trailer made it seem like it was gonna be like this really gritty action, but prioritizes the action kind of movie.
Sure, yeah.
And we did get really gritty action scenes, but there was that scene in the was it a temple?
Temple. Like which scene are we talking
with
about?
the like it's in the middle of the movie, just after the fight scene in the club.
Oh yeah. Well, no. So so like once he gets to the temple after the whole chase scene, then he's at a temple, kind of like recuperating to like get back into it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's where just the theme of the movie. I have a hard time really putting the theme of the movie into words,
Yeah. But it's a feeling.
but when you see the movie, you feel it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very much about a movie about like, spirituality, finding your place, finding your purpose, um especially after like so many horrible things have happened where you're just like you blinded by revenge and stuff like that. Yeah, no, it tackles a lot, but it never feels preachy about it.
Yeah.
It feels like it's doing so in a way that's expanding this character and trying to watch his journey and seeing
I
where it ultimately ends up.
There was that bit where he like rips open his stomach or
Yeah, it
chest.
opens up his chest and it's like light. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great moment.
And I think it would be one thing if the movie were like thematically rich but holy hell, the action. The
So
action,
good.
man.
So good.
Dude, the club scene is so fucking good.
Yeah.
Like
the fight choreography, especially in the bathroom when like the fucking aquarium. Oh god,
he throws the sink at the aquarium to escape.
Yeah. And the
And
camera work, especially, like there's so many first person perspectives that just look ungodly amazing.
yeah, it's like it reminded me of the Challenger's ball camera thing.
Oh yeah.
I I wish I wish I had a lot more to say, but I just don't at the moment.
I mean, we're nearly 5 hours into this recording, and there's just so much to talk about. But like, all you can really say is it's amazing. Which, yeah, that's entirely fair. Like,
Yeah.
again, I think this deserves its own episode. But like that's a different time, I'd say. But I loved it. It was a great action movie. It was a great character piece. It's everything I wanted out of a movie. This was like, because it could have easily been one of those like, oh, it's overhyped, but no. Not only did I like it, I liked it more than a lot of people I know. Like, that's how surprised I was with it. It was so worth watching. I loved every second of it.
Yeah, I hope Dev Patel directs more.
Yeah, wasn't this his directorial debut?
Yeah,
like
it was supposed to be going straight to Netflix. And then Jordan Peele saw it and was just like, this needs to be in a theater. And because of Jordan Peele, it became a theatrical release.
Well, thank you, Jordan Peele. I didn't see it in theaters, but still, I'm glad I saw it because holy hell, I got.
Dude, imagine if it just went straight to Netflix. It would have probably just been forgotten.
I mean, it still would have been good and still would have been seen by a lot of people, but then one of my favorite movies of the year would have been trapped on Netflix instead of getting a theatrical release. So then it eventually gets a 4K release,
Yeah.
Like now I have it in my hands. I'm holding it right now on 4K. Whereas if it was just on Netflix, I wouldn't be able to do that.
Like, I just downloaded it today. I'm gonna try my hand at a video on it.
Ooh,
eventually.
Yes, I can't wait to see that. Yeah, 4K. I hold it in my hand. It's so good. Such a good movie. There is so much to talk about. I can't possibly put it into words right now. Again, 5 hours into recording this, but like
it's just it's the feeling, like you said, the feeling that you get. You know it when you see it.
You know it when you see it. Absolutely. Yeah. Highly recommend Monkey Man as my movie of the year in terms of actual 2024 releases, because technically, we have, even though this is my favorite movie of the year, technically, it's only number 4 on my 2024 list. Because I have a couple of things left to talk about. So we'll just speed run through those. Want to give a shout out to Daffy and Wacky Land. So, have you seen this?
No, I have not.
Oh, dude, look it up on YouTube. Watch it when you can. Maybe after the podcast. That's fine. It is a Looney Tunes cartoon done entirely in stop motion. So it's
really,
yeah. So it's Daffy and the Dodo from Looney Tunes, and they're in Wacky Land, which is a couple of Looney Tunes cartoons have done that before, where like, especially Porky has gone to like Wacky Land and he's meet the Dodo, and like, hijinks ensue, some real crazy shit happens. But this time it's Daffy, and he's just chasing the dodo bird to get its egg because he wants to eat it, and it's all done entirely in stop motion. It is phenomenal. Like I know you're probably going to cringe when I say it's animation to cinema, but this is animation to cinema. Because,
oh man, now I have to unsubscribe.
I know, because it sucks, because you think like, oh, it's Looney Tunes, it's this popular Warner Brothers cartoon, like this isn't some obscure Hungarian animated film. Like, no, but this is mainstream animation, where animation to cinema deserves to be labeled as that, because it is so good. Like,
you had me sold at stop motion, man.
I know,
like...
because you'd think that would be kind of weird, because Looney Tunes is very fast, it's very out there, and
it's always just been associated with 2D.
Yeah, and stop motion is hard to do. I mean, obviously, but when you think of
especially in like a stylized manner.
Yeah, when you think of stop motion, you think of Wallace and Gromit, you think Nightmare Before Christmas, you think Coraline, and those have fast aspects to it, but they're not Looney Tunes crazy. They're very reserved kind of animated stuff for the best. Like they're great because of that. That doesn't make them bad. They're really good movies. But like this takes the Looney Tunes style of being crazy and bonkers and does it absolute justice, even in stop motion. It's phenomenal. Like, not like you'd think it'd just be like, oh, it's Looney Tunes but in stop motion, and then they just wouldn't try. They just like, oh, we can do Looney Tunes in stop motion. It's like, no, they put in the extra effort and actually get the Looney Tunes style perfect in stop motion. It's phenomenal. I can't sing its praises enough. It is so good.
Yeah, I would like to watch this. Like, probably not immediately after the recording. I haven't had lunch yet, and I am starving.
All right, so we'll just speed run the next two. I got to talk about this movie, dude. It is very special to me. It is
hundreds.
No, dude, Nano Shark. What are you talking about? Come on, it's Nano Shark, dude.
Nano Shark.
Dude, Nano Shark. The movie of the year. Fuck Monkey Man, dude. I was just kidding when I said that. That shit sucks ass. Nano Shark? This is the movie of the year.
Fucking Nano Shark.
Brett Kelly, dude. Like, fuck Dev Patel. Fuck Robert Edgers.
Fuck Denis Villeneuve.
Fuck Denis Villeneuve. Brett Kelly. That is the only director you need to know about. The single best working director in the industry right now. And here's the kick. He's not in the industry. He's on Tubi, baby.
Tubi is its own industry.
Yeah, dude. Brett Kelly, such a good director. Such a good modern director. And he made the masterpiece that is Nano Shark.
From the director of Jurassic Shark comes Jimmy the Prime Minister's son disease, Nano Shark. I had to look at your review to remember the name.
Dude, such a fun movie. I mean,
yeah, it is so fun.
It's special. Nano Shark, it's special. But anyway, yes, Hundreds of Beavers. I also watched that this year. And dude, Monkey Man is my movie of the year. Hundreds of Beavers is my movie of the decade. Okay? Like, unironically, it is that good. So I don't really have much to say on it because I'll save that for next time. So if you have anything you want to say about it, you say it now.
I think I need to rewatch it again because the last time I watched it was like literally last year.
Yeah, of course.
But from what I remember, the scale of it, especially for a movie like of this size, I'm saying scale so much, but like I really got to emphasize the scale of this movie, especially with the budget that it had.
Absolutely.
Is so impressive.
Yeah.
It's like there really were hundreds of beavers.
Dude, it's one of so like I said, Smile 2, third funniest movie I saw this year. The Substance, second funniest movie I saw this year. Hundreds of Beavers, the absolute funniest movie I watched all year. It was incredible.
Dude, I think the last 30 minutes or so, the whole court scene, dude, I really want to rewatch this movie because I think the only thing preventing it from me from doing it is probably because the first half is compared to, I'm not saying the first half is bad. I think it's just like relatively slow.
Yeah, there's a lot to get through.
Yeah, especially since there's almost no dialogue in this movie.
I think because I'm used to silent films, I was able to get through it fine. But yeah, it is a little weird, the fact that there's no dialogue throughout the majority of the movie, but it's all the better for it.
But dude, the fact that the title drops like 40 minutes into the movie.
See, I was almost annoyed by that because what movie does that? It was Fresh does it. They do like half an hour they drop the title in, and that annoyed me. And then Drive My Car did that too, where it just introduced the title like 40 minutes into the movie, and that usually annoyed me because it's so distracting. Because I mean, I like Drive My Car, but like it just was kind of brings the movie to a halt, where it's just like, oh, the title's here now instead of at the beginning. It's weird. But in this movie, they did it perfectly because they make it part of the dialogue.
Man, I remember after watching. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I remember after watching this, I made plans with my friend to watch Lake Michigan Monster on 420.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Like, we got super blazed, and we just. I think that was the highest I've ever been in my life, like at period.
Nice.
And I think the scene I remember from Lake Michigan Monster was when they had the egg on the bench.
This one's for you, Daddy.
And they shoot the egg like over and over, and it's just like it's intercutting with the guy laughing
as he's drawing on his eyebrows.
Yeah, and he just screams. I don't know why that particular part, especially with the crazy last bit.
Yeah,
that part in particular just stuck out as just so interesting to me.
I love Lake Michigan Monster with all my heart, but I think I'm of the opinion where I think Hundreds of Beavers is better, in my opinion. Again,
yeah,
they're both excellent. They're both some of my favorite movies ever. Like Ryland, Mike Cheslick, fucking geniuses, dude. Like, shout outs to them. They are amazingly funny. But
you think they're gonna make it big for like another movie?
I hope I will watch everything they make for the rest of time. Like, I'm locked the fuck in with them. Like, I cannot wait for the next thing. It's going to be so exciting. But yeah, I was blown away by how good Hundreds of Beavers was. Just because I already loved Lake Michigan Monster. So the fact that this was even better, in my opinion, is just huge. It was so huge that like I spent months waiting for them to announce a Blu-ray release. And then they made it official. I'm not kidding. I went right to the absolute second it was made available on Vinegar Syndrome's website. I went right and bought my own copy. It was like $30, but it was so worth it. And apparently it's sold out real fast. So now, I mean, I think it's still available on Blu-ray, because it's a popular fucking movie. You're not going to take it off Blu-ray. But I got the version that comes with a slipcover, and I got that slipcover, and the slipcover version sold out in like an hour, I think. And I got it like,
Bro.
I know, dude. So I have it with the slipcover. It's an insanely good slipcover. I love it so much.
I'm thinking about like, how would you, if I wanted to make a Hundreds of Beavers trailer, how would I tackle that?
Oh, good question. Ooh, do it to the song from Sonic 3 where Eggman's dancing to galvanize or whatever the fuck. Just I mean, it's
my finger is on the button.
Push the button. Yeah, just do that.
Oh, that would be fun.
Yeah. So, yeah, again, I don't want to talk about it too much because again, we've been here for 5 hours, and again, like I said, I'm going to be talking about it next episode or whenever the next episode I'm going to be talking about it on is. So, but yeah, like I said, Monkey Man, movie of the year. Hundreds of Beavers, movie of the fucking decade. So far, at least. So far. Let's say that. So far.
Until they release thousands or millions of beavers.
Yeah, exactly. I guess real quick, so Monkey Man is my favorite of the year. What is your favorite of the year, do you think?
Let me look at my list real quick.
If you had to choose.
If I had to choose, I would probably say either Challengers or Doom Part 2.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, both of those movies really good. I think I might put Challengers up ahead because like dude, the shock from the tennis racket and the ball, I think that alone is what makes it for me.
The way Josh O'Connor looks like stares at a fucking Dunkin's breakfast sandwich because he hasn't eaten in 24 hours.
There's another movie I wanted to shout out. A Real Pain.
Ooh.
Watch A Real Pain.
Yeah, I've heard that one's really good. Kieran Culkin and Jesse Eisenberg. I do want to see it.
Yeah, it's really good. The Christopher Reeve documentary was really good too. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, no. This was a real 2024 filled episode, I must say.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, we have and we've reached 5 hours officially. Not on the in terms of recording. I'm going to be obviously editing through this and cutting out bits of dead air. So on the actual uploaded version, we haven't hit 5 hours yet, but on the recording version, we just hit 5 hours officially. So
not even close to the record.
No, not even close, but in close to the single recorded episode. I'll say that because, I guess I got to break the magic here, but of the 9.5 hour long episode, we did not record in one night.
Dude, I can't imagine sitting like doing 9 hours in one sitting.
Yeah, so all right, great. Oh well, we always do this, so I guess we're not done yet, folks. So Bamason, any predictions for 2025? Anything real quick? Do I even have anything in my 2025 watch list?
What is now that you ask me, I completely blanked out on what's coming out this year.
Yeah, let me just look up like my watch list because I stopped adding stuff to my watch list, so it's kind of hard to say like what do I have in my watch list that's coming out in 2025. Superman, The Running Man, Mickey 17, Avatar 3, even though I haven't seen Avatar 2, and Fantastic Four. Okay. Well, yes, Superman unironically is probably the one I'm looking forward to the most. I'm real excited for Superman.
They're making an accountant too. Have you seen? Do you remember that movie, The Accountant?
I remember it. I've never saw it because, like, why would?
Why are they making that now?
I guess there was enough people who liked it. I don't know. But I guess that's your movie of the year, though. Accountant 2, right?
I'm hoping Jurassic World Rebirth is better than Dominion.
Yeah. Well, you can only go up or far, far lower.
I don't think we can go up. There's only either plateauing or going further down.
Ooh. I'd like to see further down, but maybe plateauing would be the safer bet. Yes, I agree.
I would much rather plateau because after Dominion, after Dominion, I can't have my heart broken again.
Yeah, I've had so much heartbreak. Just no more heartbreak.
No more heartbreak for me.
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you.
There's a Saw 11.
Yeah, I have been thinking maybe come Halloween time when it's time for the next horror marathon for the podcast, I might do the Saw movies. I haven't totally married to that option yet, but that is in the running for movies I might want to do.
Oh yeah, and Five Nights at Freddy's too.
Well, yes, okay, but I got to talk about Five Nights at Freddy's too. That's got to be movie of the year.
And Predator Badlands. There's another one. And there's another same director as Prey.
I wasn't even that big a fan of Prey, so who knows? Who knows? Maybe this one will be good.
Yeah, I'm hoping. A predator in the future, a predator traverses on alien wasteland while two sisters discover their horrifying past.
Okay.
So it's in the future.
Okay, that could be interesting. It also could suck, but you know.
That's true. Oh yeah, Tron.
Oh yeah, I still haven't seen any of the Tron movies, so maybe this will be the year I finally see the Tron movies, so I can watch Tron 3 with Morbius.
All right, that's about it.
Okay, good. All right, well, now's the time where you can shout out your stuff, dude. Where can people find you?
I'm on YouTube.
True.
At Mr. Bamason, and I'm on Letterboxd at Mr. Bamason.
Excellent. Yeah, your links will be in the description below, as per usual.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm tired too, so let's just end this. Thanks, everybody, for watching. We'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Thanks for monkeying around.
Yeah, Monkey King, let's go, Monkey. No, not Monkey King, Monkey Man. Oh, I'm so stupid.
Monkey King.
Monkey Man's the king. I'll say that. Monkey Man's the king, not Monkey King. Monkey Man's the king, because Monkey Man is base as fuck. All right, bye-bye, everybody. Just